Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the Thunderpick World Championship European Series 2. My name is Freddie Rana, and I'm joined by Wild Deity. Say hello to the people.
Hello.
We've got some very exciting games on offer. We had some teams yesterday progress through to the playoffs, and now we're actually into the elimination games in the 0 and 1 bracket. So it's kind of do or die for these teams. There's still the possibility to make it through to playoffs, but it could be very scary for our first two games. How are you feeling about these?
Yeah, Entropy versus Mai Tai, I feel pretty damn confident. Should be a one-sided affair because of the difference in level that I have recently seen. But I do think that a little bit later on, Black Phoenix versus Bebop should be a little bit more competitive, as those teams on paper are a little bit closer, even if I do favor Bebop much more than I do favor Black Phoenix.
I mean, to be honest, when I look at the Mai Tai Entropy game, I'm just like, who knows? Who knows, man? So let's go pull up that game first. We've got the Swedish side up against the Polish team, and we've got Entropy first. So Entropy have made some roster changes recently, but I'm not sure if it's been fully announced. But they came on the scene by doing well at a park-in challenger. They've been getting invites to tournaments, and they have replaced Gego and Mechanics with Lumi, a very experienced AWPer, an AWPer who's played at a major, and right now Dele, who also comes in from AM. And Dele is playing phenomenal Counter-Strike right now, but I'm just kind of, not sure about us in Entropy roster. You have Dotty, who was banned for cheating a couple years ago, and he's kind of like elapsed that now. So it's just a roster where I'm just like, I haven't seen these players in quite a while, like the core. And then they burst onto the scene, but they are playing with some established names, so you gives a bit more credence.
Yeah, the problem is that in the past 3 games that I've seen these teams, Entropy play, they haven't shown up to the server a single time with the same roster. And I casted one of their games where they had 2 substitutes, and then they had to go back to their graveyard, and they had to bring back JiJieHao to play for them. And then that was just for the second map. JiJieHao steps in, and then his PC freaking dies after the first few seconds of the pistol, and they end up not being able to play the rest of the map because they have simply run out of slots for substitutes, and you can't sub after a map has already started. So that's how bad the roster situation has been. Now, granted, when they do turn up to the server with a full roster, they look a hell of a lot better. There's obviously a bit of chemistry between Del and Lumi, as they have been comrades on another roster. There's obviously been the core of Entropy that have experience playing with each other. Obviously a Swedish lineup as well, so you've got the native language aspect as well. But on the other side, I'll be perfectly honest, I have only seen these the players of this team like a couple of times here, like in few and far in between moments. Like I think you and I are probably more familiar with like Malawi and Nami, but for the rest of the players, it has been very difficult to get a handle on how they've been.
Yeah, well, it's kind of like the ex-core of Brazalushki Luz, who also got their VRS ranking from playing at Park-in Challengers. But it looks like they have been mixing the roster a little bit. Pele's playing, and where Zach has played previously in replace of Malawi. Like, it is also one of these teams where you're just like, what actually is the full 5, and is it kind of just pure vibes when they show up? That's what the team they have. It's not a team that really has many pieces that really interest me, to be honest. Maybe Malawi to an extent on the AWP. He's had a stint on BetClick, but I feel like he probably has hopefully a little bit more to offer in his career. But yeah, not a roster that overly excites me. And I want to say that I think Entropy are the favorites today, but it's just so hard to tell between these two teams. We're going to take a look at the veto. Entropy is a team that have taken my heart because they have decided to pick Cash as like their kind of perma pick. They've played it. This would be their 12th time playing Cash, so they've been playing it a lot. They had very good early success, and then seemingly have like plateaued a little bit.
Yeah, honestly, like going into this map veto as well, it is very difficult to really derive too many conclusions from it with how unstable the rosters have been. But at least I can tell you this much, that I expect Ancient to be a very competitive affair. Mai Tai have picked into it, Entropy are very comfortable on it, and I suppose the Decider also offers that. It's just that I feel very standoffish about making map-based judgments until we actually see who has logged on to the server, because this happened a couple of times when I was commentating on these teams,
Yeah.
that you simply wouldn't have the same guys on the server. So the first thing that happens is I start scanning the left and right and the bottom ends of my screen to see who has been replaced in the last 5 minutes. Sometimes the graphics just don't line up, but you know, that happens. I have been liking watching Cash, but I was talking about this to B-Dog the other day, and it was like, it is in fact water torture to have moments where you have like a Cash Mirage Ancient type setup or like a Dust 2 Mirage Cash setup, because you just end up watching very one-dimensional Counter-Strike. And then there's also like the occasional, hey, this might be a best of 5 where 4 maps are pugs and then the 5th is Inferno where it's saving. So I shudder at the thought of that happening.
I am very much of the opinion that when people call when we're looking at Team CS, it's a bit harsh maybe, but when we're looking at Team CS and like actual Team CS, and people are like, "Oh, this is a pug map," such a smooth brain take. But no map is actually a pug map fundamentally.
Of course.
When you go and like you're actually at a good level. Maybe here, like, yeah, fair enough, it's gonna be a bit willy-nilly, but like Ancient is a map where it's like fundamentally all about like how you reaggress in the mid round, how you take control, what you do at the opening. Like, it has a lot of depth to it, and I think people get very like into just this is a pug map, and then like that's it, like conversation over. But then like,
oh yeah, no, that's just completely reductivist, right? Like that would never be like a serious take.
Even like with Mirage to an extent, like I think the only reason it's called a pug map is because of it's the most played map on Faceit. Like I think on the T side, if you don't actually have a very good plan on Mirage of what to do, it's a super hard map to play.
Oh, 100%. I also think that like crazy take, but I genuinely don't think Mirage should be touched too much in the map pool, simply because like I feel like it has always set the standard for like where to start off in Team CS, and it almost acts like a tutorial as a transition into Team CS, if like, because it has such like defined roles, right?
It's very like, yeah, it's very like, this is how you play a default.
Yeah, exactly. So I don't disagree with that. It's just that my gripe with maps like Ancient has been that even at the tippity top level, there's a little bit of randomness in places like middle, where it's like, oh yes, there will be a cluster truck and you could just do or die, and that has nothing to do with skill, unless you simply give up defaults. And when you have players like Donk simply shying away from a mid duel, you can tell that there is an element of randomness to it.
Yeah, I think like I have this kind of thing with mid where it's like I actually feel like it's a really fun fun timing of like when do you throw the flashbangs? I mean, I know definitely Ancient is a map where it's like, as you said, because you have those like element of randomness. I know when I've been at LAN and I've played teams like Elimination at LAN, like we almost beat them like in overtime on Ancient, largely because we knew we got the right timings on mid on the T side. We got the right, like, this is when we're going to use our flashbangs. This is how we're going to go out. And we just caught them out in the open. And it's like, they didn't do anything wrong. We maybe got half lucky, / half had good prep, / just like, it is what it is. So I think, yeah, that definitely favors. Like, I think mid is a really fun duel, but you can play it perfectly, and then just one stray flashbang catches you and you've lost.
Yep, that is in fact why I like shying away from it. That being said, I think like our grievances about the map pool, or lack thereof, aside, we do want to look at the head-to-head very quickly. I do feel like being put in a head-to-head with Dell is just a particularly difficult time, especially if you're not a super established team. But we're about to head into the game, so we'll get a chance to discuss that in just a moment.
I will say, we had Dell in the head-to-head. Dude's been playing really well recently. Like,
Yeah.
I'm kind of just going off statistics. I haven't seen him play since AM. He wasn't good on AM, like, at all. I thought he was pretty poor, and I didn't really have much, like, hope for him. But he's come onto this Entropy team, and he's dropping absolute bombs. So I'm excited to see what we can expect today. And on his first outing, it's a bit whiffy. There was a lot of flashbangs, a lot of moving pieces. Him and TWC get nothing, well, only get one on the B bomb site, and it forces onto the retake. Very sporadic are the CT side, but they're landing their shots until they don't. And that's basically when the retake starts to fail. Oh, we're playing Valorant. Is this going to land? Wait, is the CT Moller going to actually land like this?
I think so. I don't know if he'd be that comfortable going for that lineup.
He's won the round.
Yeah. You can't hit the full 10-second defuse like that. Okay. He's got some Sova lineups. How what the character's called? I'm really bad at Valorant.
Sova?
Is that the one with the arrows? Or was that Sora? I have no idea. I reach for a reference, and then like mid-reference, I realized, damn, maybe I just don't know much about Valorant.
I only really know Cypher.
Ah. Okay, yes, the character is called Sova. Yeah, the one with the arrows. Great. Okay, so I did remember something from my one time casting the game. I remember
me and Brandon casted Valorant like once. Like we did 2 events, and it was genuinely maybe the most like mind-boggling. Like you just stop and you're just like,
oh,
what just happened? Like how do I even describe this? But
you can also say the same for what TWC just pulled off. 2 kills with the 5-7, and he gets to tuck himself away. 3 on 5 though. He's going to be missing on both Flaw and TWC. Dell finds a really good little timing to start creeping in. This Galil and AK combo needs to be popping off slowly, pacing themselves, waiting for the reinforcements to arrive too. They're taking their sweet time waiting for the Heaven player, but before that happens, Lumi and Dell have already taken contact and gotten the first on the board for Entropy.
Just kind of start to finish, pretty bad round for Mai Tai. Or not necessarily bad, but like unfortunate, where there's the force buy and they double nade highway or lane, and you have Walczaki and Nami just instantly on low HP. What I guess then the issue is how they continue with the default and continue to take the space towards cave. And that's when you see the 5-7s starting to kind of rain misery. Because they're literally firing against like 30 HP. And from that point onwards, you're never sitting in a 3v5 with no map control and thinking, yeah, we can win this. They arguably actually get quite a lot bucked for their bang because they get the bomb down. They're not going to actually buy off it though, interestingly enough. That's actually very interesting. They're ecoing. You would have thought that this was like 100% a purchase. Continue the force buy wars, but no. So they don't have a buy in the next.
My favorite part about this broadcast is that I know that your brain starts reading it as entropic and then mid-word realizes, oh no, it's entropy.
Yeah, there's a little bit. I mean, funnily enough, am I allowed to say this? Yeah, I just don't really care. My second ever event, Entropy were in it, and they had a team that were fun players. So much so that a team with Cirque pulled out of it. So yeah, there was some fun players. So Entropy actually kind of burned into my head as a name.
Aha.
Yeah.
Molotov's going to be well-timed, but not well placed. It allows them to creep forward, but they still get funneled into the M4 spray down. Entropy's going to make the rest of the kills look quite easy. Dell and Dottie, the two Ds, will overrule. Entropy putting Mai Tai back on their behinds, as money is going to be very difficult to come by. And coming into this game, I do feel like this was kind of the standard that I expected. I do still think Entropy is just going to be punching down for most of the game. The last time they played against each other, which was about a month ago, and Entropy were going through even more instability. They stomped Mai Tai. It was like a 13-5 and a 13-6. Does that change today? I am feeling hard-pressed to say no, to say yes. Walczaki is going to be putting down Dottie, though, so some ways have been paved for them to start poking around middle. Tepsi is about to meet his demise, and the Eagle's right next to him, but Flaw's position from behind does make things manageable. And now the T's are in a bit of a pickle.
Ooh, don't know how Flaw's not won out that duel. Lumi looking to save the day, but Wazak hits a pretty nice one dig. Dele, if there's ever a man for the job, I feel like it would be him. It's lumbered on the first duel. Wazak, one bullet left in the magazine. Runs out, pops in a reload. Dele would do well just to swing. Runs out of bullets. And the Deagle, no armor, clutches up against Entropy.
That is a punch to the gut. Less to Entropy, more for me, because I started like writing a narrative.
Oh yeah. You know, I want to hear it anyways.
Yeah, I mean, just I not one that I hadn't told the broadcast yet. Obviously, I was already saying that, hey, Entropy, it's very likely that this game is just going to be punched down. Mai Tai can't do much, yada yada yada. But I'm pleasantly surprised. In fact, sometimes you enjoy being wrong if you see a competitive game. Glad that Mai Tai can get a handle of their money soon. But Entropy obviously not knocked out yet. Decent enough finances. All the bells and whistles that they could possibly ask for. Well, we've got a technical timeout. Let me just inundate your brain with sweet nothings. Yesterday, I went to my friend's birthday party, where the average age was like 25, and I was on the older end.
How old are you?
I'm 27.
Oh, yeah. That's kind of actually, yeah, fair.
Yeah, I'm an actual unk. I have a nephew.
27 is not unk.
I mean, I am quite literally an uncle.
Oh,
I have a nephew.
Okay, yeah, sure. Yeah. But in the Gen Z way, you're not, you know?
I mean, I guess I'm technically Gen Z because I'm at the tail end of where Gen Z is supposed to be born.
I don't think I'm Gen Z.
No, you are, because the Gen Z cutoff is the end of 1997.
Yeah, but I think it's like it ends on like 2002, 2003. So I don't know if I'm in Gen Z or not.
Oh, you mean like you might be beyond
Gen
that?
Alpha or whatever?
Ah.
Like,
well,
as in, like, my girlfriend was like, oh, you're not Gen Z. And I was like, I don't know.
Well, that being said, the point I was trying to make was that despite the average age being like 25, my friend's dad, like whose birthday it was, he brought us all goodie bags with our friend's face printed on it, and it's so cute. Like there's a little mug of him lifting weights on it, and he got us a little pen, and he got us all T-shirts with his son's face on it. It was so cute, heartwarming.
That is actually really fun. I'm a big fan of like personalized items. So like personalized deck of cards I got from my dad and brother for Christmas. Personalized mugs or like fun mugs, you know. I've got a beagle. We were on holiday in Italy on like a small island called Elba. So a pretty small island. And we found this beagle mug and was like, awesome, yeah, lovely. Found out that it's actually made in Germany in the town over from us. And we got it on a small island in Italy. And we were like, how has it ended up here?
Yeah. I don't know. Logistics are hard. Now, is the mug that I got with my friend's face on it perhaps like a little AI generated? Sure, but I think that's probably the most ethical use of AI, considering his 60-year-old dad probably didn't pay any money for it and just
No.
used his free generations.
Yeah, I mean, I've got Beagle socks on right now, and I'm pretty sure the logo is AI generated, and I'm not sure how I feel about it.
Just hope that whoever made them used the free plan. That's a way of fighting back.
The way of fighting back against the establishment. Also, this is it's round restart. Okay, I was gonna say they've used 3 smokes, Red Room and the A rush smokes, and they didn't rush A.
Yeah, whatever the case may be, it's a round reset anyway. I'm not gonna lie, I think the AI might have like changed my friend's ethnicity. I'm looking at it closely now. He looks a little more Korean than he actually is.
That's quite a big change up in. Well, I think when you generate an image, sometimes they kind of come out like Korean Chinese looking. Like I created an image of my friend, and I was just like, why have you turned like Asian? They've like made it. Yeah.
Is that just because of the amount of data that comes from Asia?
I don't know. Like it's kind of like a bit tanned, and like the facial features kind of changed a little bit, and I was like, huh.
You remember there was like a whole thing where like people
They're
just
stealing
uploading
our data.
Yeah, people just like uploading Ghibli art just made.
Oh my god, that actually
AI
really annoyed me.
photos,
That really annoyed me.
It just like permanently made AI a little yellower, and that was kind of funny.
Yeah, that annoyed me. I was like, this is such a like the Ghibli Studios is such like I don't really like anime, but I love Ghibli Studios, and it's like to see it being like destroyed. Ooh, that was a fruit pick for Lumi, and he's dead. Wait, this round has gone from the lurker's dead, they're stuck in mid, to now a possibility towards A, but Floor steps up massively and will do what Lumi couldn't with a double as they come through Donut. Bomb's gonna get planted, there's a smoke for CT, there's gonna be a mollo put behind it, still an advantage for Entropy, and they've got a flashbang prepped.
Can't afford to lose the first duel as the Temple player starts to get readied up. There's the flash you were talking about. Instant connections made by Dottie. Shots almost preemptive. Flash to try and get Pell off the position, and now he's going to ensure that they know exactly where he is. TFC's going hunting. The smoke is also going to give them a little bit of space to hide behind. The up's just not connecting, and Entropy on to the 4th, with the money starting to look cloudy once again on the other side.
Interesting to see that he actively picks up the AWP there. I would have assumed sticking with the rifle would have been best.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess he's just expecting someone to run into him early. Maybe he's hoping like, hey, if they try to rush me, they get collatted because it's such a narrow little angle.
Yeah, that's a good perspective. I
am so scared of
the Knights.
That, but also like saying Chuddy's name because like it's so unfortunate that like his username is from like 2022, but like now it's been tainted.
Yeah. Also, Pele. This, by the way, small little micro. This round would have been a lot less scary if Dele had hit his lane nade, because he threw it a bit late, and it would have absolutely bonked like 4 people. But instead, we don't have that extra damage, with Pele getting a double from Cave, just solo fighting up, and then another opening from Darcherville. It's very similar to the previous round of just kind of negligence of the Entropy players have allowed Mai Tai onto a bomb site, and this time it's not a 2v3 post plum, but rather a 3v2, and Lumi's AWP. Ooh.
Oh no, that's so...
You know what? That's rough. We've all been there. But the fact that he's able to re-establish and connect again is very impressive. Pele, who's got this double entry, looking to finish off the round. Floor has a mollo. He has a nade. He quite literally has a full belt of utility, but he chooses to use nothing. He hasn't got enough time. I'm really confused why he doesn't use the utility. Like, he can just bounce the Molo in, force Pele out of position, but instead he gives Pele all the room in the world to work with. And Entropy just fall apart.
Not only that, like, he can chuck a molly and then also smoke himself off, which means not only does his opponent have to get through the molly and then also have to search for him through the smoke, and that's what there's only 5 seconds on that ticker. So yeah, just a huge oversight when you've got as much utility to play with. Mai Tai being given a couple of very lucky breaks by Pal this time. He's going 8 and 7, I believe. The double kill from him brought that round back, and you're right, a singular nade would have certainly softened them up quite a lot. Now, money's still available for Entropy, but they have had to make some sacrifices. It's not the best of utility in the world. MP7 in the hands of Tetsu, which, you know, isn't the worst when you're playing at this position, but Nami, despite being a little off-center and his crosshair not being ready, just ends up winning that duel. Or before, as Lumi tries to reel it back in, Flo's trying to help out. Dell is playing up close and personal, going to walk into the crosshair with Pal, and that gives them access into main, which means they have an additional prong that they can hide behind as these T's start to sprawl through cave. Smoke's going to be deployed, and that causes a bit of a reset, but they still need to worry about ramp.
Honestly, I'm surprised that this round isn't just over in favor of Entropy. As soon as Dele gets that 1 kill towards ramp, and if Lumi had just paid more attention towards cave, I feel like that is over. Like, they can play together, they can just tunnel vision onto cave. It's a very narrow choke point. Mai Tai shouldn't have been allowed to get out in the way that they did, and now Lumi, lucky to save. A nade should have already taken him down. He's going to get a kill on the retreat, and it's another round for Entropy where you feel like they are the favorites, and then a few, like, someone just gets a multi-kill from Mai Tai and bails them out of it.
Has it not just felt like we consistently see rounds that start off as like, hey, okay, Entropy, you got your kills, it's done, and then kill feed populates within the next 3 seconds with someone's multi. You already said it, but I think it's worth reiterating. It was like, first it was Pal, now it's Darcheville.
And even to an extent, the round where they killed Lumi and Donut in the 4v5, like, that was a round lost, but it was another round where it's like, oh, that got closer than I feel like it should have. So it's A, the multi-kills from Mai Tai, but B, like, Entropy are allowing that possibility. Lumi is a fun character because when he was on Metasport and they qualified for the major, I think it's very widely accepted that he was a very big detriment to the roster. A lot of the players have come out and defended him quite staunchly because, understandably, I think Lumi's been a scapegoat for a lot of criticism. For, like, I think I saw like a TLDR, like, worst AWPer. Oh man. But yeah, they're like, worst AWPer Lumi, and then you have like the ex-Metasport players being like, this is just so wrong. Like, Lumi's actually a really great teammate. But then when he joined AM, I was a bit like, oh, okay, whatever, sure. And they started playing really well. Like, I think their first tournament, they made a semi-finals of a Nod win, and then they went to LAN and they made finals of the LAN, and he played really well at that LAN as well. And I remember sitting with, I was like, Mezioso, me, and then like the sports scientist or assistant coach of AM, and we were kind of talking about Lumi and being like, he's actually playing like a lot better, like a lot better than what he was doing on Metasport.
One of his Achilles heels was just that he was often too much of a make or break player, to the point where it's a conversation I've had with a couple of other commentators. It's that Lumi would either make your team look like a top 25 team, or he would make it look like a top 75 team. Like, that's how big the disparity could be, based on how Lumi was performing. And that is, like, fine if you're having a good day, but it becomes so unreliable on the big days. And now that he's slowly creeping back in and becoming a little bit more of a consistent piece, I'm really liking it. That being said, I do think the level of play has dropped off, as an average of the teams he's playing against. So it's not going to be tested until we see him in the big leagues again.
I mean, to be honest, like what I was gonna say was that he's actually gone back to, I think, that like form in like beginning of AM he was really good, and I feel like he tapered off quite quickly. Like he seems still really, really hit and miss for my liking.
Yeah, I can't even evaluate it properly until we see him on a better team, or well, not necessarily a better team, just like
a team,
whatever team he's on to be a higher ranking and play against better players is what I'm trying to say. Now, this has been surprisingly a very back and forth game, and in a very weird way, because I've not actually seen either team look convincing. I guess Entropy looked a little bit convincing at the start of the round, but once it's got into some of these middle of the half rounds, Mai Tai just look... I don't know, they just have like weird comeback potential in the middle of a round, rather than like something super decisive that they're doing from the start. Now, they're having a couple of really rough players here on their side, so the fact that they can go 5-5 is still pretty impressive. Like, if you look at the kill counts, you've got JiJieHao on 1 kill and 10 freaking deaths.
It's almost impressive to have 10 deaths.
Yeah, every single round has been a death.
Ooh, that's a lot of util B. Oh my god, they keep on missing this this lane nade, and like it would actually do big damage. Like it has when it's landed. It's done more damage to Delay, but they do just swarm lane with 4, and they are able to get a kill. Entropy, not as clean as I think it should have been, and because it's from the low HP, it allows likes of Pele to get a spam. And then look, like this feels so reminiscent of the previous rounds. Like you just have TWC kind of fought in like a no man's land in cave, and also just vaguely unaware of the possibility of that. And because of how Entropy have been very clear, there's a lot of numbers towards B. Chuddy's just found a great gap towards A. He's got Lumi in red room, and as Chuddy wins out that duel, the bomb should just go A, and that's exactly what they're gonna do. Round most likely over. Chuddy smokes as well the cross, and oh, speaking about missed utility,
no.
Dele has just missed a flash. Like, what the hell, man? Like, come on. Like, these are things that I would critique like an Inters team. Like, these are so many missed util pieces. Like, who knows if these nades or flashes would have made a difference? But it's just like the kind of testament, or the
proof
principle that it's missing. Like, like what are we doing, man? Like, the lane nade is not that hard to hit.
And the issue is that in a couple of these rounds, we have seen like Mai Tai with players alive with only a little bit of HP, where they've been able to become problematic later on. Like the only reasons, like we've had 4v4s and things like that, where you've got 2 players in like 30 HP. That could have very easily been circumvented by utility actually hitting. So see where you're coming from.
I think it's, for me, like, even if it maybe doesn't bring a massive effect into the round, it's just, as I said, like, the principle of, like, hit the nades. Okay, it's been a fast half, despite the tech pauses. Mai Tai play quite quick CS. Out mid they go once again. Dotty goes 1 for 1. TWC, though, is able to pull one back towards Cave. He shouldn't really be contesting this, but he does, and because he will, he'll fall into the 3v3. He's given up some map control, but Dele's just instantly reinstated himself here, and he's actually going to have a perfect timing, pushing behind an easy spam onto 2, and Pele's been left alone. They know he was in mid originally because he got that trade onto Dotty to begin with. And it's just about making sure they don't let him try and isolate Jules in this 1v3. Bombs down behind B doors. The City side don't know about that just yet, but Pele should be spotted quite soon towards Heaven, especially as he starts to make noise, trying to catch Dele on the reload, but Dele will just hold his ground for 3.
As we head into the second half, I wasn't expecting this to be as competitive of an affair, and now Mai Tai is also going to have the luxury of playing the CT side. So, if there's any time to get some revenge for what has happened to them against Entropy before, this would be the time. Last time they played, it was 2 pretty one-sided games.
This feels like a one-sided game that's 6-6. I don't know. It's weird. If Entropy had 10 rounds, I wouldn't be surprised, or like 9. And this pistol rounds was looking good, but then Walczaki and Chody are pulling kills out of their wazoo. Floor bomb will get planted, and that is a pistol round that Entropy feel like very hard done by. Despite them getting the opening kills, they then just completely capitulate to the 2 players that were playing around backlines.
This is a great start, and for some of the pieces that I was starting to criticize, I was saying that, hey, Chuddy's having a really bad game. He has gone 6-2 in the past few rounds, so he's kind of made up for it. Utility deployed for B. Basic set to cover off both the angle of long. Chuddy's the only man holding down the line here on B, and he's going to make himself scarce until the bitter end. As he starts to move in, he finally unveils himself. Can't hit the spray on the second one, but I do think he's done his job. Now,
Good flank as well.
retake should have no problem materializing. You're right. Darcheville has come in at an opportune time, and Nami doesn't let it get any more complicated.
Yeah, the missed long smoke is like, again, who knows if that would have had much effect in the round. Dele was a bit preoccupied with holding long while he was trying to get onto the bomb site, so maybe they could have got on to the site and got a plant a little bit quicker. But yeah, it's just another instance of Entropy missing utility, which just feels really mundane at this stage to say. Like, it's quite tiring, guys. You know what they need? They need strat base. Plug.
A very interesting way to kick off a round. They're going to move right in to the A bomb site, but with Flaw...
Ooh, this was an eco round, by the way.
Yeah, Flaw's initial kill kind of ushers him into the A bomb site. Problem is, the one rifle they picked up, it's just Dottie remaining now. FC has lost control of it. Dottie's still making it look doable, and now he's quickly going to rush on over to that secondary bomb site. The red room timing is not going to be successful. In fact, Chuddy doesn't even contest that.
That's interesting, because Chuddy gets towards B quicker than Dottie would.
I actually really like this from Dottie. The fact that he is just being extra careful, giving himself a chance to win the fight.
but he hasn't seen Chuddy because of the box, so he's not going to think that someone's coming CT at first.
It's an open plant, and by the time Chuddy gets to the actual site, there is an infinite number of angles that Dottie could be in, and he's decided to start going through from cave. And yes, I believe the plant is defensible from there, but it might not be a great idea. Oh no, you've pulled the trigger a little bit too early! And that molly stops you from doing anything. Never mind, there's a little gap in the molly, but right behind that smoke sits Chuddy, who's a little off center, so the shot simply won't connect.
All in all, an eco round where they get 4 kills and a bomb plant, you got to be happy taking that away. But Mai Tai, they're in a position where they're 9-6 up. Rounds is all that matters for them, as they'll be looking to win out their map pick. This round is a biggie. First gun round. If they win this, they kind of almost guarantee themselves a map 1. The Brolan Molo is going to withhold Mai Tai at first because they were trying to very actively take cave control. So now they have to rethink how they're going to approach this round. It still will continue with a cave pressure, but they've had to be very loud about it. Cave smoke now faded. Dele is playing just behind it. And the T side looking to take some mid control late. And that smoke gives Dele a lot more space than I think Mai Tai were wanting at first. And this is a weird setup in mid because Walczaki is in jungle. Lumi's out mid. And Walczaki just has all the information that no one's actually in middle properly. He's got all of this info that no one's properly like aggressed through the second stage of mid. And that's allowing these players to gamble stack 3, not even gamble stack, just stack 3 towards B. Darcherville drops the smoke top of ramp. That blocks off 2 players. The 3 through cave. Dottie gets the opening kill. He doubles down. And all of a sudden, this B bomb site is falling apart. But here can start to activate Walczaki from mid. And he puts a bit of a crunch on this lane play. If they kill him, though, they can go over towards A or just commit towards B because Dottie's found a 3rd in the round.
And Dottie's 4th will be ending the shenanigans of Mai Tai. Entropy wanting to come back into this game with a bang, and I think this should be a really good little start. Even that round looked like Mai Tai should have been able to get it, so the narrative has not flipped since half number 1. Like, it's always been rounds that start off like they're gonna, like, whoever gets that first bit of control, they're gonna win. It's like, okay, you have a stack going on the B bomb side, you're almost destined to win it, but you just end up losing the duel. So, don't really know who's writing the script for this game. Mai Tai down to not the best weapons, but Darchville, with the only rifle he's got, is going to make it work anyway. 5-on-4, you got Walczaki behind the smoke. Darchville is trying to pull attention away so his teammate can feel a little bit more comfortable in the smoke, but problem is he's going to pop it open, and when the dust is going to settle, it's down to a 3v3 with a conversion happening onto A, which is quite abandoned.
Going through the smoke, Lumi, it's easy pickings. Pickums?
Pickums have never been easy.
No. I got, like, I mean, diamond wasn't a thing, but gold for Krakow when Gambit won. Guessed Gambit to win, you know. Insanity or intelligence, you can pick that. And then never did one since. I've saved my money. I've saved maybe like 100 euros since then. So that's, you know, investment. Stonks. Oh, this is actually really kind of big from Pele. If he's able to get another kill, never mind. I was going to say, damage could be really good. Dele survives on quite literally 1 HP. And because Mai Tai don't save anyone, they're actually broke after losing back-to-back rounds. And having that anti-eco where only 1 stayed alive. So economy has not been in their favor on this CT side.
This one's just meant to be a walk in the park for Entropy. Getting their weapons warmed up. I still get a little bit scared when there's a smoke set up and players start spamming through them with deagles. It's just so... It feels like Ancient's B site is so uncomfortable in the sense that you can just die to some BS through a smoke. So always take pistol rounds with a grain of salt. I actually personally really enjoy playing Ancient, but I can understand people's frustrations when there's like open angles where it's kind of like, okay, I mean, might as well go for a few bullets through a smoke. Maybe they hit, maybe they don't, especially with how, like, where you're supposed to plant.
That's fair.
We need a second pillar in the B-bomb site, is what I would say if I enjoyed completely removing any sort of crispness from the game.
All the pillars. A second pillar has landed.
Lane control in order for
That's
Entropy.
A big opener. Mid control as well now. A lot of mid control. This puts the seed side in a very uncomfortable position. Resources being taken away from B. Chuddy rotated in towards Red Room to support Darcherville as him and Pele are going to try and retake middle. But the T side are just so aware of this possibility. Lumi, Dotty holding from afar. Dele up close if needs be. And as Nami falls towards the B bomb side, that is completely open an avenue for them to go onto. They don't know Pele's in Red Room, but Pele also doesn't know that there was a third in mid who was playing closed. And it's a very simple round from Entropy where they just run up, they take the jaws, they win them out, and they've been flawless on the rifles on this T side since they've come out. That was a gun round.
That was indeed. And it's a particularly difficult position for Mai Tai to be in, to be this late into the game and potentially running out of money. Like, if these MP9s don't work, you've given up 11, a 12th is a guarantee. So this does need to happen. Darcherville still gets a fair bit of work going with his MP9. Even a 1-for-1's not bad when you're on the weaponry that you're at. But Entropy have decided to reset a little bit. They're funneling their resources over towards that B bomb site, but what they don't realize is that Mai Tai have all their players here, with the exception of one lone defender on A. If they decide to buckle down on the secondary, they might be in a little bit of trouble. Flo's being quite careful. He's been walk-peeking all the way through. If he can get that first kill, it's a lightning-fast shot, and TFC conversion gives them a little bit of comfort. Still another one in the chambers of Cave, though, and Nami, as he gets that kill, has quickly equalized this position.
Ooh, Wowza caught off guard, and Dele turning like a Beyblade. I was talking about how good he has been statistically since joining this Entropy squad, and he proves it in a round like that. It gets a little bit too hairy against the low purchase. I'm just kind of sitting there when they go up on B, I'm like, where's the flashbang? Why isn't there a simple entry flash? They had a flashbang. That would have maybe made things a lot easier. But who needs flashbangs when you can just shoot your way out of these situations? And a storm has brewed for Mai Tai because they're being swept away. Oh, sweet Jesus, Lumi. Okay. You don't see an AWP taking a peek that wide very often, or hitting a shot like that. So that's the level that Lumi has that we were talking about. And TWC just communicates over. They've pushed down B with a lot of numbers. We've probably killed the mid-A player. Just go out towards the A bomb site. They do lose Lumi as the CT smoke blooms, but someone like Darcherville now overextends the Molo forces him out. Good nade deep into CT. Round over. Mai Tai have to save, and Entropy now have 3 map points.
I guess this is better than the worst case scenario where you don't have weapons to go into the next round. But yeah, still not going to have a whole lot to work with in the next. saving these weapons is incredibly important, and based on how far these Ts are, I don't think that's going to be much of an issue. Petty being able to win his duel actually completely changes the landscape of the upcoming round, because 2 rifles being saved is a hell of a lot worse than 3. Everybody can bring out the big guns, but the rest of the resources, the bells and whistles, that's going to be seriously lacking. And Entropy, a singular round away from sweeping up Mai Tai's map pick. They're about to get lost in the storm indeed, my friend.
Help me, I'm lost. Umi had a pretty crazy opener in the previous. Maybe looking to get another one here as he's just holding deep long, allowing his riflers to swarm the deep bomb side. There's team kills, and somehow Dele's picked up a double to make it advantageous for Entropy. This is a round that I just don't understand how Entropy have made work. They've had all of them in this game. Rounds they should have won, but then didn't. Rounds that they should have lost and then win. But HP is very low. Lumi's the only one on high HP, and he's wielding that AWP. He's in a good position, though, holding for Walczaki, and it leaves Chuddy in a 1v3, which Dele snipes down to complete his 22nd kill, 3rd of the round, and it's really marvelous from the young Swede, who is still showing that he's got a lot of life left to give in his career.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, Entropy winning that first map definitely makes things a lot harder for Mai Tai. I think coming into this game, they probably expected to lose that second map because of how their history has been. They were really hoping that they would be able to get that first one over the line to force a decider where they can feel a little bit more comfortable. But now they have lost one of the only advantages that they should have been comfortable in getting. Now, Entropy, they're in pole position to potentially take the 2-0, but Mai Tai will get 10 minutes to recharge before we go into that second map, so maybe they can show us some rejuvenated energy after the break. Into the second map we go, and so far, Mai Tai have been facing the Muay Thai of Entropy, as they've already lost a map. Cash isn't going to be any more forgiving, though, and I think they might finally be choked out.
I mean, Mai Tai have played Cash twice, and they've actually won both against Misa and Atrides, which is honestly not bad wins in the last 3 days. They've had very good... Actually, just very good games. Like, I'm kind of looking at this and like, pretty decent. Mostly CT-sided, as you'd expect. But they've also held up on the T side. Starting on the CT side now, this pistol round is going perfectly for them. Dele's plunged into a 1v4, which seems pretty impossible. Especially with the bomb down, kind of in no man's land. A few kills is the best he could possibly get right now. He's also being flanked from a main. Internal timer for him hasn't started ticking, and Chuddy will just shoot him in the back of the head to complete the pistol for Mai Tai.
Good start, and also a much needed start. I've really been enjoying the ambient music in either spawns. They're also both different sets of music.
Awesome. So, with sorry, completely off topic. Well, on Cash, with Dele and Yumi and Lumi, not Yumi. With Dele and Lumi on Cash. So specifically Dele, they've played Cash 5 times with him, and they've lost it 3 times. They've lost it. They've lost it 4 times, and they've only won it once against Los Kogutos. So with Dele, they lost against Big Cad, EAC, and Joy, ex-RUSTEC, and they lost ex-RUSTEC yesterday 13-3. So it's actually been a pretty rough map since Dele's come in. Even with Lumi to an extent, like... well, so with Lumi, they had a really good run on it, and they even beat Hotu, which is actually a pretty legit win. Same with Misa, Atrides. But yeah, since the addition of Dele, they've been struggling on this map.
Can you go check who they had on the roster? Because just a few days ago, they couldn't service like a full lineup. So it might not just be the addition of Dele. It could also be just a bunch of players missing, because that's how it was for a few days.
Yeah, I mean, so before Dele, it was with Gecko.
Yeah.
And then it was like the roster that we're kind of seeing on the screen now. Yeah, yesterday, full roster, lost 13-3. Got owned by ex-RUSTEC, actually. And then before, it was with Lumi, and then with Gego. So it's not a great start for Entropy, as Mai Tai actually take a first tactical pause very early on.
Just pistols. TWC are still wanting to upgrade that armor. That's pretty much all we're gonna get. Ooh, it's a very nice little shot from Lumi. He's gonna come out of the smoke. I don't think he even stepped out of the smoke when he got that first shot going. Kill feed might be a little bit misleading though. I was looking at a guy's work on Twitter, man. I keep forgetting his handle for some reason, but like he pops up like he does like a bunch of like Counter-Strike calculations, bomb radius, and things like that. And he was looking at how like we can potentially make honest kill counters for like whether or not someone got a kill through a smoke, like honest visibility. Because sometimes it'll say like you got a kill through a smoke, but you could see the enemy.
Yeah. So it's like, I don't know how it works. I assume it's like if you're just in the smoke at all, it comes up as a smoke kill.
Yeah. It doesn't take into account parts of fewer or like parts of less or more visibility around the edges of the smoke. So as long as the bullet travels through, I think that's all that matters. I guess the idea is that if the bullet displaces a piece of the smoke at all, that counts.
Yeah, that makes sense. But this round, first gun round, very electric start. Heavy mid fight, 3 players in CT from mid, and then there was a boost up. But in the meantime, Nami's actually just dry pushed through A main, and while the majority of the focus was on mid, Nami's been able to get in from behind and actually drop the bomb. But this might be a bit of a poison chalice for Mai Tai, as they're really trying to contest for this bomb very early on in the round, and this is going to allow Entropy just to 3v1, 3v2 onto Nami and Darcherville. So I think, yeah, trying to hold on to the bomb there is ultimately worse for Mai Tai. And Entropy, they're going to now have a free route onto the B bomb site. Floor drops a smoke in towards CT. And Darcherville and Chuddy, they do have a kit, but in the 2v3, I think the save should just be called. So Entropy, it's a pretty chaotic round, but they are able to just isolate the single kill on Nami, pick up the bomb, and then the round is just won.
All comes down to the individual heroics of Flaw. Triple kill. And Entropy quite quick to get back on the scoreboard. Mai Tai have gotten their initial leg up, but still plenty to do in the half. Can't get too comfortable yet. For Entropy, it's also quite important that they try and set a new standard on cash. They have been looking quite lackluster, as you've mentioned already. It's just that I do think they're going to look a hell of a lot better now that their line has been consistent for like at least for the last game and this one.
For Entropy?
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. And I think especially with Dele just being a little bit, like a bit more time, I suspect that we won't see the same results that we had previously with him on this map, despite it only being like a couple, like literally yesterday when they got owned by ex-RUSTEC. So I think that certainly is something to keep in mind. And this is aggression from the city side once again through middle. They're going to be into a 3v3 early on then. Transition towards A for the T side is met by Pele, who survives on a sliver of HP. And this is, again, a round for the T side where they're just not really sure how to get out properly in this round. Bomb plant on A. Wazik's close. Chuddy's going to be going for a very late flank.
Oh, no.
And a big miss shot from Wazik gives the possibility for a T side. And this is a very difficult retake,
Oh, no.
but of course Wazik hits the hard shot. TWC now closed down between two. And very impressive that the T side are actually able to retake there.
After the first shot is missed and Flaws are allowed to reposition, I thought, okay, yeah, Walczaki has definitely screwed it up there, but being able to hold on, good stuff. And just want to take advantage of whatever they can on cash. They know that Entropy is particularly, well, I wouldn't say they're bad on it, but
well, they're supposed to be good on it. They just had a really weird, like, bad run of form.
I mean, they've picked it is the most important part, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, the issue is then because they pick it, they start on the T side. And so far in this map's history, it's been very CT-sided with the introduction of it on CS2, which is very different because it used to be very, very T-sided on CSGO, if people remember that. But yeah, it's been an incredibly CT-sided map right now. And that's kind of what's happening in this game of Entropy. Once again, a gun round that's just completely gone the wayside. And it's basically near flawless. This is not a good start for Entropy whatsoever.
Yeah, not at all. I thought that sure they'd struggle on Ancient a little bit, but then they come into Cash and just look like by and far the better team. But despite Entropy already having a map, I still don't feel confident saying that they have looked like the better team today.
No, not really. I think they got well. I mean, like you have the argument of like at the start of Ancient, they were losing rounds that they just shouldn't have, and they were putting themselves in good positions. And then at the end, they were kind of just winning out rounds just by running up. So maybe have felt like the better team, but not as fundamentally drilled, and that's come to cost them. Not as clean.
Quite the technical timeout. Would you like to play a game of honest rock, paper, scissors?
Honest rock, paper, scissors. Okay, how do we do that? Break it down for me.
You think of something, and then we truthfully say what we picked.
So this is a game of pure honesty.
A game of pure honesty.
Okay.
I've picked mine.
Okay. So rock, paper, scissors, shoot.
No, you just say what you picked.
Well, no, but we need to do it on like a timing.
It doesn't need to be a timing because we're being honest anyway.
Well, yeah, but what's the fun in that?
Okay. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot, rock.
Scissors.
I picked rock.
So winner, chicken dinner.
Best 2 out of 3?
Okay.
Rock, paper, scissors, shoot, rock. Okay. Hi. Once again.
Rock, paper, scissors, shoot, paper.
Oh my
god. Okay.
Okay. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot,
scissors.
Okay.
Whoa, 1-1.
Okay, we're 1-1. I'm locking in for this one.
I need to breathe. Okay. Rock,
paper, scissors,
shoot, rock.
Scissor. Oh
yes.
God. What a comeback.
I even said it first as well. What a good. This is biblical. They'll talk about this for years to come.
That probably sounded like mumbo jumbo on the broadcast as we spoke over each other.
Yeah, like absolute chaos, right?
Yeah, Chetty just got a heart attack listening to all that.
It was like, yeah, get me out of here. Don't want any of that.
It's just you, me, and music that's vaguely Russian. I think
it is Russian, but so I have a teammate who speaks Russian, and we asked him to translate it, and it's literally just waffle.
Yeah. So like every pop song ever.
Yeah, sure. And it's also really quiet, so it's very hard to hear.
Pop songs are always just junk, anyway. Like
What happened to the pop songs that I used to know and love, man?
There's pop songs now. There's pop songs now that are like, I'm sure their creators are kicking themselves for how they've aged. Like, just imagine how Kesha feels about how she started TikTok. Like, do you really want to wake up feeling like that person?
Well, on that note, we're going to be sent to a break, and when we're back, hopefully we should have the game live. So unfortunately, we've been cut short. We will not be watching the end of Cash, where Mai Tai were actually 5-1 up and we're looking pretty good. There was some internet issues for Chuddy, if I'm not mistaken. So they had to forfeit the map, and therefore they forfeit the series, as Entropy had already won map 1. That will be the end of our first game today on the Thunderpick World Championship Series 2. And that also means Mai Tai are eliminated from the event in Group C, and Entropy progress through to the decider game, where they'll play up against either ex-RUSTEC or Unity. We still have 3 more games left for today, and our next will be Black Phoenix versus Bebop. That will be live in about an hour and 20 minutes, so you have quite a long time to get some food and come back for our next game. See you then. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Thunderpick Thunderpick World Championship. Gotta get in that bit. European Series 2. We've already said goodbye to one team today, and we're going to be coming into our final elimination match of the group stage as we get into the winners and decider games. And we've gone from Group C, where Entropy eliminated Mai Tai, to now Group D, Black Phoenix versus Bebop. Well, Deity, how's your break, and what's the litmus test going into this game?
For Black Phoenix, I've not really enjoyed like how they sort of went about their roster stuff like prior to a couple of months ago, but like even now like they don't really have a particular fifth. So a lot of it came down to just like Topo being able to deliver and Sainty being a superstar stand-in the last time they played. So I'm not really sure what to expect in terms of consistency for Black Phoenix. Now, on the other hand, Bebop, they've got quite a few players that we're very, very familiar with and players that have played at much higher calibers. So I do think this is almost a matchup of teams that are maybe not looking as great as units yet, but they are kind of under-calibrated with regards to the level of play we've got, which is why I do think the things that will be tested is going to be individuality. Now, I'll quickly cover Black Phoenix, as I was mentioning that Topo has been a very, very good piece recently, but part of the success that I saw from them was against bench gods, and Topo was able to absolutely smurf on them because of the fact that bench gods don't have a primary opper at all. Now, that's not going to be possible against a team like Bebop, where you have a little bit more consistency in the team in that regard, as you do have Balance on the other side.
Yeah, so with Topo, like I think you're kind of missing out the fact he hadn't played since 2024 in official. Like he's come back. Isn't that kind of exciting? Like I remember Topo was this big like prospect way back when on Amcal. He was like one of the best players in the world in KZ, and it was like Launders and Rops when he got announced in Amcal were like, oh, this guy's gonna be really big. And he joined Amcal with 0 games on HLTV, purely going through like the kind of the tryout phase. And then after 2024, he hasn't played a single official on HLTV till Black Phoenix. He's been streaming. He has like 50 odd K followers on his stream and like streams quite regularly. But I think it's been fun to watch him come back. Like, you know, when you see someone who's really good at KZ and like the movement kind of integrates into the game itself, like I find it really fun to watch AWPers like that. And even today, they literally just finished a game against Enjoy, where in the first map, he went 25-9 on Cash.
Yeah, he has been an absolute superstar, but my only problem is that, like, not only is he very new to the team, obviously he's once again new to the scene almost because of how long his break was. It's also just the fact that when these guys were Ursa, there was this, like, air of copium where they were like, we're just looking for a 5th piece, we're not committing to a 5th player until we're super comfortable that he's going to be a really good addition. But then their core didn't even last long enough for that to ever happen. In fact, I think they played like 6 or 7 months without a 5th. They had Cost stepping in a lot of the times.
Use their coach at times.
Yeah, and then like they had, I believe they had JiJieHao that they would use.
Yeah,
and then
was
they
their
also
coach,
had,
and they'd use him.
Yeah, Cost would be stepping in a lot of the times, and that was like when he was on the bench of Nuclear Tigers. And like Alv was the one that I interviewed who was like, hey, we're still looking for a 5th, but Alv is not here anymore. So it feels like their search for a 5th far outlasted even the career of the core. So I don't know. I'm just not happy with how, well, I guess, immaterial their search was.
Well, their opponents, Bebop, are going to be looking a little bit different than usual because not only have they moved past Davushka and Hikan. Davushka obviously goes to Hotu. He was under contract with Incilio still, so he's actually on loan. And Hikan was also on loan from Incilio. Bebop, by the way, just like one of those teams where it's like players are under contract, so it's hard to like get picked up by an org. But they've been playing games with a guy called Xander, who is currently at a LAN live against Lavked. So obviously he can't play, and they're replacing him with a guy called Whiteout, who used to play for Young Tigers, played on a team called Benched with Finnegan, Pip, Polt, Sticker. So some decent names there for sure. But hasn't really got like loads and loads of experience, like a season or two of advanced, and then obviously that stint with Young Tigers where they were kind of climbing through the ESEA ranks before I felt like he really got much chance to play like HLTV officials with them. And they're also playing with Red Zed, who is another academy kind of player who was on Aurora Youngblood, played recently at LAN with them twice, didn't do very well at LAN, both kind of himself and also the team in general, and then has been playing with Bebop. Again, a very inexperienced player, but has had some pretty good results with them, especially against like Betem, Donstu. He played really well, but they've been doing a lot of losing since he came in. And I feel like this Bebop side is kind of in a state of disarray. And I can imagine that the likes of Black Phoenix, despite their confusion, I actually think they're going to be looking a lot more secure.
Yeah, as much as I've touted this game to be more of an individual thing, unfortunately, the roster inconsistency of Bebop will far outweigh any inconsistencies that we see from the side of Black Phoenix. Now, there is your head-to-head, Lavked versus Karnez. Both players that, I mean, I wouldn't have hated to see the head-to-head between Topo and Ida's balance, to be honest, because I think that's probably going to be the one where you're looking at a little bit more in terms of where the impact's going to come from. And also Karnez and Lavked, as much as they're often the ones getting the first kills, like stylistically they're very different. Like Karnez is generally the one that is taking space, and Lavked is the one that is that has a little bit more resources around him. So I don't really think that's going to matter all that much as far as the way the game pans out, simply because Bebop can't really structurally play as cohesive of a style of CS that would allow his specific role to materialize. So heading into this game, I think my eyes are going to be more on Topo more than anything.
It's fun. Yeah, like I think that's whenever you have a game with Topo playing in 2026, it's like, what's happening here? Like, it's going to be fun. So we'll take a look at the veto. As mentioned, Black Phoenix literally just beat Enjoy. It took a while, I will say. They picked Dust 2 in that. They lost it 13-6, and they won on Cash, which was Enjoy's map pick, and they won on Mirage, which is a decider. So we go into this veto where Black Phoenix have once again picked Dust 2 despite their recent shortcomings. Mirage once again a decider, the difference being that Bebop have picked into Nuke, which is interesting because they're not very good on Nuke. But they have won it twice in a row against Donstu and Endless Journey, but that Dust 2 is going to be really exciting because it feels like Dust 2 is kind of like where Bebop strive, and also Mirage is what they usually pick into. So we've almost got like a topsy-turvy veto where it's like maybe Bebop you would have assumed they pick a Mirage and then like a Nuke as a decider, but it's the other way around, which seems quite interesting to me.
I think we're about to see an absolute slappage on both of the first two maps.
Really?
Like as much as I want to try and like make an argument for Bebop, like not only is Black Phoenix not going to look bad on Nuke, like I think they should be decent enough. I just expect the difference between Topo and Ida's balance as they've been playing recently just to be a bit more overwhelming. And Nuke is certainly an interesting choice when you're not consistently playing with the same players. Like when you, like today they're playing with Whiteout, they've got another standing coming in. When you have two pieces, I would really want to lean towards maps where you can kind of drag the enemies into as spawn based or as default heavy of a map as possible, just so you're not struggling to get the bare basic communication out. Now, I understand that Nuke is also very well drilled with a lot of teams in terms of individuals. Like the roles can often be defined, but it's definitely no Mirage, it's definitely no Dust 2. So I do think that that's going to create problems. Now, as far as Dust 2 is considered, again, like as much as I want to tout that up, like we kind of had this conversation in the previous game about map vetoes as well. But I do think that there's one thing on Dust 2 that doesn't come down to defaulting, and it doesn't come down to anything puggy, and it's the fact that the AWP disparity can completely make or break a game, because you can essentially be shut out from a whole area of the map if you don't have an equivalent opponent.
Yeah, completely. I think we're going to be throwing it to a short little break though, because we're a bit delayed. As mentioned, Black Sphinx did just finish a game, so probably trying to take as long as possible to join so they can get that break. Nuke will be up when we come live, and that'll be the map pick of Bebop. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're back for Nuke. We had a short little break before we got live. I suspect it's just because Black Phoenix just finished a game, so, you know, no harm in just letting them wait for a little bit. And it'll be Black Phoenix going from one series to another, 2 regional rivals. And they're going to be on the CT side trying to contend against this B-Rap, but then you've got a lot of different moving pieces. Like Whiteout's just dropped down vent. You've got Red Zed going late ramp, and Red Zed's actually going to be the main instrument of destruction. Topper now left in a 1v2, knows where they are, has to hit some sharp shots, and that's exactly what he does. A 1v3 in total. What an incredible round coming out from a player that we thought had retired.
Top post triple, very unexpected there, especially because when you look at how the kill feed was being populated, it looked like Bebop had already done everything that was necessary to get that round across the board. They had full control. They should have been able to go to whatever bomb site they wanted, but emerging from the shadows, Topo stole away around that honestly didn't look like it was going to be there, so there's still going to be enough money available that they're going to try and force their way back in. A solitary Galil, however, from iDisbalance is meant to be paving the way. It's quite the commitment from Bebop, though, which means that next round is going to be quite very... Molotov will provide a single audio tick, and that's enough to play it a little bit more conservatively. Back into lobby, you're going Bebop. In the meantime, they do have someone working towards outside, but I don't think Faded's going to be able to create much space. Ram's the way to go, and 2 weapons await them. Topo's playing that long-range engagement. MP9 supposed to be the second swing after the first contact.
Ooh, Axe has just made quite a lot of noise. Not gonna do anything about it. Outside smokes, Fader. He can cross down to Secret quite easily. They're going to contest him. And here comes the ramp pop. Axis getting ahead of the flashbang alongside Carnes. They are just wiping the floor with Bebop. Fader never actually went... Well, he went into Secret, but then kind of came back up with the understanding that he might have to have some say in this round towards lobby. So he's just left in a 1v4, and it's a good start for Black Phoenix on their opponent's map pick as they keep 4 players alive on the anti-force buy.
Gonna be a moment where Bebop are just expected to recline for a bit. All they're gonna get is a Desert Eagle. Is Karnas using a left and right bind? Is that still a thing? Can you still go plus right?
I think people do it for just like ADHD almost.
There used to be a time, like I was teammates with a guy who had such a low sensitivity that he had mouse 4 and mouse 5 binded to the left and right, so it would help him turn a little bit quicker if he had to do a 180.
Huh.
Horrid setup. He wasn't even a bad player.
That is, it actually is quite horrid, isn't it? But regardless, it's Black Phoenix who have done pretty well. So far in this game. First gun round for Bebop. They're going to be throwing second set of outside smoke, so that's pretty much all their utility. So if they can't get down off this, and as they are committing outside, it's going to cause a bit of chaos. The minute left on the clock, and right now they're not getting down. Yeah, like they're not going to get down secret. Very late nades being used as well. Topo gets an open kill as a spam. Axis is showing his face in secret, but this is exactly what I was saying. Bebop have used all their utility for nothing. They're in a 4v3, and Karnez is getting incredible information as he pushes outside. This is going to allow Axis to rotate off secret and onto ramp, which then allows for Salazar and Sainty to stay on the A bomb side. And the whole point is to anchor down while Karnez just drops the bomb in T-spawn. This is a complete non-starter for Bebop.
Yeah, best case scenario is just getting these weapons across the board and carrying them into the 5th round, but the truth is, even around that, they're going to try and coordinate their money. This puts Faded as Disbalance and Lavked in a weird spot where they're going to try and buy alongside these AKs. Max loss bonus, though, does make things a little bit more digestible. There's some utility that's going to be missing if they prioritize having as much firepower as possible, but then again, that kind of leaves you out to dry if you're playing a map like Nuke. This is where something a little bit more linear would have certainly helped.
Okay, first round non-starter. A little up-down towards door. God knows why that's become a thing. And it's a 1-for-1, but Red Z gets the advantage. Axis pushing ramp, needs to do something to eradicate it, but Red Z is still doing great work towards the A bomb site, and now Topo on the AWP. He will eventually trade out his teammates after Red Z's found 3 kills in this round, but now they know where the AWP is, so the bomb's just going to go down onto that B bomb site, get the plant in, and Fadet, who's lurking, will just catch the AWP in transition. So it's a first round on the board for Bebop, and it's literally just because Red Z ran outdoor and killed 3.
Yeah, I think it's going to be very difficult to replicate. Like, as much as I want to pat him on the back for his triple, which you can, but from a team perspective, it's just not a very sustainable way to be winning a round. I don't see Red Z just getting another triple to start off a round. Black Phoenix still very firmly in the lead. Money's not bad here either, and it's not going to be bad for the next round either. It's a very nice shot from Ida's balance against Topo. Even though Topo pulled the trigger first, it ends up being, I believe, a shot through the corner of the wall, which meant it didn't end up culminating into a kill. Ida's balance doesn't realize that all he has to do is pull the trigger, and he would be getting another freebie. He's gotten off the angle. Ida's balance probably getting an earful from Whiteout, as he gets exposed to the man that has decided to push. Karnez's double to kick off this round, and Topo's damage onto Disbalance makes it so much harder. Yep. Fade it. There's a clothesline set up for him.
But with the, I was going to say, with the contact being taken on screen, that maybe turns away Karnez's attention, and as Sainty loses out the duel on Lovicus, it's a 4v3 into a 2v3 for Black Phoenix. Axis, oh, this is nightmare fuel. I feel like he should have been more aware of that possibility. Salazar, though, this is finicky, and a Dinkin's not going to suffice.
That looks so damn doable for Black Phoenix with, like... It was in a position where it could have very easily been a 4v2. I just balanced off of 3 HP, ended up getting a double kill. There's way too much work being allowed for Disbalance, but... nice little contact play for Faded as well. You already talked about it, but it was real nice that they're able to pull the attention of Karnez away and disallow him from getting a triple. Black Phoenix digging into the last of their financial reserves now means that they're not going to have much in the next round if they do falter here. And not only do they have the responsibility of winning this round, they also have to do it relatively cleanly if they want to keep having money available.
2 rounds for Bebop that feel very much like they've escaped death. And they'll be looking to go for outside smokes late on in the round. And sending, as of now, 4 players. Red Zed's gonna lurk in lobby. Karnez uses a nade early, doesn't realize they haven't crossed over yet, and Karnez overextends. Peeks from garage, gives Idus Balance an opening kill, does get a dink, but that's now space for Bebop. Alternatively, it's info for Black Phoenix, but then they've lost it. They know someone's outside, but now they don't know what's happening because they have no one there. So they've been forced to make this gamble call down towards the B bomb site. They've got Axes with a 5-7 on ramp. Sainty's alone on A. And if the bomb does continue to go down B, which they have to at 15 seconds, this is actually going to work in favor of the CT side. Oh my god.
Oh my. Oh, Lavked.
No time.
Unbelievable shot, but yeah, time's just run out. And it feels really bad that Lavked with a crazy shot like that in an opening, they just don't have any way to convert onto the rest of the round. Black Phoenix now with 5 on the board, and Bebop, good thing is money's still going to be at plenty. They can come right back into it, but like I said, for Black Phoenix, they aren't able to preserve their economy as much, which does mean that they're not quite able to build up a trust fund yet. But getting one more round means that they're kind of in the clear of the half. You get to play, obviously, a little bit more of a responsibility when you're playing the defensive. You want to get 7 or 8 rounds. But still, at least being able to guarantee the tie-up is real good news. Toppo's not characteristic for missing those types of shots. He's going to quickly go for a reposition. Doesn't want to stick around for too long in the position he just missed from.
It is fun to watch Toppo. He's got really good individual aim, and that is unlucky. CT has just been fully spammed through the door smoke. Door giveth and door taketh. And right now it's been givething for Bebop.
And take a thing for Black Phoenix? I don't know.
Yeah, taketh. It taketh from Black Phoenix. Fadet's in a pretty strong position right now because Karnez actually flash peeked outside and saw nothing. Fadet was literally just around the corner. He's got a lot of space. He's going to get into secret and no one knows about this. The T side have a very valuable asset right now in Fadet. What are they going to do with him? You'd imagine maybe they go towards ramp, but instead they're going to hit towards a bomb site, which have 3 defenders. Black Phoenix, with no information, are just anchoring down, and Karnez snipes 2. Bomb committed, Fadet making noise in main, and just in the blink of an eye, 3 kills, a flurry for the T side, now make it a 4th. That is ridiculous, and that's exactly in theme with what's been going on so far, that Black Phoenix are in a pretty good position, and then just get out-aimed in the final third.
I talked about how individuality is going to matter a lot for this game, and we're seeing that happen. I just didn't expect it to come through from one of the stand-ins, as Red Zed has been playing an outclass game. Lavked obviously looking incredibly sharp too. And Toppo's definitely finding a bit of his match in the form of Idus Balance, who might have had a bad rating as of recently, but who can really blame him when team play has been so unstable. Red Zed does just allow the 5-7 from any transgressions early on. Going to be Black Phoenix trying to play those close angles, but they're slowly but surely falling to Red Zed and Fadet. For the guarantee for Bebop, Salazar and Axis not required to do too much. Being able to pick a weapon away and running off to the hills with it would be a very nice luxury considering their money, but I don't see that happening. They might get a kill, but they're not getting away with a weapon.
saved AK, right, outside. Saved AK, saved M1S. It's not bad if this was an eco, but it's a force buy, so it's actually a bit tricky then. Going into the next, they have some upgraded weaponry, but it will be Bebop coming back onto this T side after, and I'll say it, they just haven't looked very good. But they've out-aimed. Yeah, like they just out-aim and bail themselves out.
Terrorists win.
Slow play around lobby. Bebop with a basic default. Capo watching for the sliver of a pixel to discharge that smoke. They can't cross over into ramp without running into some resistance.
It is largely avoid AK, avoid A1S.
The whole idea is to find info and delay them long enough, funnel them long enough that that Axis and Salazar can be in the right positions, but structuring that is very difficult.
Yeah, because like the issue with this smoke is that they're just gonna go through it. Smoke has to be going down as a preventative measure rather than a reactionary measure, because the reactionary measure just means they'll abuse it. So you need to be actually chaining the smokes, and they didn't do that. USPs, there are a lot of them. And Karna's and Topo, I mean, look, it's only 2 kills, but it was a nice 2 kills at that. Unfortunately, look where the rifles are. So the rifles are in secret and on ramp, but Fadek gets caught. So it's a 2v2, and both players are alive for Black Phoenix that have armor and that have rifles. 2 AKs picked up. Idis Balance still in heaven. Axis is going to try walk up behind him. Idis Balance is aware of this possibility, but on the headshot angle, he falls. Red Zed, now last alive, and he's spotted going into hut, and Axis, the Bloodhound, runs him down, and from the USPs getting a double, it enables Axis to go onto a multi-kill, and it's Black Phoenix stealing away a round where it was a full eco and 2 saved weapons.
The USPs is getting way more than they should have been able to bargain for. Nice little bait and switch towards the end there that allowed, that enabled Axis to begin with. And that allows Black Phoenix to get back on the board a little earlier than they expected. Bebop were almost guaranteed a 5th, even though if that round didn't end up enabling the rifles early on in the fights, as the USPs end up ushering them into a 2v2 anyway. Now, that being said, Bebop are in an awkward position where they might not have enough money for the last round if they end up losing this one. So all these bells and whistles need to be put to good use. Outside control is the name of the game. They've left a couple of pieces in lobby. That's not where the crux of the action is going to be. Lavked is about to be challenged by the secret player. Topo closely watching for the cross. Molly's going to make sure that that fight doesn't ever happen. Double smoke to have them start crossing over. There's the nade to try and pop it, but a little too late. Axis can hear them coming, though. They were quite quick on their feet. They've got to give up the sound cues, which enables Axis, who is caught in the behind by Lavked. The Karnas is going exploring, wants to pop open that smoke and reaggress. In the meantime, you've got the lurk of Whiteout, who's hoping that as he hears commotion, he can come in from behind and backstab, but Whiteout will be hard cleared. That leaves Disbalance and Lavked floundering outside.
These defaults for Bebop just haven't been working. Like honestly, the only rounds they've won is when they've just randomly got a triple entry somewhere. Like these outside defaults and kind of general normal rounds, yeah, it's not been Bebop's specialty, despite this being their map pick. And Black Phoenix, they're going to be coming out this half and be feeling quite satisfied if they're able to get an 8th. Final round will have the saved AK and AWP. Whiteout, I don't know what the loss bonus is, but you could probably get a rifle, and then like Idus Balance drops a Mac 10, and like you think maybe go for something fast, but then you have the AWP, so maybe use the AWP as throwing util, and 1900 loss bonus. So Whiteout can't even get a rifle. This can be a very rough purchase, and very awkward that they've got the AWP.
Black Phoenix have been given a very nice lifeline to enable this half beyond belief. 8 rounds would be quite the punishment, and for Bebop's own map pick, they're then going to be at the mercy of a pistol round that they might never get. Black Phoenix has been given quite a few lifelines, actually. It was the 1v3 from Topo in the pistol. It was the USBs enabling the rifles to go big, so Bebop have been allowed quite a few rounds to control, and actually very strong on the spray down. And Topo's missing shots that I've never seen him miss. He's trying to be baited out by the Tech 9. A 5v3 that shouldn't have come to this position. You're just against pistols, but it's still remotely doable for Black Phoenix. They've got a little bit more of a handle if Karnas can get faded uncontested.
They've literally not got a single player A. I mean, Karnas, yeah, does get fade out, but it's still a 3v4 with no A defense. Karnas doesn't even realize they've come outdoor, but almost hide his Red Zed. Now pick up an AK, still fallen. Topo can't connect, hits a wall bang, nade to follow up, could do good damage. Not really what the doctor ordered. And then Sainty's coming late from ramp. Is there a kit? Everyone's got a kit on Black Phoenix, and a lot of low HP across the board. Lovica's the only healthy player on Bebop, and Sainty's late lurk. It will be able to trade out Karnas, and now his position known. Topo's AWP stuck behind a Molotov. Time is ticking. Nade lands onto the only player with HP for Sainty, and Topo can't do anything in this round. As much as the retake could have maybe had some substance, the real issue in that round entirely is Axis on ramp.
As we head into the second half, it is clear that a lot of the rounds that Black Phoenix have gotten have had asterisks on it, but then again, Bebop have also been able to get their own fair share of BS rounds. So coming into the CT side, at least they're no longer on the mercy of the pistol round, so that is a very good sign. Black Phoenix, if they're able to pull over Nuke, then Bebop will be in a lot of trouble in the next map anyway. Lavked is able to find that first kill. Ramp has not quite been denied, but at least chipped away at. Axis in the meantime, trying to make up for how that previous round went. He's gotten a kill. He tries to reel it back, but Lavked is being given way too many solo opportunities when he's got the best weapon for this position. Oh, they're going exploring. Idus Balance is right behind them. They know exactly where the bomb is now, but it's all about whether or not they're actually cautious of where that despawn player is coming from. As those dualies try to come in, Axis will be taken care of. Topo from behind.
does defend himself a little bit, and they know where the last defender of the B-bomb site is as well. Topo wants to go exploring. There's a little bit of a crossfire set off. Flashbang, very successful. The dualies are still not ready, but eventually getting them back out means that Whiteout and this balance can end it on a high note.
And that's Bebop really continuing to change the tides of this game. I feel like a pistol round win there was exactly how Black Phoenix get back the momentum. That doesn't look like it's going to be the case right now. And a game that I just feel like they've looked like such the better team. It's going to be 7-7.
Couple of simple ones, and Bebop might have a chance to show us exactly why they've picked into this map. I was criticizing them for picking Nuke when they are unlikely to have as much team cohesion, but the CT side will be the true test. I wouldn't say they look the best in terms of their defaulting on the T side, but because they're able to get just enough rounds in, it doesn't really matter how they got there. As long as they can get into the driver's seat on the defensive, that's all that will end up having overarching effects.
First gun round, very important. See what the T side's default's like. They've thrown the usual cross smokes and the bomb looks to go down. Karnez maybe lurking outside, but there's a lobby push right now, and Sainty's caught off guard. Idus Balance strikes him down. Salazar can't go for a trade because of the smoke. Redzer just steals the AK from underneath his nose, and the bomb will continue to commit, but Bebop have all the information because they have lobby control, and Redzer's just holding onto it. So for Black Phoenix, they're hoping that someone like Karnez can walk through main and get a kill and disrupt it a little bit, but that's just fully relying on individuals, which Bebop were able to do on their T side. And I think they're trying to end towards A and maybe get the bomb to go up the vent. Karnez, he gets one, but Lovicus or Redset is still in hut. But they have found the chink in the armor. Redset's crossed over towards default. And Molo traps him and picks him. Axis won't miss this shot, and I really don't get it, but the T-side have bailed themselves out of this first gun round.
Still, I was going to say no guarantees, because if Faded can get a quick kill, that would enable them to get back in, but he's been quite light-footed about this. Instead, he just decided to recline into the passivity of CT spawn. And that's going to be Bebop down around. Black Phoenix quite quick to bring themselves back onto the scoreboard, Renar.
Terrorists win.
Great mid-rounding. They had... I didn't even really think they had A option, but they make it work. And now they're much faster outside. Fadette goes 1 for 1. There's still a player in garage that could be very damaging if they overlook this. But these smokes in main, Idus Balance could get isolated. Karnes, though, just lackadaisically walks in, and Idus Balance drops him. I don't think they expected the AWPer to be there. And all of a sudden, a round where you have a 4v4 and outside control, and it's not looking too bad, is turning into disarray.
This kill matters, though. Flashbangs. The attempt to time them is great, but Idus Balance is all too aware of the setup they're going for. Lovely little reaction to go anti-flash, and single-handedly dismantled the ramp push. You've got Black Phoenix now down to their, well, not quite their last knees, because they have quite a bit of money for weaponry. Topo's going to be able to bring out that AWP as well. And as much as we were talking about the disparity between Disbalance and Topo, Disbalance is looking like by and far the better player right now. Has been making himself incredibly scarce, incredibly resourceful. Yeah, just going exploring outside, maybe not the best idea when you've got Tech9s on the other end. He is in between a rock and an even harder rock.
Lots of rocks.
Yes, sir. At that point, it's just metal. He's gonna peek through the smoke and find 2 kills, and he's gone largely uncontested. Eventually, however, Karnes does step in, puts an end to his shenanigans, but that's allowed the CTs to get way too much info. That's gonna let Disbalance start popping off heads. And with Karnes and Salazar in the graveyard, Sainty is soon to follow.
Bebop had the lead. And they've got an eco to contend with, so they've actually got pretty good passageway to taking a 10th and potentially even beyond. I still will contend or contest that Black Phoenix have just fundamentally looked like the better team. And it's just rounds like the final at the end of the first half when Axis just decides he doesn't want to shoot the player coming out ramp. And yeah, there's a lot of small things, and then also just CT side not allowing them to just shoot their way into a round. Black Phoenix, not even a lick on the eco as Bebop take 10, and they win this, and I'd say they pretty much win out their map pick.
Honestly been a surprisingly good game from Bebop once they've gotten a groove of things, but Axis does want to provide some resistance. Outside is the way to go. There's a couple of players defaulting into lobby as well, so that second strong is going to be a problem. Whiteout goes exploring, and he will find some jewels for his troubles. Sainty only separated by a smoke in between Red and him, but his head's going to be separated from his neck very quickly. 4 on 3, bottom bomb sites on the agenda. Black Phoenix, they still haven't quite made it clear that they're sprawling all over this site, but as soon as the window breaks, now the information is clear and rotations have to be in order. I'm surprised at how abandoned B is.
Bomb has been planted.
That can happen a lot in Nuke. It's just like, we've even seen in this game, it's like A is just open, for instance. This is a hard retake. 3 players ramp is very difficult. Idus Balance, 20 and 6, coming secret. A late prong could be devastating. But through ramp, that's where the main hit comes in. Axis, he should be shot in the back, so it's all down to Karnes, who's just found all 3 out ramp, turns on a swivel. Idus Balance wins the duel. He has enough time. He takes the long route to the bomb, and it's going to come down to the wire. But he simply is the hero for Bebop.
0.2 seconds is what made the difference there on that defusal. 22-6 is a monstrous scoreline. And to top it all off, the amount of times he's made himself scarce from the kill feed has also enabled him to rack up almost $16,000. The last 300 that's missing is because he bought himself an extra nade. This is the end of times for Black Phoenix. This round needs to be nothing short of perfect so they can start their little climb back. If they lose this, then they're just going to be hanging out to dry. Topo, as decent as he looked on the CT side, he is completely fizzled out on the T. And Disbalance hasn't done the same on the Switch side. Axis has enabled some opportunities by killing Faded, though. Reds unsure if someone's going to be popping through the doors. He's got the comfort of Disbalance watching the cross, who once again proves to be such a difficult player to toil over. Bottom ramp, Axis gain, but not before they lose half of their HP on 2 players. That should be enough damage. There's already 2 players ready and waiting in that bottom side. Open the door. Whiteout gets a kill, trades his life for it. Both his opponents down to half means that Red has a possibility of getting this done.
This is so winnable. Channel is in it. Oh, bye-bye, Salazar. Channel is in it. Idas Balance playing around with the door, but he's not playing around with his food. Bebop back-to-back 1v2s, back-to-back rounds, and it's 12, 6 map points to close out Nuke.
Even there, I can't remember who it was, but whoever tagged them up as they were going down into ramp enabled Red for the clutch later. Even if he dies there, didn't allow them to get into ramp without a decent fight. And I feel like tagging 2 players down that low was probably better than just getting like 1 kill and leaving a player fully healthy. They had such a difficult time repositioning for that retake. And like I said, money's not great. They have pretty much sacrificed all semblance of utility. In Black Phoenix, they have been completely irrelevant on this T side. Faded start to this outside take, and Disbalance being tucked into the secret corner means that there's another freebie that's about to transpire. No, they're instead going to elect to start going over towards Garage. Karnaz's kill is quite the importance. Whiteout does need to hold strong here. Gets his kill, gets ready to reposition onto the A side, where the crux of the action is about to ensue.
Whiteout has to step up here. He's the only player on the A bomb site. He's got Idas Balance coming in late. The Goliath will be joining his teammates, but it's all about how long can Whiteout hold out for. And the first player falls, low HP down, a dink onto Sainty. And now it's a 2v2, but Idas Balance has kind of lost his timing. What is good is that Lavked has been taking the brunt of the distraction, and now it's all Sainty left alone. 11 HP, there's just no chance. And Idas Balance ends on an eye-watering 24-7 scoreline as he just carries Bebop kicking and screaming to a 1-0 lead in this series.
Yeah, it's crazy stuff. I really didn't expect Bebop to be able to do as much as they did. So for that reason, I'm on the front page of badanalysis.com because I expected it to be a total slappage, but it wasn't. I guess it was the other way, but I'm not going to try and partake in history. I did not, in fact, think that Bebop was going to be the one that is dealing out the slap. That being said, though, next map is also going to be quite different. Now anything to go by, since they've clearly proven that they don't care if they've got stand-ins in the mix, then Bebop aren't a bad team on Dust 2. But I guess Black Phoenix and we get 10 minutes to recharge from that chaos before we go into it after the break.
We go into the second map as Bebop have put up a bit of a surprise going into map number 1. A lot of damage coming out here as well. They try and go into B, but within seconds, it will become clear that momentum has been carried forward.
I was cleaning the dishes, my bad. I was being a good little house husband. Stay-at-home dad, got the dog, Counter-Strike. But momentum certainly has continued. Bebop. Off to the races. Dust 2's a bit of a weird one. So, Black Phoenix pick into it. They've picked into it. It's like kind of their main pick. In the game that they played already in this tournament against Misa, they lost the series. So they picked us 2 and they won 13-7 with a 10-2 T-side half. So that was including the pistol. So that's a pretty good result. But this morning, they played a game literally just before this series against Enjoy, a very similar level team, maybe if anything a bit lower. They won the series just about. Cash is a decider again. Second map was Dust 2. They picked it and they lost 13-6 after a 3-9 T-side. The real juxtaposition of men there, right? So, kind of all over the place for Black Phoenix. And then to make matters worse, Bebop in the series they lost against Falcons Force picked Dust 2 and won 10-2 with a CT... Sorry, they won 13-3 with a 10-2 CT half. So Bebop starting on the CT side, didn't get past the eco. I'm saying this is probably going to be quite an uphill game for Black Phoenix. Like, they're on the back foot after Nuke. They've had a long day. They've already kind of been smothered on Dust 2. But what a way for it to turn around if Karnas was able to win up that eco. He doesn't, but hell, that's a lot of damage. And Whiteout, the only player survives, saves over an MP9. So Bebop economically in a bit of a sticky situation. They will, at a minimum, have Idus Balance on the big green, who, simply put, was just disgusting on map 1. They didn't. They only lost 1 round on the T side, and it was largely because Idus Balance went 16-1 on the CT side. 16-1 on the CT side. They lost 1 single round at 160 ADR.
Unbelievable.
Who needs primary rifles when you have SMGs? Fadek gets the opening kill in this round, and Black Phoenix will be heard accelerating out long. Idus Balance, AWP at range, there's no utility to displace him. He will get traded out, and in the blink of an eye, it's actually a 3v3.
Okay, Bebop is making this one look pretty chill.
I'd say it was not chill for a second. It was that 3v3 that got a bit scary.
Yeah. There's been a lot of those moments, even on Nuke, where it would look really scary, and then it would not.
I mean, this round really shouldn't have been, like, it was a great opener. Just Sainty getting a good timing in mid, and the scout killing Idus Balance on the repeat. Something that's always good for AWPers when they take a shot and they're kind of re-peeking after they've recocked the AWP. Don't tuck and then swing out again. You're putting yourself in a very disadvantageous situation. But if you take the shot and kind of continue to jiggle, you have a way high, like you actually have an advantage then on the re-swing. You're jiggling and then kind of peeking from that. So it's something that every AWPer should kind of know at any stage of the game.
Wow, with every passing second, I look more of an idiot with my prediction for this game. But come on, you gotta cut me some slack. Like, who the hell looks this good with 2 stand-ins?
It does help when Idis Balance just kind of does that, right?
Hmm.
I'm scared of this round though, just because of how scary the eco got in the second. But Idis Balance, I suppose, continuing up the trends. The double kill as they come out short, one just straight through the smoke. And it's actually going to be a flawless round for Bebop. Whiteout still on that MP9, which I'm pretty sure he had from the second round. So he's at least building on a bank balance. But that was a really important round for Bebop, especially after the eco when they only had 1 alive. Gun round 3 alive, another anti-eco 5 alive. Money's back into a position where it's not scary. And Black Phoenix, first gun round on their map pick. Topo's yet to strike. He's got the AWP out. Axis is yet to buy a weapon, realizes, runs back and spawn, picks up an AK, and you're just hoping that this is the round where the fortunes change, and it almost did with an opening kill, but it's only damage inflicted to Whiteout. Fade. What the hell?
Yeah, Fadis may be getting a little too exploratory for comfort. Has he been spotted here, though? I mean, if they don't check for him, then he might be a bit of an element of surprise. Oh no, Topo just contributed to his teammate's demise. But crisis averted as most of the kills end up going the way of Black Phoenix. Karnez, quick to add another one to the tally as Bebop just have red remaining.
A very dominant round from Black Phoenix, and a little part of me is like, they're just capitalizing upon Bebop getting a bit antsy in mid, like Fade just jumping all short there. It's like, what? So, I mean, it's good kills to get, but it feels like a really unconvincing win just because of how wonky Bebop were in the mid round. This is nice from Black Phoenix. They're taking some space and some liberties through the mid smoke. Idis Balance is here with the AWP and will catch Karnez off guard. Does he expect a second player to be here? Molo ticked Axis. Actually does quite a bit of damage in the process. So Idis Balance gets extra information and now transitions over towards short as the man advantage has been claimed. Ooh, that's a mid to B smoke missed, which is actually going to be really powerful for the CT side because they can just easily rotate to B. That Black Phoenix wanted to go. Now they start to think better of it. This is all over the place. Black Phoenix have no idea what to do. They've luckily got the pick on Lavked, but Whiteout, who got aggressive through long, understands that they're going to go back short. But then Salazar is still lurking through B. Idis Balance, though, up on the line, dodges all the flashbangs, misses the shot, though. That felt like a pretty easy shot to hit. He's done the hard work, misses the shot. Great nade from Whiteout, loads of damage, and because he's softened them up, he just holds the spray as they swing around the corner, and it is easy for him. Salazar, late in B, can't have any say in the round, and Bebop just having to keep up with the madness of Black Phoenix. They do.
Bebop in pole position right now to continue their momentum. I talked about how Dust 2 is often an upper's ground, and the difference between how Ida's Balance and Topo have been playing recently could be what changes the tide of the game. But this Balance on a much better day than he has been, like at least much better form today than he has been in for the past few games that he's been playing.
Ooh, Ida's Balance caught Topo, an opening kill, whiteout.
No,
It
come
seems
on.
like a pretty labored spray at first, but he's able to reinstate it for 2, and Fadet makes a really good decision to leave the A bomb site and isolate Topo. So he does give up the bomb plant, but what he has done is stayed control completely of Long and put his team in a 3v2. So Red Z and Lavked, they can just have the buddy system coming through CT, and they can use Fadet late, but Salazar going up and over snatches a kill, and that could be the difference maker in this round. Red Z trying to get out of no man's land, and he's now left alone. Black Phoenix, this 2v3 has been played perfectly, and Red Z will at least be able to pick off a kill on the exit, but Salazar hunts him down, so no one can save for the CT side, and their money is in disgrace. Bebop, after losing the previous in the 3v2 that they were, have forced up. And they've made the right moves in this force so far. They still got a 3-round lead, and this round just entirely depends on if they can get onto the right positions on the B bomb site before Black Phoenix make their way up long. They had full mid control. Lavked has cleared out B. They've got 4 players on this A bomb site ready to strike.
Molly's burning. The tick damage will confirm to Axis that there is at least one player there. 5-7 trying to serve up a bit of a distraction. Whiteout can't find an awkward angle. How is the 5-7 missing so much? Red Z does try to act as a janitor for the cleanup duties. Now the control's been given up. Best case scenario is just try and mobilize those 5-7s into close range angles to disallow exits as much as you can.
Awkward round for Bebop, and it's exactly what I said about they've got the info, but can they be in the right position? And they kind of were, but good counter utility from Black Phoenix made it very uncomfortable for them. And that was the force fight being swept aside. So with an eco coming up, it should be 4 for Black Phoenix and making it a 1-round game.
Terrorists win.
There is an Iron Branch back into this game for Black Phoenix, even if they've looked quite bad on the come-up. Topo's starting to look a little bit more relevant. The rest of the pieces starting to materialize. This one's obviously a much simpler affair. Bebop didn't have much to fight back with. But the one looming threat is that Bebop do want to get a little bit more work done here on the T side. I do think the T side was quite awkward for them, even on Nuke. And I wouldn't be surprised if that continues to be the case on Dust 2.
Idis Balance can get an AWP out in this round, which is a big difference maker. Just has enough money for Kevlar on AWP, but he hasn't been having that same potency that he did on the CT side of Nuke. That 16-1 scoreline got to be one of his kind of better games on a half really ever. And that's saying something, because Idis Balance is a very tenured man. Always forget that he never played a major. Kind of would have thought that in like 2019 he would have on like the Spirit roster, or even like 9 Pandas or K27 or even Amiga. Like he came very close a lot, I think, but never quite there. However, Idis Balance actually the first to fall in this round. Lavked will get a double trade back. It's a 3 versus 3 as Salazar has the B bomb site, but he's very isolated. And Black Phoenix just aren't moving at all. You would have thought they would have done something with Salazar and B, like maybe at least taken space up short. But now in a 2v3, they have won from a scenario like this before, but the diff was they had the bomb planted. And Topo and Sainty very split apart. They have an open A bomb site as Whiteout is in CT. But it looks like him and Lavked are going to reclaim mid, and they'll just be able to flank Topo as soon as he goes onto the A bomb site, basically.
Oh no. Any chance you had of making it be salvageable, just all the right positions for Bebop. They have a finger on the pulse, an ear to the wall, ready to strike when that bomb's about to go down. Black Phoenix, money obviously available, bells and whistles, no shortage of them. But how insured Bebop are to try and go for this 2-0 in this series based on how these next couple of rounds go? Because I feel like 6-6 might not be enough when you're not expected to have a crazy T-side plan. And as much as we've been talking about this balance, I do expect Topo to play a hell of a lot better once he gets to play in that defensive uniform, get to really pressure them around middle, which I do believe there's going to be a lot of. Topo also characteristically just a player, like you said, KZ, movement, all that. He loves moving around the map, going for all sorts of little repositions, which should be difficult for Bebop to strike in.
Okay, so a bit of info. Idis Balance did qualify for a major on 9 Pandas, but it was the one in Copenhagen they couldn't go to, and Game Legion replaced them. And he was on Spirit during COVID, and that was like the peak Spirit of like, well, I guess probably the best team he was on, actually. So it's like 2020 with Team Spirit, SDY, Chopper, Idis Balance, Mir, Magix.
Yeah,
like,
I know the Mir lineup, yeah.
Yeah, they were like winning events, only really losing to like a V in the CIS region. So
the thing
yeah,
is, like,
seemingly...
I have no doubt that Idis Balance is a really good player. I've covered him for years. It's just that his recent form has sucked.
Well, yeah, I think it's the classic as well. Like, he's been around the block, he's had the opportunity, but it didn't feel like he really... He didn't capitalize 100% on that opportunity, and the theme right now is like just get the next get the next hot thing instead of getting someone who's been around and done it before. Even around like this, you know, his kill could have been putting it into a 2v1 and completely changed things, as Bebop have at multiple times had an opportunity to win out the round, and instead it's Whiteout, who's having a good game, 11-5, actually got the most kills in the server right now on Dust 2, in a 1v2, which feels very difficult. He knows the AWP's around big box because of the scoping, and he's waiting to see if someone overpeaks, but no one's giving him anything. Karnez is playing this really strong position underneath, and Whiteout doesn't even clear it. So Karnez hits 11, and Black Phoenix hit 5.
Bit of a saving grace, some salvaging from Black Phoenix that is enabling them to potentially go into map 3, but I do feel like they've pulled their weight now on the T side, and they can feel pretty confident going into the CT. Bebop still trying to get a little bit more done. Idis Balance downgraded to that scout rifle. Everybody else reeling from the financial losses as well. Axe has been allowed to slowly creep up long. He will receive a nade to the face, and Disbalance will be delivering a lead to Karnez's head. Black Phoenix sort of sprawling around the map. They're actually quite divided, which I'm not a big fan of when you're against a mixed up buy. Oh, the long setup's about to happen. You've got 3 players in car. As long as they can clear out Actis, if they can reduce the numbers of Black Phoenix and also still maintain the advantage, that should be great. Yep, 4v3 is actually a much better position to be in, to be honest, than a 5v4. Two on either bomb site, they should be insured. Especially with Disbalance being the first one to take contact, like he can just be the nuisance that they have to keep their attention to, and the rifle can play for the swing out. That's what Whiteout is doing. Disbalance would be real nice if he can soften them up though.
Ooh, we'll do more than soften them up. He's gonna click on some heads. Not quite able to get the final kill. Whiteout will, as he reclaims the top of the scoreboard. And Bebop, they're going to be able to manage to take a lead going in the second half, but at multiple times on their CT side, you would have imagined it would have been more than just a 7-5 half. Also, the Disbalance major conversation, like taking a further look. So you have like the 2020 series, like the 2020 COVID. You have the Shanghai RMR, where they were also very close to qualifying and were 2 and 3 in the main Swiss. So they literally lost on like the final day to NIP in a 2-1 game. You have the major they couldn't make in Copenhagen, and you have Berlin, so the 4th major, where they were again a win away and lost to Dream Eaters. So like you have this like kind of career for Disbalance. I didn't realize he was literally inches away from making the major 4 different times, or did, and then couldn't go because of visa issues. So it's kind of cool to see that he still has that energy coming onto the online scene, and alongside Whiteout is doing very heavy lifting as Bebop win the second pistol and go to 8-5 lead and pretty much put themselves in a position where they should actually just win this game out from here.
This one's a simple one. Topo is just on the front page of nuisance.com, but he'll eventually be pulled off. Bebop starting off the half like this certainly paves quite the way for them. A Storm on their side, and I've always really liked how the Thunderpick graphic for the Storm kind of always just keeps us in ambiguity. Like you never know why the Storm is there. Like is it there because like they're kicking up a Storm? Is it there because they're drowning in the Storm? You never know. It's just a cool graphic that I guess has an attitude of its own.
It is fun. You just never know.
We've had this conversation before.
We've had it before. 'Cause it is fun. But okay, I think all eyes are on, can Black Phoenix mount a comeback on their map pick, because they're currently 9-5 down and they've lost the opening kill. The long block smoke is all over the place, and because of it, it's somehow allowed Sainty to get 2. Lavked dies to a nade on short, and from the opening kills, Sainty's found 3. Axis spams through a good long block smoke, and it's Fader on a Mac 10 out of the action. Spots 1, but at range, Karnez wins with the A1S, and it's a very convincing first gun round that does amuse a conversation of a more contestable second half on Dust 2.
The crazy thing is that had they just waited, had they decided to like take that bomb away, Faded was cooking something up on B, there is a world where it would be a largely uncontested B bomb site they could run back onto and play the 3v4 from there. But bit of an overstep, bit of an overcommitment in my opinion. Obviously, you're not expecting to die through the smokes, but with how little HP they had, they should have had it in the forefront of their minds. A 3-round deficit that Black Phoenix have to come back from, but only 4 away from the WRB bomb. So that's something that leaves Black Phoenix with very few lifelines. Very basic Dust 2 setup. Going for that short control. The positions of the CTs are awkward, and it ends up working in their favor. Means that it's hard to triangulate on their positions. Lavked has no idea what he's shooting at, but still manages to find a frag. This balance is going hunting, and if he turns the corner, he's about to be dead meat. The nades have really been softening up Bebop, but with Karna's out of commission, oh my goodness, Axis, you are such a fiend. The balance is being allowed to go for a bit more of a walk to try and play that trigger discipline play, and Axis, what an adjustment onto Whiteout. A 3v2, this balance ends up baiting, or being bait for the rest of the team, a false sense of security. And now Bebop reeling from those losses, trying to recollect their thoughts and head to A.
Oh, Sainty won't allow that though. Snipes Lavked down. Red Zed can't. Oh, does get the trade. Has the bomb in front of him. Smoked down as well. Can cross. Random spam almost connects to Salazar. He'll be able to get this bomb planted. And we'll actually have some space to work in this 1v2. Axis is repositioned towards short. He shows himself, but the wild AWP shot baits in Salazar, and Black Phoenix double down.
Really important play there from Axis. If this balance doesn't go exploring there, that doesn't even allow Black Phoenix a chance to bring that 4v3 back. And that basically allows Bebop to just go for a much more comfortable round where they purely just mathematically win on the A bomb site by virtue of having more numbers. So Axis taking a bit of a giveaway and exploiting it as much as he can. Gets 2 off of it. Not gonna act like that second one was a freebie though, because it was a nasty little adjustment he had to make. Bebop's down to their last legs in the finances now, though. It's just Lavked who has still been able to furnish an AK. Everybody else, they've got to take a back seat. B site might be on the agenda, though. Some distractions being served on long will allow them to feel a tiny bit more comfortable on B, but Salazar and Karnas, they are so ready for a tunnel spawn.
Quite rough for Bebop. Because Black Phoenix in this round, they basically do everything that completely counters Bebop. As you mentioned, just so aware of a possibility of something happening tunnels. They play into it. And with the better weaponry, will come out the other side favored. This wasn't a full investment for everyone, but someone like Lavked and Idespans have bought quite low. So it will have serious ramifications for the next. Jump peek from Salazar. He sees them as the smoke lands. Spray doesn't really connect like he would have wanted to. But Karnes is sharp with the A1S. AK collected. And what do Bebop do here? Because instead of just going for the full eco and then having the full buy here, they've now got a weird like hero AK round, and then a full buy with 3 AKs and no util, a scout and not much util, and Lavked and not much util. Bebop economically have not been very responsible, and that's actually given Black Phoenix a really good way back into this game.
Black Phoenix is taking full advantage of this. Bebop have not been able to move at all. It's looking a lot like Nuke, to be honest, where like it looked like a super hotly contested game until Bebop got back into it. And then once they did, they just didn't like Black Phoenix come back at all. It could end the same way here. It could, in fact, mean that Bebop have to go to a third map with a terrible second half of Dust 2.
Yeah, this right now has all the makings of a third map, in my opinion. Which is not what I thought heading into the second half, especially with the pistol round win for Bebop. So this is a bit, even in this purchase actually, like look, like Fadet's on 850. Why? I don't really understand, like, what's the point of buying so much in this round? And this should be Black Phoenix taking the lead. 10-9 it would be on the siege side of Dust 2. NET side is hard to get momentum going when you're just trailing. And that's what's happening. Bebop are just trailing. They're in free fall. You know, Tech9 pop towards B. Well, that could be the difference maker and how they get back.
Oh no,
Carlos has just been killed by his teammate. Issue is Fadet's then quickly traded. Salazar ahead of the first smoke gets one, and the advantage in more ways than one for Black Phoenix shall be upheld. Bomb at least planted.
Yeah, balance, man.
No armor.
I feel like Red Zed needs to be the one wielding this weapon, but they just don't have the space to try and corroborate their efforts. Black Phoenix does have the time to make the necessary adjustments, though. Red Zed's playing very close to that window angle. Always very difficult to clear. Nade to the back of the bomb site. Gets the first casualty. Red, ready and waiting! And it's a no-scope from Axis to put them back in the picture. Bebop didn't stand a chance on that round. How little health they had. But they did give us some false hope.
Yeah, there was, again, a lot of, like, definitely a few points that I maybe anticipated a Black Phoenix loss. Like, Tech9's could have, you know, even the team kill and etc. It is 10-9. Bomb down means it's a full purchase of Bebop. Idas balance, AWP out. Topo going for an aggressive play on short with a smoke to block the Molo if it came in. And he's hanging around. He wants this kill. Lovicus, who's got aggressive and underpass, won't have spotted him. And Topo has been able to isolate Idas balance. And he's thinking, lads, how's the AWP on short? And it's just another insult to injury for this T side.
Made it. The only one trying to push the needle the other way, and 2 kills actually suddenly enables them on B. You've got one man that'll be the sole defender here. At least it's the AWP. It's going to be watched by Whiteout. He does end up losing that first duel. Salazar is taking them out for a walk as they start to come in. Only misses a singular shot, but he's already done what he came here to do. Tagged on the crossover. Whoa! Oh, Faded, you are a madman. And I think it's been loud enough that Faded's ready, but he's so damn low. He needs to get it done. Down to the last sliver of health, and Faded's got in a penta.
That is ridiculous. Dueling AWPers at range like it's nothing. And when Bebop were in free fall and losing opening kills lackadaisically, they need a hero, and the most unlikely character steps up to the occasion. That is a ridiculous show of confidence and individualism. The thought process to take a duel against an AWPer when they're in CT through B doors especially after he's been tagged, is ridiculous. And Fadet just continues tilting that needle with a nice trade on long, but Topo, aggression in the last, aggression in round 21, and both times a kill onto Ida Spallens, neutralizing the AWP and not allowing him to have any impact.
Calm before the storm, bit of as you try and clear the back of the door. Karnes will win that duel every single day of the week. Nate to soften him up. And Faded's really, for the past 2 minutes, he's the only one that has gotten any kills in their favor. They have to watch out for the flank that's about to materialize. Faded, he's about to turn the corner, and he would have been safe from Sainty had it just been one fewer second. Black Phoenix. Faded's their only kryptonite, and I think he's also run out of energy.
Well, he's only kryptonite in kind of one round.
Hmm.
Outside of that, hasn't exactly been getting up to much. Black Phoenix, I really don't understand how they're about to push us to a third. It will be Mirage, which they've played already today and won on. And it's just investment after investment for Bebop now, as at a minimum, they have at least got map control without losing players. So that's a decent start, and I spoke too early. Good damage by utility, and Sainty just rears his head for an opening. Now T side, just attempting whatever. Try to go out mid, and everyone on Black Phoenix is here, ready to welcome them with open arms. Whiteout last alive, a full investment, barely even scrapes the surface, as Black Phoenix now hit 12 and look to send us to a decider.
2 rounds in a row actually seems a bit too monumental for Bebop right now, and it might feel a bit harsh, but you and I have both witnessed how little they've been able to do. They've gotten 1 gun round on the T side, and that was Faded getting an ace. Like, come on. That just cannot be enough.
It's not great, is it?
The only gun round coming off of an individual life play is, yeah, feels like the game's starting to become a bit non-negotiable. Black Phoenix have almost guaranteed that map 3 is about to come through. Ton of information gained by Karnes as he peeks through the upper tunnels. More damage going the other way. Karnes is making it look like he's smurfing, so is Axis. As they try to scale up long, they have plenty of assailants waiting for them, and Whiteout is just waiting for certain death. Black Phoenix, more like Black Friday, as they have discounted Bebop from this game.
Yeah, very dominant second half. We had 2 games where as soon as one team goes onto the CT side, they only lose 1 round, kind of outside of, like, let's say a pistol or whatever. So very dominant from Black Phoenix. They even up the series in our decider game. We're going to a 3rd map. Whoever loses is eliminated. Whoever wins will progress through to the decider game of Group D, vying for a place in playoffs. Mirage will be our battleground. Do not go too far, because we'll be there very soon. Third map. Let's go, baby. Black Phoenix edge us to a Mirage. This is their second series of the day and their second Mirage decider of the day. Before that, they'd lost it 3 times in a row. Exactly what Bebop are on, a 3-loss streak. So Mirage, a bit all over the place for both teams. And it's going to be Sainty aggressive solo top mid on the CT side, the first of all.
Axis is the only one that pushed back this round. Is balanced with 2 kills. Turns the tides. Karn is in topo. I mean, they're ideally the players that I would want in a position like this. Karn is obviously up to some carnage in the previous map. And topo really good on the pistols on nuke. A few opportunities being afforded. Topo's going to get to reposition. And with both players spotted, no reason to press the issue any further. Instead, they can start to back away. Disbalance on the fadeaway. He's managed to find another victim. Whiteout, waiting, watching, and killing Topo.
Honestly, I kind of assumed that the round would go that way, just one way or another, because of how discoordinated it was at the beginning. With Sainty just alone top mid. The A stack did have some potential. Topo's tried his best, but it's Bebop to take an early lead, trying to bounce back into this series after an incredibly disappointing T-side +2. And we're looking for, still, going on to the third map, a first good T-side from either team. We've had 2 T-side gun rounds so far, and Bebop got theirs because of an ace 1v3 clutch.
It's the right positions, of course, but the weapon disparity is just a little too hot to handle. Salazar, a consolation prize will be given up, but that's what the damage is limited to. Black Phoenix, now up to the money, up to the mark. We're about to find out whether or not they can deliver on this third map. Bebop have actually been quite fortunate with how they've started most of these maps, and most of the halves actually would be more specific. But they completely fizzled out on the T side of Just 2. They were only able to secure 1 round, and that was just Faded being able to find an actual ace. Not even an easy one at that. Required multiple kills with 0 support from the team. It's not like they weren't watching him. In a 1v2 towards the end against an AWP that was at range. Lavked and Faded. Tag team up to take down Karnes. Sainty's trying to push the envelope the other way. Now, Salazar's in a position that at this point in the round, you don't really expect someone to be playing from the top of balcony, especially after you've already lost Karnes. The resources from Bebop now starting to be funneled over towards the B-bomb side. That audio cue is going to make it obvious that Salazar is that nobody's watching that apps position any longer, or at least from the top of balcony. Smoke's meant to delay, but I'm not sure if Salazar heard that the smoke hit someone. Because it hit Red in the head.
Of course, Whiteout wins the duel with a Mac 10 from A to short, but Axis does catch Idis balance in rotation from underpass. Bomb will get planted on the A bomb site safely, but similarly to Axis, Fadek gets caught jumping out of apartments as Salazar was still late on that B bomb site. From a 4v2 for Bebop, it's a 2v2 that you almost are favoring Black Phoenix if it wasn't for the fact that they don't have a kit. Okay. So Red Zed in the 2v2, no kit, no worry. Whiteout was on very low HP and towards Palace. So, look, if Red Zed hadn't got that multi-kill, then it could have been a little bit hairy. But there was no ambiguity of the round. He gets both of the frags, and it's the third gun round in the whole of this series that has been won on the T side.
Black Phoenix unable to get a singular handle on things. They're just going back to the only option they've got, and that's going to be a B stack. But with how careful Bebop have been at sniffing out areas, I highly doubt that a freebie round is going to be given up like that. They're taking their sweet time, which is good, but don't want to be in a position where you've only got a few seconds left and then you funnel into a stacked bomb site. Now, they're going to be executing against a ghost town. Not even much of an execute. They'll be walking all the way. The smoke's obscuring no one's vision, as this is an empty bomb site. Easy does it. Easy plant. And Black Phoenix, best case scenario would be to get some guns out of their hands so you can enable more utility later.
Yeah, it doesn't look like that's going to be the case. They're actually very actively saving. I'd assume the armor is the priority for Sainty and Axis. Ooh, that's a nice shot. The one thing for... Yeah, the one thing that I've not been a huge fan with the bomb and how it's changed is... Oh no, it does blow away. Oh, okay. Ah, okay. I've been mistaken. I thought with the new bomb radius, it didn't blow weapons away. And it was something that yeah, was like thinking that's really a shame. It just does in a different way now. So it has, okay. So it has changed, but in a situation like this, it blows forwards towards connector, Axis picks it up. So we're still learning about the new bomb. But Black Phoenix, they've yet to get around the board, and the first gun round was pretty dominant against them, and it looks like matters have been made worse, as Topo has just been, once again, very quickly enteried upon.
Not a Soul's pulling anything the other way, but Axis and Karna quickly in synchronicity will be able to find a little bit of success.
What?
Salazar is being given a free one, and there's so little HP on these guys that I still kind of favor Bebop, but this is way better than it ever should have been for Black Phoenix. I don't know if they want to jump the gun. I mean, I guess they're going to try and go for it, especially with Axis finding this kill, and surely they line up their peaks. Fade it. Shot to the side of the head, being given a haircut. And Bebop should have never let that round go.
What was it? It was an opening kill on the Topo, and the general advantage with catching the player on short off guard, not securing the kill, but still putting him low. It felt like a round that Bebop should have very easily been able to just transition even like a split towards B, or just leave mid entirely and go through apartments, which the bomb did. Yeah, they kind of dropped the ball in a very dazzling manner. Black Phoenix, they're on the board, but it's not the cleanest. Still 3 players stay alive, and some nice AWP shots were hit by Salazar.
That could be the opening for Black Phoenix to come back into the rounds.
Bebop after defaulting in towards middle. And now going to be just looking to directly hit the B bomb site. Axis, who was aggressively pushed through A, gets caught. And Salazar, who was in a very opportune position, being baited in by his teammate, only gets one. But Karnes has, on a very quick rotation because of that push from Axis, has denied the bomb. But once again, it's only a solitary kill. Topo up for the clutch, and he's able to get around the corner in the nick of time. Knows where Whiteout is. Molo's going to force him into the open, but he has a smoke. Nade. This is very awkward, and Whiteout takes the wrong direction, and it's a no-scope for some extra flair as Black Phoenix talk about snatching around from the jaws of defeat.
Bebop, the way this game was scaling up, the way the game was shaping up, honestly, I wouldn't have been surprised if it was a 6-0 start. And it kind of reminds me of how Dust 2 ended up going, because there were moments where Bebop just looked so damn decisive, and then they started losing control. So you give Black Phoenix an inch, they will take you a mile. Weapons across the board for them. Bebop being hung out to dry. Salazar will chip away at the first body that he's gonna find.
This one shouldn't really have too many difficulties for Black Phoenix, as they're going to hit a stride of 3 rounds in a row. Bomb has been picked up. Hard as balanced though, he will be able to do some extra damage. A nice frag on Axis, but it will be a round where it should just be damage. And Karnes will make sure it is just that. It's 4 kills for him. Makes his scoreline look a lot better. Rifles back out for Bebop. No AWP for Ida Spalance, and the Galil on Red Zed. Early nade from Axis is going to do a little bit of damage. And the T side looking to be very direct in this round after taking some mid control. Just going to go and hit towards this A bomb site, but Topo advanced in Palace, removes Lovicus, and allows now for everyone to just focus their attention entirely on ramp. Axis gets nothing, but Topo, he's clean with it. On default, flash over is dodged by Ida Spalance, but Topo surely has done his job, surely has done enough.
In
But
theory,
Ida
that should be the
Spalance hits a
case,
crazy double.
The theories don't matter for Disbalance. Topo is still being forced to stay alive and keep fighting. He buys a little bit more time, which lets his teammates start to move in. Faded has had to give up his position. Going through ramp. Ends up being the point of contention. Faded now knows that he literally has no way back in. This just doesn't seem possible. Topo deserves such a pat to the back for what he's been able to do. No, please don't give him chances like that. Although it's next to impossible still, the AK's one-shot ability makes it doable and Faded consistently
consistently showing us that there's always a crack in the window.
I mean, I don't even know if consistently is the word, because Fadette, this is his first kills basically of the game, and when he got that ace clutch on Dust 2, it was his, like, he was almost double neg. He just has these crazy moments he can pull out of thin air, and if I'm Topo, I'm seething. 3 kills, basically just winning any round outright from that performance. And you sit there and just watch it all unfold in front of your eyes. Especially when in the 4v2 they had all the information of where the final 2 players were. Incredibly disappointing for Black Phoenix, as Bebop have stolen a round from underneath their nose.
Leads to Karnez starting to mow him down. Lavked and Whiteout both offering up individual duels. And I just Balance is going to take a step back to help out in connector, but that means Karnez had even more space to move around, which means that Black Phoenix are once again starting to get in control of the game. Bebop's money, there's a hole in their wallets, and they've only been carrying coins.
Some coins.
This cash can't, paper cash can't fall out of a wallet even if it's got a hole in it. That being said, don't expect too much here.
I
The only
expect
upgrade.
everything.
Yeah, fair. I mean, we've seen what's possible, even if that's all that Faded's been doing.
Okay, so it's 5 to 5. Realistically, the argument could be made that Black Phoenix. Well, honestly, the argument it's just a game where it's like you could make a very strong argument for both teams should be in a more advanced lead, but then both teams have just consistently been losing to themselves. Topo farming up the ecos, 4 kills for him, making his scoreline look pretty tidy. Trying to emulate what Idis Balance did in the first map on the CT side, where he went 16-1 on the second half. Topo very much in line to at least match the kills, but not necessarily the sustained success, as we are watching Bebop have the best T side we've seen from any team in this series so far.
Whiteout and Faded. That's just a bad spray down from Whiteout. The mechanic just not looking on point. Even though he's almost a top fragger. Yeah, well, he is the top fragger on his side of the server.
They had a great series actually, Whiteout. Like really kind of flown under the radar.
Well, yeah, overall he's been providing a consistent output. Like, there's obviously like been a little bit more of a highlight on Disbalance because he just looked disproportionately good on one map. But we do need him to start stepping up once again. Now, this is a 2v2. And Black Phoenix, they're desperately hoping that they can get 7 on the board. Salazar, his position having been given up, it's a huge advantage for Lavked, who is going to start to play the trigger discipline. Doesn't want to extend that too far forward because he doesn't know if there's someone in short getting ready to dig his fangs into him. Topo pops out of the smoke, or at least is trying to. Nade at the ready. That's going to pop it open. Oh no, that second layer makes it so awkward. Oh, you can't help but feel for Topo, who really made the right play, but who can predict that?
What a ridiculous round. That really encapsulates the whole series, isn't it? A round that Topo could have gone huge. Doesn't get a single kill. He will have the AWP out for the final. And that is a big opening pick to be achieving. T side, after losing the opening kill, they're going to try hit towards the A bot site. Axis is in a nice position to ruin all of this. Might not expect a second player, doesn't. Whiteout gets the trade. It's still a 3v4 in favor of the CT side, and a smoke just being dropped in Palace. Lavked and Connector on a bit of a ticking time clock because this smoke is fading top con, and they're going to potentially look to retake this space. And as they do, that kind of is just round over. They've lost a very important prong of the attack, so all eyes are on Idis Balance and Whiteout in this 2v4 to see if some magic can be made from ramp. There's 3 players right now on the A bomb side, and Karnes is in a really fun little off angle.
We've seen stranger things happen, but this time, unfortunately, this task feels a little too tall even for a mount like Idis Balance. Doppo posts up on the angle, and Black Phoenix will make sure that this halftime's a little bit more comfortable. 6-6, though, a little favorable for Bebop, I would say.
Yeah, feels more favorable for Bebop. Just an essence of how bad the T sides have been this series. And it's not even like we've had crazy CT-sided maps like Sean Nuke, but it's not really as bad as it once used to be. So if we're following the same trajectory, Bebop are in prime position to close this game out. But we said that on map 2 when they went up, I think it was 9-6, or even 9-5. They had a good lead. And then from the pistol win, that was exclusively it. They had a very bad T-side there. And this T-side pistol, it is around the world. Are we in MM? They've run down mid-floor, run through con, run into ladder, run into con, run into snipers, into ladder. And you can see Red Set is just like, what is going on? They are in the walls. They are coming from everywhere. And Black Phoenix... It's inventive. I'll give him that, and it's working.
The bomb site to hold on to, though, and it's not like Faded and Whiteout aren't going to try and go for it. Problem is, as soon as the first body hits the ground, their chances hit 0 as well. Black Phoenix, they desperately needed that round just to make sure that they can get a little bit further ahead before the inevitable CT side pressure starts piling. Of course, the move from Bebop should be a very conservative purchase. Maybe a Deagle at best, and that's what Red Zed has done. Even that, I would argue, is a little bit much.
Yeah, buying Deagle is... I think what I've noticed is... Because in Face It, the meta is like, just buy Deagles. Buy upgraded pistols. You find so many people just not even really cognizant of the fact that they're doing it in an official and the ramifications that it has. So maybe Zonic was right. Maybe he was on something. Ooh.
So much damage inflicted, but it doesn't convert into anything meaningful. Topo survived by a lick of HP. That's alright. Lavked. This is where, like, when you look at rounds like this one, like, sure, this kill is cool, but when you look at rounds like this one, you realize if your entire team ends up buying Deagles, you essentially, like, throw $3,500 down the drain. Now, this wasn't the case here, but it was still a little over 2,000 since they bought 5.7s, and that's a little bit more than a full belt of utility that's being thrown down the drain. And even now, you can see the ramifications of it, right? As you mentioned, Red Zed on a FAMAS instead of an M4. I guess he would have bought a FAMAS anyway, because he would want to prioritize head armor.
You never know. It's really my pet peeve of like people overbuying an ecos, and a lot of people in the new generation just don't seemingly understand why they shouldn't as well. It even annoys me even more. They just don't understand. Fadet's had a nice double opener. Underpass. Doesn't expect the third player in apartments. So Salazar does get a very important trade. Black Phoenix in the 3-4. This is very gimmicky. Very brazen. As they try and actually just go out A when the bomb's in T-spawn. 2 con, 1 ramp. The con player's walking through a smoke. And it goes as well as you'd realistically expect. So the CT side are actually now in line with how our series has been so far, that the T side win the pistol and anti-eco or force or whatever, and then the CT sides win all the pistol, all the gun rounds.
One for one on the A bomb site. I's balance being able to make sure that no one can carve his brain out from ladder room suddenly gives them a safe outlet in the corner of this site. His balance continues to create problems by taking away Karnas as well, and now Topo and Sainty have a bit of a clutch on their hands. Bebop waiting for the bomb sound, but I think this might be a little too premature of a peek. Regardless, Lavked doesn't let it turn into a 2v2. Feels alright. And Topo, who's been going 16-8, holding a mighty KDR, will probably have to recline a bit if he wants to hold on to this AWP. He's still hoping and praying that he can turn it into a 1v2 that is still salvageable, and he will be given that opportunity. And now it's suddenly gone from a save to a clutch that he will be fighting for. Is that going to be a Pyrrhic kill that funnels him into defeat, though?
Oh, he's not got the bomb. 10 seconds. Okay. I mean, it's hard when you don't have the information, right? I was thinking get bomb, plant it for reverse con, but then you're very open and you just don't know where the 2 players are. So it's a clutch that has no real engine to it, but it's a round that got made a lot closer after it being in a 4v2 and a very successful A shutdown. But Bebop continue on the CT side to prevail, and they force their opposition onto a low purchase, as now they will be reclaiming the lead. Nice. That's what they needed. This round, after only keeping 2 players alive, had the bank accounts, go to a lead, got the momentum, and see if these gun rounds can keep on just flowing in your favor.
Yeah, I don't think we've seen like any real clean rounds, have we, prior to this? Maybe 1 or 2 at best. But yeah, this one was also particularly fast. That was a 20-second round, by the way. They straight up just sprawl onto the A-bomb site and get domed. Bebop inches away from double digits, and there isn't an AWP available on Topo either to really be that significant threat that he's been in the past. This Balance being given more of a run for his money now by Topo than than there was in the past. Mid controls being taken up by Black Phoenix. Relatively slow default. The only secondary prong they're going to have, that secondary element, will be towards that A main position.
A lot of mid control has been awarded to Black Phoenix. The big issue with these rounds they've had is how they end the rounds. They've really struggled to make any headway that way. White out. continues what they've been doing so well, and it's just stopping them coming up connector. But Topo with the AK at range nails 2, catches Fadette very off guard on stairs, but they barely can even get onto the A bomb site. And Topo, what? Here's the bomb. Tries to eradicate the offset by isolating the AWPer, but instead just throws away the round. He builds up the round and then knocks it down himself as Bebop remain flawless after the pistol round loss.
The problem is that Sainty was so low that Topo took it upon himself to just clutch it, even if it means risking the bomb, and that meant he had to go into jungle and sort of split down the map. Split the map down the middle, right? Once you take Topo away, suddenly you've got no jungle information. CT and Market become an unknown element for the CT side. Unfortunately, that kill mattered a lot. Topo, he needed to get that third to even enable Sainty to do anything. Tactical timeout being taken, and for good reason. They have looked largely irrelevant here on the second side, and this is what I was talking about. I knew that Bebop would just look a hell of a lot better on the CT side, and they weren't trying to beat Black Phoenix on that T side. They just wanted to make sure the tug of war stays even, because that's pretty much your only responsibility when you're on the attack.
Seven to 8. Bebop looking strong. And Tech9s, they're going for a quick pop out to A. And this could be the right play. The AWP is off towards the B bomb site. There's only one defender immediately here, but Salazar's died as the Mink prog. Now everyone can rotate over, but Whiteout, he's going to get caught off guard in CT. In the meantime, though, Fadette gets 2 of the players coming out Palace. Partners will be able to make it look a little bit more appetizing with the M4. He's going to do actually way more than that. Issue is the Tech9s and just the lack of manpower will come to bite them as it gets close because of how Karnas is able to isolate Whiteout on CT and collect his M4. But outside of that, it was a very dominant round for Bebop.
Counter-terrorists win.
This time around, mid control is going to start off with Topo being able to block off Ida's balance, and Saint is kind of given a freebie here. Faded mistimes the way he's structuring his utility use. And with Topo getting an additional kill, Redzek kind of becomes irrelevant in Palace. Like, what can you even do off the back of this position?
Well, it was ultimately that just like that opening kill on Ida's balance is like the reason why we're in this position in the first place. Is like, as soon as they're allowed up connector, like sure, Fadette is a bit messy with his utility, but he's been put into a very awkward situation because of his teammates' negligence. Redzed also was kind of relying on the fact they can't just walk up connector. So Black Phoenix, that whole round is instrumental due to Topo getting that opening kill and creating that pathway that then completely counters the CT defense. feels like Black Phoenix have just been only hitting this A bomb site. A lot of times very direct. They're going to go again. Whiteout is alone once more. This time with a change of position towards jungle, playing quite aggressive out. Catches Sainty. Nice nade on Salazar and Palace, but playing a bit too anti-flash. Karnes gets a freebie. And on low HP, Salazar is able to get the advantage in favor of Black Phoenix from Palace. Alert is prolific. Lavked has been spotted. Only one for him. And Red Zed, there was just never anything he could do in this round. An unwinnable 1v3 is presented to him. And that nade puts him cripplingly low. Topo can't really capitalize on the low HP with the AWP. And the bomb is down, but I think Salazar can collect it without too much worry, and he'll just win the duel anyways.
Bebop haven't really faced too much of a struggle on the CT side, but there are some moments now from Black Phoenix that are making it possible. And I do feel like this series could potentially hang in the balance of this round for Bebop, because look at how low their money is. You give up the 11th, you might have to just fork over the 12th as well. Doesn't matter if you've been looking convincing so far, just a couple of big missteps could be all it takes. And remember, it all started with Topo being able to dominate Ida's balance in middle. It was the op v op comparison that just balanced won on the first map, but now Topo's definitely getting more than the revenge he should have in this one.
Whiteout should be hearing this. Needs to get reinforcements. Bebop have been playing this game of chicken of being like, they're gonna go B, they're gonna go B, they're gonna go B. They never really have, but the difference is Isla Spans is here to support Whiteout, who gets very needed support at range. Topo is able to get one, a trade onto the player close ramp. Axis, though, gets leg jumping out of Palace, and the bomb's down in no man's land with 15 seconds left. No stair smoke, no jungle smoke, no CT smoke, and no lifeline as Bebop has been marching towards 12. Topo dies before time at least, but still, it's a very important round going in favor of the defense.
Bebop are thanking their lucky stars that it goes their way, because honestly, Black Phoenix could kind of afford to lose that round because they still have more in the tank, but Bebop could not. Your money was in absolute shambles. Last hurrah for Black Phoenix. This has been a very competitive game, one that could have gone either way, and we still don't know who's going to come out on top, but Bebop's certainly being slightly more favored. Flashbang peek to disassemble Lavked on short. And they can start pressuring the issue even further. Starting to scale up connector. There's another player in Palace who's going to apply pressure, and there is just so much going on here over towards A, while there's a distraction being served in short. Jungle player is the one to watch out for. Rotations now starting to happen. Bomb getting ready to be planted, and I wouldn't hate it if Bebop already considered pulling away from this, and I guess they are. The decision to shy away from fights there is the right one. Can Bebop stop Black Phoenix in their tracks? Can they avoid what seems like certain overtime with the momentum that Black Phoenix might have? And I feel like Topo almost deserves a chance to try again, to play the distance. Does Balance gets caught inside the smoke? It's a very ambitious play to be making, but Axis is there as the Punisher. Karn is also quite significantly tagged up. He's the lower HP player, so he's got the AWP, but Lavked is going to take a quick looky-loo and take advantage of Sainty's position out in the open right there. Now the T's have to disassemble and come back over towards A. There's a lurk still brewing in B. Wanting to be that red herring that insulates Black Phoenix from giving up all the info. Oh no, Whiteout just isn't letting them any further. Capo's gonna drop to the ground.
Great.
Karn is the last one standing. Bebop will disable any chances of OT and get it done on the third one. I am very impressed by how competitive this game was.
Yeah, competitive and finally seeing some good T sides. I mean, that being said, it was only 2 gun rounds for Black Phoenix. It was actually still very dominant on the CT side for Bebop, or 3 gun rounds, I suppose, for Black Phoenix. Pistol round was very important on the T side. Topo did a lot of heavy lifting on the AWP, but I'd say if I'm talking about being impressed, I think Whiteout is the guy I'm kind of looking at. I'm thinking had a really good series and a good bounce back because he struggled immensely on Nuke, had a very bad map on Nuke, and then goes from Dust 2 and Mirage as like anchors, having this really good game and being tested a lot on Mirage, the A-bomb site. He's able to thrive. So Bebop, they'll live to see another day. They eliminate Black Phoenix, who go 1 for 1 in their series today. But that's half of our day completed. We still have some more Counter-Strike on offer, and we're going from elimination games in Group C and D to winners games. We've got ex-RUSTEC versus Unity going back to Group C next, and then Misa versus Falcons Force to wrap off the day. If I'm not mistaken, we've got Mr. Travellini and B Dog Woof Woof coming in, so we're going to throw it to a short little break, and when we're back, we'll have some new pretty faces.
Welcome back, everyone. We are here for more Thunderpick action, and it should be a pretty interesting couple of games as well, because we've got some winners matches to come. More importantly, Brandon, I'm alongside you again. It's been too long. How are you?
I know, mate. It feels like I just keep dodging you by accident, but I'm excited to be here. Got some winners games, which I'm looking forward to. We've got some fun ones too. Ex-RUSTEC boys take on Unity. Misa take on Falcons Force, which is a very exciting one to cover a little bit later, because the Falcons Force game initially was not going well for them against Bebop. Yeah, they lost the first map 13-3, and then they smashed them.
Crazy, right? I mean, playing with NATO Suffix as well, the supposed coach still giving it a go at this level, standing in, and he's still playing very respectably, which we'll get onto later. But firstly, let's talk about ex-RUSTEC and speed through this pre-game, because I think the game is almost ready to go. We've got about 9 players on the server. I had a chance to cover them the other day in that winners game, Brandon. This is one of those CIS mixes that we get at this level, right? Which so many of them just feel like they're playing for playing's sake. This one I feel like really does have some individual ability. When I saw them the other day, Ixrezo from Nemesis/Gun 5, he was insane. On map 1 of Cash, he was just killing everyone with a headshot. Patsy, of course, is still Patsy, even though he wouldn't expect to find himself here. I'm sure he's just helping out the boys at this point. And Yuko on the AWP as well was very, very solid. So I'm hopeful we see more of that today.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think individually these guys are very good and are definitely where they are at in the VRS doesn't really represent their true skill. So I expect them to be almost flying through these games, to be honest, because of the name value that we've got on the server. On the other side, though, Unity is a very different conversation. It's a conversation where I thought they've actually brought in some really cool players. I like the fact that we've got FNL in here. I like the fact that Too High is getting even more opportunities to play in this level of competition, because I think he's a very good in-game leader, to be honest with you. I really have enjoyed what we've got out of him. I met him randomly at a UK event back in 2022. Yeah. So seeing him at what was Insomnia back in the day to now being here, it's really awesome. Mikey's been a staple on Unity for quite a while. Quirtz, I think, has always got a lot to give potential-wise, but I'm yet to realize it and yet to see it. And I'll be real with you, Snow, I don't know too much about this guy, but it's another player called Snow, and he's from Sweden, where it snows.
Sometimes. Yeah, and honestly, I funnily enough, did get to cover this group the other day, and Unity did beat Mai Tai, to be fair, who doesn't, quite easily in the end.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I was really impressed to see that, because that game against Mai Tai was their first game back in 8 weeks out of competition, and of course their first ever game with this particular 5, with FNL and with Snow going international proper, right? Unity finally. So yeah, I like them, and I think the old team as well had run its course. I mean, I think unfortunately for Neofrag, you'd expect him to play well in these sort of teams. He didn't really play as well as he so should for a player with a little bit of name value left. I think that name value, unfortunately, is pretty ebbed away now for him, and it was the right decision to move on from him. And so, yeah, as you say, he's definitely got something about him too. I think he's, he's young, but we'll have to see how it goes for him. We've got a veto, I believe, between these two teams, and this is one that's very, very hard to predict purely because of what maps we've seen these two teams have played already. It could have really gone anywhere, but we do get the kind of bog standard map pool. If teams don't want to play Cash and don't want to play Anubis, you get Dust 2, Inferno, and Mirage in some kind of order.
It's really difficult veto for Unity, but then you got to add that caveat where it is a new team. So maybe they have been working on these maps, but if you just take a look at the pure numbers on HLTV, you think, yikes, like realistically, where can you take this? Because it's going to be really difficult. I like the Inferno pick. Obviously, it's a game based on fundamentals. If these guys have really been incorporating themselves in, they've been practicing a lot, as you say, first official in 8 weeks, only a couple of days ago, then that screams to me that they've probably been working a lot offline, and the numbers don't really represent what we're going to get. We got the game live, Trav, so we can straight into Dust 2.
And here we go. Yes, I do agree with you. It should be a fun one, this one, because as I said, like at least in that first game, I was impressed by both, and it feels like teams, even though RUSTEC aren't part of their organization anymore, the players they're playing with as stand-ins are quality, and it feels like we've got something to talk about for both, and not just making up the numbers like so many teams seem to do when they are, mixing as such with ex-RUSTEC here. So, Unity's new team. What have they got against I guess it's very, very easy to say, much, much better individuals than they were playing on Mai Tai, playing against on Mai Tai. So, yeah, we'll have to see how it goes for them today, and already they're going to take long. But not totally.
Oh, wow. This is kind of quick scaling out of the ex-Rezo, but you're right, the bomb's actually making its way anywhere else. But because there's only one guy that's really strolled up towards long, and you've got a quick flank in top middle, these rotates are very good, to be fair, for Unity. Bomb is only just being committed. In fact, it isn't. It is just a fake out that has enticed all of the defense in. They try to jump on the act, and suddenly every kill comes in immediately for ex-RUSTEC. Not a single gunfight being won for Unity.
Well, that was a clean start. We'll take those every day of the week. Galil's drawn for ex-RUSTEC. Unity, they're kind of considering whether they want to go for the full eco or the force, and we've got a bit of a pause to come first before we decide that. But yeah, I think from what I saw the other day, it's a pretty interesting conversation piece about some of these players. The Brilliance was very solid. Yuka on the AWP, of course, coming from a couple of rosters in the lower tiers that he was decent on, but kind of was left out in the cold for a bit. That core is still good with Jake. I would say Jake is the weaker of the three, but still. And to help them out, they've got ex-Rezo, who is still a very, very good individual player from that Nemesis Gun 5 project. And Patsy, who, the fall from grace is massive from him, unfortunately. I mean, he's benched on Sangel, I believe, so it's a case of just probably helping out this team while he can. But still, he's got undeniable quality. He just needs to be kind of in the right roles to perform. So, love to see how that goes long term. If this is the team they're going to play with long term, it's a little bit of a shame that it feels like Patsy has gone from the heights of playing tier 1 and playing majors to this, right?
Especially his age. Like, you got to think that Patsy's been around since 2020. Obviously, was part of that weird international first Liquid project as well. Only 22. He's only 22. So, I think this is a sensible step for him in terms of just showing that he is still here in the scene. Because I think it can be quite easy, especially with a player pool as large as we've got in Process, especially from where he's from. It can be really easy to become a little bit irrelevant. But your name value can get you opportunities. So as long as he's playing well still, as long as he's showing up and being here, that should land him in a different project. Where he'd go, though, that's the big question mark. Because I'm not entirely sure where he'd go. I mean, we just saw Clax go to K27. I think... Would you rather want Clax or Patsy in K27?
Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, Clax couldn't go to that stake ranked LAN, right? And Shelfie had to play instead of him because of visas.
It was great there,
and Shelfie was really solid. And it's another example of one of those players that's kind of been left out in the cold, and you wonder when are they coming back, who are they playing with, and they just don't get a team, unfortunately. Either way, yeah, the thing with Clax, how I described him to Matt during the start of the qualifier the other day, he's one of those players where he'll never get the not reps. I'll get there. The recognition. There we go. He'll never get the recognition he deserves because he's like, it's not a rude thing to say. I'm trying not to be rude. He's like a nothing player. The reason he's a nothing player is because he does his job very, very well and not really much more.
So you said recognition. In my head, I was thinking flowers. So very much the same thing, right?
Right.
Because he is just that consistent. Good news for Unity, they've stacked A, and they've got all the MP9s in place. It looks like Snow's got the flashbang as well. He can pop through all of the MP9s. They are somewhat playing anti, but where they've cut all noise, you now don't know when this flashbang's going to be effective. Hey, guess what? It's not going to be anymore. Or maybe it will be. Fancy ex-Rezo able to get trades though. Too high, still on the site alongside Quirts. There's just so many players. This stack works out brilliantly. I really thought ex-RUSTEC had beaten that flash, but no, it's fine.
Yeah, and I'll take that every single time. Look at the weapons recovered very, very speedily by Unity. They've got 3 Galils all grabbed. And that means they don't have to buy anything of their own, of course, winning it with that many players alive. That is the big factor. Patsy's got a hero AK follow-up force, but it's only Tech 9s and a Deagle around that. And also, talking about players that maybe definitely a different career trajectory, right, for Mikey. But
yes,
we were very, very hopeful for him for a very, very long time. When he trialed with OG and made a Thunderpick LAN, of course. Mikey has LAN Thunderpick experience when the online series used to qualify you for the main event. With, you know, like the Prison, with OG and that lineup. And he was a player that I thought would either get 1, get signed, or 2, get picked up by a more higher tier international project. And I think, you know, for the sake of Czech/Slovakian Counter-Strike, it's great for his region that he's still playing at this level, because Unity probably want him as a star player now.
I think that's a lovely thing to say, but how long do we give players at the same time? I'm kind of down on Mikey right now.
I know, he was good the other day. He was good against Mai Tai, but as I've said already, unfortunately, Brandon, everyone's good against Mai Tai. 4v2, as you say, again, the Force is working out. I think this Force by War might be continuing. They get the Tech 9 kills on long. They've overrun the A-bomb site, ironically, after what happened in the previous round. And M4 stolen back. Galil stolen back. Fortunately, it'll be a 2-man save.
We didn't really talk about, I know it's kind of like a lazy thing to do as commentators, but we can just do it for just an exercise, since it is just force by force by force by at the moment. Speak about like predictions of the game and like where we see this one going. Because for me, I feel like ex-RUSTEC should be taking this in 2 pretty convincingly, just given the firepower that they've got. I know Too High can call a good game, but I just think the individual firepower for ex-RUSTEC is too much for Unity.
I would agree, and for me, that is also a factor I've seen for Unity rosters of days gone by, right? When they did have Neofrag and they tried to stick with that sort of Czech core. Sadly, it's a very common factor, and when they come up against a team with any sort of semblance of firepower, they can't hold on. And what I saw from ex-RUSTEC in their opening game was firepower out the wazoo, for the lack of a better term.
I like that.
Yeah, so yeah, ex-Rezo in that game in map 1, I can't remember if it was Cash or not. It might have been Cash. This guy, I tell you what, his individual ability was. I think it was a 9 AM game as well. I think he dropped about 10 headshots on CT side, by the way. So we're talking double M4 headshots. 10 headshots in the first 11 kills he got. He was so sharp, and it was so obvious as well. Every single player that fought him just couldn't kill him. So if we get anything like that today, even a little bit of it, Unity will be in trouble. And of course, they're already trying to save here in this follow-up round with the Force. So
are we just stuck on Mikey POV?
I think we are. Can we switch? Can we look at the other players, please? Is that possible? Yeah, the ability to fight long is not working out too well for Unity at the moment.
I mean, ex-Rezo, the most easiest comparison, and again, maybe a lazy one, but it's one that the viewers will understand, is that he got norked on Nemesis, because, I'll not be funny, if Resalt's available, you're always going to get Resalt. And at the time, Texi, Stame were looking incredibly good, to the point where if you feel like you've got a rifle core of that nature, you add Resalt into things. Like, sorry, ex-Rezo, like, it just is a natural progression system for where Nemesis wanted to be with their roster. And look, they've got a lot better since Resalt has come in. Don't get me wrong. But it felt a little bit unfair at the time for ex-Rezo, but that is just part of Counter-Strike business.
Yeah, someone's going to have to take the fall, aren't they? Unfortunately. And there's nothing you can really do about that. Has to be done. Like he could have a play here. Yuka is behind, but it's too high behind him with the M4 that will get the kill on Yuka.
Oh, they got the bomb.
And that is nice, but as you say, able to peek forward, grab the bomb. Get away and plant. No problem.
So Mikey will try and save again. And ex-RUSTEC are just going to be hunting them. Really been enjoying the early stages of RUSTEC's rounds. Like, they are putting a lot of significant pressure over at long. They've really been forcing Unity back. And then taking the catwalk space. Had a nice reaction to high grabbing the flank kill. But because the bomb was scooped, it's one of those that you can't do a whole lot about. Mikey, he will be able to hold on to the sniper this time. But he's the only one that really lives. Good news is because of all the loss bonus, you can just keep rebuying and it'll be okay.
Yeah, it's just ex-RUSTEC enjoying themselves right now. And we're definitely enjoying Mikey. But hopefully we'll get that sorted soon.
It's because you picked him up.
I know, that is true. I maybe talking up that much means that the...
Oops. Oh no. Mikey, the thing is, we're going to see all your mistakes now.
That's an annoying one too. Thankfully it doesn't mean anything, but...
Yeah, I was going to say, in a weird way, it's actually kind of nice to watch from like one player's POV, because you get to figure out sort of what the comms are in the moments and what info they have around the map. Currently, they don't have anything. It's the first time that ex-RUSTEC have actually took a poke and a prod out mid very early. JiJieHao gets a lovely opening. The follow-up nade as well does really significant damage. And now ex-RUSTEC take short to have the space. Where is Brilliant? Is Brilliance on catwalk or is he in CT? He has to be on catwalk. Yeah, he's on catwalk. Okay. So now you got the lurk over at B. You got the wrap round on A. They don't know about JiJieHao, who's literally lying in wait. And now Mikey's got to get his skates on so he can see a bit.
And yeah, with the bomb planted, the retake has to come through quickly. I'd see if Mikey can make some impact happen on the retake. As you can see, not really much work done by Unity in the last couple of rounds in terms of just getting kills, full stop. And JiJieHao after his one will go down to Patsy. Mikey's still really worried about that mid lurk, but now time really is an issue. Snow has that defuse kit, but Yuka's in a collateral. That'll just end the round as before it even started. And Mikey trying to fall away, I'm afraid, can't do anything. Finally, we've got Patsy's POV. Will that maybe fix the issue we've got? Will it unstick us for Mikey? I doubt it. Either way, either way, ex-RUSTEC are looking very good right now.
They are. They're looking very good. This is sort of more what I expected, to be honest, from ex-RUSTEC. Just having the firepower and just overwhelming their opponents. So, until Patsy dies, we've got Patsy POV.
Well, probably the most known player here, so why not?
Nice combo, bro.
It's cool.
Damn, they've probably got numb to it now, but like it's such a... If I was a player and then you make the major, your name gets immortalized in the game. It's so cool. I was thinking about this the other day. I was like, it's just so awesome. Like, you have stickers
Yeah.
with your name on it.
It is true. And I do as well.
You do.
His name's Alexander, but you know what? He still shows the alias
Oh.
Travis. Of
Come
course,
on.
when we switch off
Do we
Mikey's
get Mikey?
POV,
Yeah.
he hits a one banger with the deagle. Unfortunately, not going to mean much. Look at the damage done actually to ex-RUSTEC, but it will be a save for them for Unity again. Mikey's one deagle get an AK, and yeah, I'll always remember Amcal/one win Travis, and mostly Amcal Travis for making that Copenhagen major legend. I got what I wanted. I have the gold Travis ticket in a slab on my gold FAMAS, and I have one on my M4 and one on my AK. Actually, I took the one on my M4 off, I lied. I still have the one on my AK.
That's really cool. We need to find... Have you found out yet why his name is Travis in game?
No, after all these years, I've never interviewed him. Or I've had a chance to talk to a teammate to ask them.
Terrorists win.
You got to find out.
Has to be done one day.
You'll find out. You'll know. Because I remember asking you about this like a year ago.
Yeah, I mean, look, I have interviewed. I think when they've played in Nodwin a couple of times, I've had a chance when they've been playing for them to win the game, and then get an interview from the winning. I think
Ooh.
twice they've not won when I was casting them in Nodwin, unfortunately.
Great double opener.
Yeah, finally they got a start to this round. Poor Mikey is giving us a example of how to be the B anchor and not see anything throughout the whole game. But the bomb is working his way out middle, so
He's going to find out, maybe.
maybe he will find out.
Maybe not. Nice kill out of Snow onto Yuka. The Snow was looking in towards middle, so they didn't really have any direct info. Push out long as well happening now for Unity, which feels very well timed. Patsy is surely dead. Yep, there you go. Too high. We'll finish off the job. And now Mr. Jake. Can't really do an awful lot. Mikey might find him. Probably not. Unity. They went out their gunfights. That's a requirement that you were speaking about. Like, over the last few rounds, Unity, it felt like they've just been getting mashed up by ex-RUSTEC. I mean, even if he dies after time, it just doesn't really matter, does it? He's got 11,000. It's good.
Yeah, I'll keep what he's got. This is a new POV for us. Thunderpick live odds do make sense in my opinion, even though Unity have won their game, as have ex-RUSTEC. You might think, a team without an org, they've been dropped for a reason, maybe they're not very good, but individually they are pretty good, and they're playing with two pretty solid players as well. It almost makes me wonder, like, if teams can improve pretty quickly off the rip, so when they do get dropped by their org, there's no then barricades to other players joining them temporarily. And maybe Lazer and... I'm using his name that Freddie told me. ex-Rezo and Patsy are just plainly big upgrades in firepower. It might make them a lot better.
I mean, it should do. I mean, Yuka's already got good firepower. I think Brilliance has got significant output to offer as well. So this team should be a high barrier and a high ceiling. Well, and then I speak about them and they die instantly. Too High seen a lot. Just kidding. We're gonna get another round, bro. I don't actually think we're gonna see a gunfight.
We've tried 2 different sides of the map, to be fair. Neither have worked at the right time. Guess what, Mikey got a kill. We were not on his POV. GG.
GG. If they can rebound here, I'd feel incredibly good considering they were down 6-1. I think even 5 rounds here for Unity makes them just feel like they're back in the game. I think ex-RUSTEC, that's the closest round where we've seen them actually stop taking individual gunfights. They grouped up, they wanted to go together, and they got flatlined by a beautiful aggressive setup. That's the first time that Unity have gone very aggressive early at the start of a round as well, maybe outside of the second round where they push top middle. So to have that double setup, Snow's been doing well since he's brought the AWP out. It's taken him a while to get the AWP, but as soon as he's got it, he's got, what, 4 kills in 2 rounds? Really not that bad.
Too high. Looking to try and fight for long. Are we too high right now? That's a lie, we're not.
If only.
One of those players that, as you say, I genuinely did hope would go on to do some good things. And I hope that this Unity project gives him a chance to show that. He's been a part of some of those North Macedonian projects back in the day. Was he a part of that Ents Academy team? He was, wasn't he?
Yes, he was, yeah.
That's without even checking. That's just off the rip.
He was, and then... Oh, who took over the in-game lead? And it was the player from Georgia.
Why
is his name escaping me?
I can
see his face.
Yeah, I can see who you mean.
Schwarz? Schwarz, yes. Great pull from you. Yes. And he's a great in-game leader when it comes to firepower output. You go mid to B here, ex-RUSTEC, but you've got to play it out A.
Guess what? Wrong side of the map again, baby. Jake will find Quirts and entry Mikey as well. Again, not much for Mikey to be able to do on B, apparently, and that's round over because Too High saving. So we've watched A anchor all round, just see nothing and save. That is the life of CT players sometimes.
I don't think we've seen a gunfight in like 4 rounds. Okay, we might have one here. Oh yeah, he's reso hunting. He's got blinded by his teammate. Gone Too High. It's all you, baby. Nice. Very nice. Not so nice. We'll still watch him anyway.
I put many pokes in, don't worry. We'll see what happens.
I've gotta try the new Power World update.
is that the point we've reached? To be fair, when there isn't much to cast, fair enough. I have not played Power World ever. I've watched videos on it, but I have not played it.
It looks really cool. I've not played it since since it first got released, and I sunk a lot of hours into it. Mikey, no! Why Too High? Why you're B now, bro? They're coming A. Oh, actually, they might not be. Oh, hang on. Mikey's going on a little bit of an adventure. Yuka, though, has got the AWP and he's holding. Mikey doesn't progress. Oh. Oh, we're back.
Oh, but
no.
Snow's not back. He has been destroyed by Jake on the entry. That is a shame. Mikey's obviously got that other ult, but he's not really in a position to use it at the moment. They're not going B. Molly will force Quirts out into the open. Right-click flash doesn't keep him alive for too much longer, I'm afraid. And Patsy, he'll get his one. to help out the bomb plant. His slow 3v3 and this retake is doable with the kit on 2 high and FNL.
You got to go. You have to go for this. You're down so many. Nades go either way. Only does damage on Patsy. Flashbang. Brilliant. Oh, and he is ready for Mikey. Can't adjust onto 2 high on the double swing. Remember, FNL still out long. Yuka always remembers. Able to hit the shot. Now you know that both of those players were out towards short. That baits out the AWP fight. But the position out of Jake is brilliant. And now Mikey can't do anything apart from run for the hills. Ex-RUSTEC 8 rounds to the good on this T side. And the best thing that Mikey can do is hold on to this AWP.
Yes, another example of just some overpowering calls from ex-RUSTEC, brute forcing their way in. Unity I wouldn't say Unity are really playing badly, and that's the thing. That's when you are getting out firepowered. That's what it could look like sometimes. You just don't feel like you're playing bad, but you're not really being given a chance to play. And CT Dust 2, if you look at the numbers as well, you know, it's a map that they haven't played since they came together as a 5. Their BO3 of the day, like I said, was a 2-0 over Mai Tai, and that was their first game with FNL and Snow, right? So makes me wonder, the maps that they were poor on previously with their old lineup, how much can you really change, even though you have been practicing with this team for a little bit, with no officials? It's still a big question mark, right?
Yeah. Very big question.
Brilliance is the only healthy player here, so that's why he took point to try and duel short. He'll manage it, and Yuka will be allowed to cross into the site with 2 HP, but Patsy is still a very, very long way away. If they don't get this bomb plant, Patsy will not really be there to help. Good molly on the new box there to force Snow off the angle. That's actually a pretty good piece of util from Yuka. And now Brilliance might have to do the heavy lifting. Snow is creeping up. He knows that Yuka has to be on the ramp. There's no other place he could be. A tickle will take him down. Where is Patsy? He's finally coming in from long, but it's going to be pretty late. It's down to Brilliance to hold on for as long as he possibly can. The spray not being able to be hit. Mikey will get the kill. Now Patsy from long range. Might be a little bit too long range with the utility available for Unity. Smoke on the bomb. They're holding that DQ. Snow will get it over the line. Patsy can't connect. And Unity will manage to scrounge 4 on the half.
That's something, but it still doesn't feel very good. Thanks always to hotspawn.com, who are the presenting partner of the Thunderpick World Championships. 8 rounds feels great for RUSTEC. Or ex-RUSTEC, sorry guys. Didn't mean to put salt in the wound. You're now on CT. Snow 2 high, got a lot of utility. Interested to see what happens.
There is Yuka. Today he had a stunning USP round, but I tell you what, there is Mr. Headshot again. Rezo with a USP. Oh, can't find the final. I can now have a chance at the clutch, maybe. Patsy not ready, lurking in. Mikey will delete him too. So, possibility in this 1v1, which would be a 3k clutch. But the bomb is still being watched by Jake.
So it is all on Mikey trying to figure out where the best place is to go. And I love that he's cut noise here. Jake has to be considering everything right now. Which is why he's patrolling these different angles. Timing is great for him now. But Mikey will just hit the instant dink. A necessary round for Unity. All given by that man Mikey.
There he is. Going 10-4. That just shows you how many times, funny enough, we watched a lot of them, how many times he had to save in that first half, right? 4 deaths only compared to everyone else on the server is kind of funny when we're in round 14. He'll avoid death there as well. Big clutch from him, really impactful to get Unity in the half. And it won't be a force from ex-RUSTEC in return either, so maybe the gap can be 2 again, and we've got a bit of a map on our hands. Let's see.
That'll be nice. Too high can definitely navigate this game. It's just whether you can deal with the firepower. That's always been the conversation. FNL 2 and 10 certainly got to rebound itself. Don't die to the pistols. Trades are somewhat okay. And they can't really get their guns either. So not the worst thing in the world. And I love the fact they just dive out. Although, the run from ex-RUSTEC is here, but it's fine. Quirts will provide a lot of stability. And Unity will make this a 2-round game. But that was just the eco. We're now going to get the full guns immediately.
They will even go to the opposite bomb site to not even bother facing Patsy in any way, shape, or form, even with only that default USP. Giving him some respect. Fighting with Quirts. Quirts will get it done. Again, I feel like Quirts is one of those players that has had glimmers of opportunities in other organizations in his career, right? I mean, he played for BC Game as a stand-in. He was on that kind of fated to die TSM project for a while. Of course, Sinners was his main goal. He got there eventually after playing in some of those lower tier teams like Brute and Entropic, the Entropic Prague Academy. Part of that Prodigies team as well, just looking back at his list. Algo lasted about a year. So, and also a player that's only 24, despite having that sort of career list dating back 6 years. Definitely still got something.
Oh, caught. Nice acceleration, nice chase. They wanted to find Yuka. Instead, they got Brilliance. It's still a 4-on-4. The bomb waits patiently outside long, really expecting, anticipating aggression out of ex-RUSTEC, our Unity. I like Quirts' decision to go back in towards tunnels just to clear that space too. Now you can really take this anywhere. I'll drop a lurk smoke to keep Jake interested in B. Actually bring out his utility as well for Patsy. It's a slow, boring one, just hiding in towards the mid doors. For Yix, Rezo, and Yuka, you're hoping this AD defense can hold if Unity end up over here.
Patsy still got that incendiary in mid as well, so if he gets his one, he can drop that down quickly and maybe avoid getting traded quickly. Going for a fight though, here's Mikey drop down. That's exactly what's going on now, Patsy. But Mikey's in the process of throwing his util. Worried about the short player, but he'll adjust nicely as Mikey walks forward. Good kill, and that will force him in to their B play. Jake in the corner, helped out by the grenades of ex-Rezo, Patsy on the scene as well, and they bounce off each other's contact very, very nicely. The ex-Rezo can close ex-RUSTEC up to 9.
Question for you and chat, random one, but you might know it or chat might know it, which I want to ask.
Okay.
Because I don't know. If I give you, for example, an item, I traded it like a weapon skin, how long does that take before it shows up in your inventory? Is it 7 days?
I think it's 7 still. What have you sold, Brandon? Or what have you bought? What's the point?
No, nothing. I was just curious.
Okay. I'm pretty sure it's 7 days, because that's when it becomes tradable and marketable, I think. I bought back a knife that I used to have years and years ago. Karambit Black Laminate. Very, very clean knife. And I sold it to buy a Steam Deck, would you believe? On the Steam market.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and guess what? I've used my Steam Deck a grand total of 5 times since. But still, I was thinking to myself, I kind of want it back. So I decided to buy it back. I missed it. Good old Karambit Black Laminate. Full eco coming in. Should be easy for Brilliance. All those taps are clean. Fortunately, there'll be no ace, because they're coming in from long and a player drop CT as well. And the Yix-Rezo will deal with those two. But Brilliance with his 30 bullets in the M4. A4 will get his 3. Next RUSTEC have got double digits. And yeah, no, after buying that skin and seeing it in my inventory last 7 days until it shows it's marketable or tradable, I reckon it's 7 days until people can see it.
It's 10.
There you go. I was wrong. That a quiz question? Did you know the answer all along?
No.
Okay.
No, I didn't know all along.
Okay. I'll choose to believe you.
I'll explain why later.
Okay.
Right, I want to focus in. Double digits for ex-RUSTEC. Really massive round here, coming from Unity. Feels like it's going to be a mid to B, and Brilliance will find Mikey. That's the heaviest hitter down, bar too high, which, in a nice possible way, isn't the guy you want to be at the top of the leaderboard for Unity. Need more out of FNL. Need more out of Snow. And they haven't got any map control. So the only way they can go is just into B. And good luck, because that means you've got to get by Patsy and Jake.
Here we go. Patsy in the corner. He is cleared somewhat by Quirks, but it's only a half clear, and that's the issue. It means that too high goes down to Patsy as well. In comes Jake. He gets 1.5. The half being onto Snow, and that Snow is about to be melted by Brilliance. Easily done. 11 on the board. And it's all good in the hood for ex-RUSTEC.
Yeah, nice setup. Really nice setup. I love the fact that you've just got the jiggle at the back of the site from Jake, and he's the one dropping all the utility. Just really baits in Patsy. And now what? You've got, like, limited weaponry coming out here for Unity. They are on their last legs on ex-RUSTEC's pick. She's saying, right, boys, we've got to play for overtime here. We've got to get 6 rounds in a row. That's a lot easier said than done.
Oh, the jump out of long works really nicely there to bait in Too High's Deagle. Get himself that 1 kill, but Yuka's on the line. Now he won't be over peeking any further after getting his 1. Missing the second means there's about 2 more players on his screen to avoid. We'll take up the sight angle instead. Very tough shot to hit from sight to pit, whatever gun you have. But the halfway long CT smoke can come through to give Yuka a more safe line.
There is a world into this. Brilliance gets isolated. In fact, there's a lot of isolated kills being offered up here. But Brilliance, oh, well, that's fantastic. He'll just kill all of them. There was that isolated towards middle that I was speaking about that did go the way of Unity. Ixrezo does fall. And if Brilliance was isolated too, that was definitely the way back into the round. But no, instead, he dominates. And in fact, he's going to make it a quad kill. Beautiful from Brilliance. And now ex-Unity have got so many chances to close their map pick.
Did you do it again? Did you just say ex-Unity?
Ex-RUSTEC. Yeah, I did it again.
I'm not going to get at you, you know.
No, it's fair for calling me on it, because it just feels like BM now. They're not going to get dropped, guys. We're losing this map.
They've got a brand new team, indeed. Yeah, ex-RUSTEC have the firepower, don't they? In comes the long fight. Patsy from the grave will find Mikey. Even though Mikey got the kill. Brilliance all dated in. As you say, good bit of damage from him. Almost finds all 3. Snow is low. A nice flick up from Snow on the jump from Brilliance to get that incendiary down. But in the meantime, FNL try and get any space left. Tried to walk out middle. Not allowed by Jake. And Unity, look. First series they played against Mai Tai. I know it's only Mai Tai, but they look pretty good. Still have to consider the fact that this is a map they haven't played in over 2 months, and not with their new team either. So, probably not one that has been as finely tuned, let's say. Snow's about to die to Jake. He will do. And ex-RUSTEC in full control with that firepower looking in good stead. That is their map pick, obviously. And with Unity's map pick of Inferno to come, you never know, things could still turn around a little bit.
It could do, but you do start to get worried because they're going to start the T side again, and that CT side looked pretty comprehensive. I know it's different maps, but you know how active ex-RUSTEC are going to be. They are going to be sprinting at them very hard, especially down Banana. And if you can't establish that control quickly, then you are going to be in a lot of hot water, which is a shame. But at least we got a somewhat decent game out of Mikey. individually too high was fine, but when you're saying that and you're trying to scramble together positives, it doesn't paint the prettiest of pictures.
No, you are correct. We'll see if there's any recovery that's available to be put forth on Inferno. Again, a map which they've just barely played, right? Just I'm looking at it now. It's, again, one of the maps they haven't played since their new team started playing. And before that, anyway, they'd only played it 3 times in the 3 months. If you look at overall, only 5 times in the entirety of the calendar year. So maybe it's one they're trying to adopt with Too High and the new boys. We'll have to see if that's the case and if they look better on it or not after the break. We're back on Inferno, another dive into the unknown for the new Unity roster with FNL and Snow in tow. They need to find some more power. See if they've got it against ex-RUSTEC, whose individual level is looking very good today, and Snow is already at, well, yellow Snow.
Don't eat it. It's not very nice. I like this. Brilliance is now setting up Jake with another flashbang. Didn't see anything. There's a second one that can be primed too. That doesn't actually get released. So it feels like Unity are just going to commit in towards this B bomb site. What? Standing up to do the molly on half wall indicates to me that, oh, I thought it was going to go dark. Instead, it goes into coffins. Yuka through the smoke isn't connecting. Brilliant certainly is though. He's having a double. This is a 4-on-2. There's a quick wrap on Banana. This feels inevitable. Oh, and it is when Jake is hitting shots like that. That is absurd.
I would say, and I don't want to take the shine off his round, but I would say he's usually not the player that frags as hard as the rest on ex-RUSTEC. Some great stuff from Brilliance. Yuka definitely as well. And of course, since they've been playing with ex-Rezo and Patsy, ex-Rezo in particular has been the star player for me in terms of individual ability. But yeah, it shows you that everyone on the team has got that level to them. Jake showing what he's got. I wish his name wasn't JKKKKKKKKs, because I feel like I want his whole name, but I can't quickly, so I have to just say Jake.
Yeah, I was trying to work out if it's Jakez or Jakeys.
Yeah, we had a few like I've been a bit weird like that. We had Jackie, the Ukrainian player, remember as well. Dunk for 3.
He's owning them. Brilliance. Oh, we get caught off here by the Glock. Might do, but that's fine. Mr. Jake is here again
with that pretty M4. What knife was it, by the way? You were talking to me about earlier. What was the actual skin? I never asked you.
Oh, what, my knife?
Yeah, the one that you've loaned out.
Oh, butterfly. Oh, Patsy's got it. Butterfly Autotronic.
Ah, yes, I remember. I remember you saying you use that on stream, and me saying to you it's my dream knife, or was my dream knife back in the day.
Yeah, it's my dream knife because it's a butterfly and it's Arsenal colours.
True.
That's why I've got it.
Arsenal fan reunite on the cast today.
God, please sign Vinny.
Imagine. To be fair, winning the Premier League, that will give you some players interested, won't it? We'll say, oh, okay, you're actually winning something now. I want to join you guys all of a sudden.
Champions League final too.
Yeah, of course. Maybe feel like you should have won that one, even if it was a terrible game, but still.
Agreed.
It is what
God,
it
that
is.
was a horrible game. Anyways.
I also don't want to talk about England anymore, so let's not get into that subject either. Buy round here for Unity, and the bonus for Jake on the MP9 will continue. He'll use the majority of his utility, but for one smoke, to try and hold them off in Banana. But they're going to retake it now with a minute on the clock.
Yuka's here. They've got on the angle. Oh, just in time. That's a wild timing. Nade gets dropped by Jake. They know about the AWP. And they still want to commit into it anyway, maybe. You've got pressure in towards the apartments. Quirtz is lurking. I think that might just, I was going to say incentivize you to move back, but instead Mikey is just in the smoke on that left-hand side to Jake. And the bomb hasn't reshuffled either. Quirtz now begins to leave. They'll drop a smoke on the way out that will cover off long. That's going to anchor in these A players. So an MP9 and an AWP looking to lock down the rest of Unity.
It's not going to be the easiest one to hold. Time, as you say, is slightly against them. But if that smoke isn't pushed through by Jake, then kind of just leaving Yuka on an island on the back of the site. As you can see, he's being maneuvered into a different position as well. But he'll be very easily able to take that first kill. And the lineup comes through with a bit of team damage, I think they're in tow. But they managed to break in, and they haven't got the bomb. Yeah, it's in CT. It's in the CT smoke. ex-Rezo will make sure that is the factor. Patsy almost on the hunt there to try and take a player after time, but doesn't matter. The pain for Unity is the lack of that plant.
Yeah, that's one of the CS2 mechanics that I think people are starting to understand a bit more like average viewers, but basically the way it works is whichever direction you are looking in, if you have the bomb, when you die, is where the bomb gets pushed forward. So basically, CT smoke pressure by Jake, everyone turns to look at Jake, he gets the kill, and because you're looking at Jake in the CT smoke, the bomb then lands in the CT smoke. And through all the chaos, because you haven't given yourself enough time, that's not what happens. Patsy's got a way more expensive knife than I have. I thought he had the autotronic, but he doesn't. Yeah, show off.
Mine. I've still got my old knife as well. I didn't get rid of my other knife to buy the Quran bit back. I've still got my M9 Gamma Doppler, which I've had now for 8 years. I'll never sell it unless the game dies. And if the game dies, it'll be worth like 10p anyway. So.
Yeah, so am my butterfly. I'm never selling that.
Nice double
Nice
nades. Patsy and Yuka will find Mikey immediately.
Well, I got that knife for quite funny actually, because I was talking to, I was in a TeamSpeak call with Harry and Hugo, and they were like, "Oh, what's your like dream knife?" And I was like, "Oh, butterfly autotronic." Harry's opening cases.
Oh, here we go.
Within
Bloody
2
Harry
minutes,
in cases, man.
Within 2 minutes, he opens a butterfly autotronic.
That's just insane.
So I bought it off him.
Where was it? Or is it?
Field tested.
Okay, that's fine.
But it doesn't matter on the autotronic at all.
No, it just fades, right? It was a bit dustier.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
This setup feels brilliant, actually, for ex-RUSTEC. If I talk about that around for a minute, and I'll go back to gushing about my knife. Molly, very good. On to Snow. Quirts needs this kill on Patsy desperately if they want to have any shot at this. That timing from ex-Rezo is beautiful, and now I think any identity into the round is over.
He's so good, ex-Rezo. Sure, he's playing at a slightly lower level than maybe the teams he was playing against when he was on Nemesis.
He was still good in Nemesis.
But he was good then, as you say. That is such great work. Again, it's headshots. And I'm just going to quickly check that, because I know it was a factor the other day in their previous game. Yeah, bench Nemesis. Here we go. So they played... Who that they played, and I covered them the other day. It would have been Entropy. Here we go. ex-RUSTEC versus Entropy. ex-Rezo. Yes, here we go. I found it for the entire series. And it's actually better than I thought. Wow. Okay.
Okay, go on.
He got, in his 33 kills in the series, 33 and 19, he went over the 2 maps. So they won 13-3, 13-7. 25 of his 33 kills were headshots.
Wow.
So my memory, purely without even looking at the numbers, is on point for once.
76% headshot.
Thank you for the maths.
It's 75.7, but I rounded up.
There you go. Did you use a calculator for that, or?
No, I knew it was about 75, and then I checked the percentage after.
Okay. I guess that is pretty easy to gauge off the rim, but still. Mikey's pushing up, and there's a chance of him timing Jake, and that's a lovely flick up. Unfortunately, even though that flick up is so damn good, that millisecond it takes for him to flick up means that he takes a dig first. So he's down to 9 HP, but Brilliance is taking gambles himself by getting back onto the site, and that smoke is up. 2 low HP players, 19 and 9. JiJieHao also tagged up from earlier on, but this is the best position that Unity have been in yet.
I thought Brilliance was going to go back CT, and I was going to say that's really clever. Interestingly enough, he hasn't heard anything, so he says to ex-Rezo, back to A, mate. And ex-Rezo says, no, I'm going to come B. Really felt like he was going to move over there. Still have Quez in the apartments this entire time. Patsy going on a walk, but gets caught. Now you absolutely going towards this A bomb site. Yuka can't really make amends with this low HP players just because he's on that AWP. There goes the low HP, surely traded, and that's round over. And that is, to be honest, a good round called by Too High.
Yeah, very nice. And this time I got more than enough time for the plant. I'm putting it down at 8 seconds rather than 0. So, yeah, that is a start for them on Inferno. And that's something that I mentioned if you weren't with us at the end of map 1. The issue with this series for Unity is not just the fact it's their new team, not just the fact that they barely played maps on Inferno with this roster. In fact, haven't, obviously. With this new roster, it's the fact that Inferno for them, with the entire core for the entire calendar year, they only played it 5 times. There's a couple of okay wins in there, beating Lavked in Nodwin. Not Lavked aren't an easy team to beat when it was that time when Lavked were playing. That was 2 months ago. They played from PR, a Kosovan team, at the XP Game Fest 2026, which I think was in Kosovo, 13-2. But that's not exactly an impressive win, and they beat Familiar Cow as well, also, which is not a very impressive win. So they only started playing it on the God, what's the 4th month? It's April, right? They only started playing it in April, anyway. And yeah, that is really the only 5 times they've touched it, which is the main issue. This is only their 6th game, and this year, and the first with the new team. Overall, they have a pretty good CT round win percent on the map, despite not having played it that much. But yeah, they need to get on that CT side with a couple of rounds first to make sure they have space to play with.
Oh, this doesn't feel like an A play. At least right now. It'll be the correct decision. Although, very quick rotates out of ex-RUSTEC. They've immediately pulled 2 players back. Brilliant. ex-Rezo will be here in time. I like the idea of the flashbang forward. Just to have a little bit of a look. Counter Incendio. Brilliant. Going to peek behind this. FNL is holding. As Snow will punish Yuka. This overextension is very aggressive from ex-RUSTEC, but also poorly timed. They didn't peek off one another. So now Patsy is completely confined to this bomb site. And I love the fact that they're still looking for him. FNL trained on the angle before Patsy even shoots. You know that Jake's the B player. Too high is going to get caught. But in this 1v3, there's not a whole lot you can really do.
Yeah, this is a bit better, isn't it? They've started to learn, engage how ex-RUSTEC are playing their CT side, and now all of a sudden they're all over them a little bit. And the money is not amazing on that CT side either. They can afford to buy on 1 player only. It'll be a pretty strong half buy, I think, with around 3.7k per player. But still, they're in a good position. They just don't lose to the lose this half buy, and they could be away back within 1.
Whatever happened to that clutch chain team with Scream?
I think technically they're still on that team. They're listed as that when I was doing the ENC qualifier. They're listed as on clutch chain on Liquipedia while playing for Team Morocco, obviously.
Uh-oh. Wait, hang on. We'll come back to it because brilliant. ex-Rezo! Oh, the 5-7s have done more than enough. And these are the sort of rounds that you do not want to be given away if you're Unity. You've done so well to build yourself back in. You get that reward of the half buy, and you've been ripped to pieces by Brilliance and ex-Rezo. And Patsy feels like he's in the power position just to get this final kill. As I say that, he moves away. He still could cut off Snow at the pass. What's the timing like? It's great for Snow. Patsy caught lacking.
Yeah, didn't need to run away like that for any reason, honestly. He could have just at least shifted back and checked angles properly. And Molly's going to bounce back towards Snow. That window does have a little bit of a shutter to it, unfortunately, so it'll catch that and come back toward him. Doesn't mean anything, though. He's still going to try and take fights in this 1v3. Snow, the new boy from Sweden, a bit of experience in his career, but not much more recently. Could be an incredible clutch. Tap on the bomb. Going toward Apps is being watched by Brilliance. Head seen. Very hard to take clean juice now, but Yuka is low. Unfortunately, there's too many players to fight. It was almost winnable because of the lack of kit. on ex-RUSTEC. That time wasn't too far off, as you can see at the line at the top of your screen, but they'll be comfortable with about 4 seconds to spare in the end.
Because of the top brackets push, the clearance in short, they've walked through long as well. Like, he has to be out. Like, it's the only spot he can be in, unfortunately. So he couldn't activate on his timing. He took too long, which he didn't know about. It's not really his fault, but in that situation, he took too long to get to the balcony to catch off a player. If you did get a kill, that gets a little bit spicy, as you say, because of that time crunch. But ex-RUSTEC able to make ends meet with just pistols. Now there has to be a reply here for Unity, otherwise they're in a little bit of trouble. Good mollies. Brilliant mollies. On to Jake. Ow.
Owie! Okay, well, that's what owie for Yuka and Patsy. Quirks have just destroyed both of them. Fair play. Looking for a third. This is sometimes what Quirks has got in his locker, by the way. I saw this from him in his game against Mai Tai as well. No, it is Mai Tai, and look, I'll never miss an opportunity to flame that team. But still, he sometimes just looks like he's unbeatable in those entry duels, and that crosshair placement and headshots come with ease. That's going to crack ex-RUSTEC open again.
Oh, isn't able to hold on. I don't think Jake will be able to hold on either. Mikey certainly should have his number. Timing is... Oh my gosh. Is he fine? I don't think so. Too high. Should be able to kill him, and he does. Nicely done.
Talking of Snow's history, by the way, as a Swedish player, he's only 22. He's not exactly, been around for a long time, but he was very temporarily for, 3-4 months on Godsent in 2024. He played for megoshort for a while, played with Little Mix for a while. I believe this is his first proper team that is properly international. That Godsent team was actually on Melo 9, that team, back then. Would have been Melo 9 was probably a fetus, but there we are.
Probably, actually. These nades are going to do good damage onto Yuka. And another one, mate. Why would you not move after the first one? Is that just me?
Yeah, I would have probably moved as well. There's already been a couple of double nades in this game that have worked out for opening kills. Where's the Expresso? He's on the wrong side of the map to pick up the AWP. Unlucky.
That's yicks from me. That was awful.
I mean, it works though. Just missing an E. It's close enough.
Yeah, no, that was the idea. It just didn't quite work.
Give yourself more credit, man.
I'll try. It's hard.
Thank you.
Ollie, put forward. Bomb not committing. Yuka. Oh no, it's not Yuka, is it? It's Jakey's. We'll miss the mark. And they're now just in B. So I'm pretty sure you can just bring the bomb over without stressing about it, Jake. Doesn't really want to give this AWP over to Unity. So he'll just leave. Save will try to come in. Can go just a little bit when it comes to the hunt if you're Unity. Wouldn't mind that out of them. But as soon as you lose one player, that'll be that, I imagine.
Yeah, at least they're battling in well on this T side, which is the side that the old team struggled on a little bit more on Inferno. So maybe it's fine for us to say it's the too high effect. We'll see.
Terrorists win.
Burks goes in at the very last and almost gets a duel, but he'll survive, as well as the CT. And Brandon, I know we've both been covering a lot of Counter-Strike lately, so I guess you're a good person to ask this question. Bomb explosion update. Sometimes I feel like it does make an impact in terms of, you know, players making mistakes with it and stuff like that. But unfortunately, the impact I feel like it's made the most is it being even more safer on maps like Inferno for the T side to build up their money.
Yeah. I think I thought it would promote maybe like a little bit more of like saving closer so you can potentially like do more damage.
Yeah, I like the church position on this map, yeah, like behind the altar. But
unfortunately that hasn't really worked out.
It hasn't. You did see that clip from Blast, right? Where 2 T players who are 100 HP died to the bomb explosion in CT spawn. Which doesn't make much sense when you consider the fact that usually, you know, the argument for the new bomb explosion is if you're behind more walls, it doesn't do as much damage to you, rather than just distance from it. But still, yeah, that was a goofy one. Maybe that is, you know, what goes around comes around when it comes to the damage. That one can be unexplainably bad for a tease, and other positions are maybe a bit too easy. Anyway. Unity, with 35 seconds left in this round, need to not die to this save/half buy again.
Please not again, guys. They are walking somewhat into it, though, which is a little bit concerning to me. Especially with only 20 seconds left. Patsy on the edge. That's a good crossfire, but Mikey is trying to make the most of it. Brilliance gets another. Surely you know about Patsy.
Yeah.
Timing, not quite there. But it still
9.
should be okay.
Yeah.
Still should be fine. Bomb will go down. Panic over? I hope so.
I mean, Patsy's gotten 2 kills, but they might have been the least convincing 2 kills I've ever seen in my life. Quirts and Mikey, 2v2. And yeah, I mean, Yuka will just be holding from a little bit of far. Maybe he's a bit further forward than I thought, actually. And I know Quirts is in pit. Jake's going to force his way forward with the 5-7 to try and take the attention away from Yuka. And there's the kill. So they need to get a play on that defuse right now. And Mikey's doing the right thing. He's won the round. Purely from staying alive, even though he gets tagged up there and fragged by Jake. He has won at this one. And I don't think Jake, unless he goes all the way to the left here, he survives. Oh, it's close. Okay. So if he went into the actual CT spawn there, I think he dies. But behind that wall on the left path toward B, he survives.
Okay, panic over. But the late movements of these players is kind of stressing me out, to be honest. Like, I understand why 2High's doing this, but it is fairly scary regardless. Oh dear. Alright, well look, a really good recovery to this half, all things considered, for Unity. Let's see if they can end strong here. This would be brilliant if they're able to take the lead, wrestle it away from ex-RUSTEC, but Yuka gets the opening pick. FNL, for me, has just been pretty uninspiring this series. I hope that changes. I really hope that changes.
True. Well, look, Brandon, I mean, we've had some quickies lately, to be fair, but if it's you, usually it's a 3-mapper.
Oh, it's always a 3-mapper with me, mate.
Yeah. Jake, what have you got? Playing versus Orange, utility will force him into the open. Flash comes through, but that smoke is being broken. That leaves Jake in the open. And 2High will entry brilliance as well. That's a lovely adjustment indeed. And as the in-game leader, as the captain, he's done a very good job. ex-RUSTEC is doing an amazing job at staying alive. I don't know how he's still alive at the back of the site, but eventually he has to make a move. He has to choose which side of the box he pushes through, which side of the smoke, sorry, he pushes through. And yeah, that's not really much you can do about that, I'm afraid. Yuka and Patsy, that's just a bit of exit damage being attempted here by Yuka. He'll be guaranteed at least a tie on this first half.
They've been playing very solid Counter-Strike. I think 2High's entries there were just brilliant. I really thought ex-RUSTEC was going to get more from his position. like after he'd like lived for that long, I was like, okay, like maybe there is something here. Unfortunately for him, just not quite working out in the manner that he'd hoped for. But I mean, fair play to him. I mean, what more can you do from that spot? He wasted so much time. And the money is going to be like okay-ish, I'd say. It's all right for ex-RUSTEC, but you're still not going to have everything at your disposal. Brilliance Mag 7. I don't know about this one.
Yeah, I'm not overly confident. Is he playing? Yes, he is. He's playing half wall. He's going to try and go full ships with Brandon. You know what I mean by that? I'm sure you do.
I do. That was no.
Actually, doesn't seem ready for the mid push, but he adjusts well. He was more looking at boiler than he was at mid. With that smoke being put down, maybe you can understand why. Fair play. Paul gets the kill too.
Now what do you do? I mean, got somewhat of a banana space, but it still feels fragile. I mean, you get past Brilliance, that's the way in. The issue is, it doesn't feel like they know, obviously, that he's the only one there. But they are working it out. Brilliance has to drop his smoke. Perfect. And that keeps them out of B. Now also cheat over a rotate. I love this position. Low HP Patsy going for a search in boiler. Doesn't need to step out now into top bracket. And that's going to get a third player over here. This looks really good for ex-RUSTEC.
Yeah, they've read this one a little bit better. But the Mag 7 is still an unpredictable mistress. And do 10 damage or maybe 90. This time it does 10. There you go. Only connects with the leg. But they are taking the bomb back to A. Just to make sure they get by the player in apartments. But this bomb is going to be planted safe. Yuka's going to try and put the pressure on. With 5 seconds on the clock, you understand why maybe he wanted to go aggressive.
What?
It's a great kill on 2 high, even though he's in the open. Don't know how he's managed that. But now it's a very possible hold. Mikey got 2 kills of his own. The back entry then will charge in to try and bait in Jake. It does bait in Jake, and now Mikey is 6 HP, and it's not planted for him. It's going to be a check from Jake. Jake will get it done, and both CTs survive to end the half on 18 points of health.
Really well played by Patsy, because even though he recognises that the time's low, he just hides, and he just gives his team an out, and also gives his team good information on where these players are going to be. I also love, I don't know who it was, but he had like 6 HP or something. Just jumps straight into the site, takes the crosshair. It enables that trade to come in. Can't believe Yuka gets a crazy kill at range with that MP9 as well. Everything lines up the way it needed to there for ex-RUSTEC. And they spare their blushes a bit, because Unity really rebounded in that first half. And I'm hoping for more on the CT.
Fast up middle. Into long. 2 high gets the information. Doesn't know whether they're going long or arch to B yet, and now he'll know. Now Mikey will know in particular, but that's an angle you never usually clear properly, and it's so nice from Mikey. Classic dual Berettas. 3 quick headshots, almost controlled the recoil on the 4th as well, but Patsy is giving them a way back in. He's found 2, he's found 3 on all those 3 CTs pushing one on Banana. Brilliance is then not cleared by Snow, but Snow still reacts in time. So Patsy is going to recollect the bomb with his 3 kills. Now win the fight on Snow as well. Dooley's picked up. Do they have bullets in them? I think they might do. Patsy hasn't been able to collect that bomb either. Is he going to go around the world with 40 seconds? That would be a bit much, I think. He's giving it a go. Oh,
he's pretending. I kind of like this. He's like fake that he's run it away. He's hoping that the player would have heard him speedway. And yeah, he's considering it. Snow. This now gets antsy. This comes down to a lot of timing. I like the smoke fade out of Patsy and Snow. Yeah. Oh, he didn't get the bomb. He didn't get the bomb. Patsy, you had played it so well. And now Snow, in on the corner, should be able to get the kill, and he can't do it. That's so panicked from Snow. Patsy, even though it didn't look like it, he was in way more control than Snow ever was.
I questioned how many bullets were in those dualies, didn't I? I did it. I said it in the play-by-play, and it's come back to bite Snow. Oh dear. I can't believe Mikey gets 3 from that position and they'd lose the round still. All 3 CTs that pushed mid, Brandon, all get fragged by Patsy. Look, he may be playing at this level, but you know, he may have a pretty, let's say, storied career, up and down wise. But look, he has undeniable quality, and you can't just face him like that.
First guy you can excuse because he's on the quick rotate trying to down where ex-RUSTEC are. But after that, oh, don't fight this. Don't fight this. What are you doing?
Oh dear. I'll do it again, Patsy. And he's got a smoke out.
Why would you've seen so many players there off of that first contact. The bomb can just leave and you just dry swing. That's so silly. That's so silly.
So silly, Billies. Oh well. It happens. Too many times maybe at this level, to be fair. Look, we know ex-RUSTEC have undeniable quality in terms of their individuals. At the same time, that comes with being dropped by their org and playing with 2 new players. Maybe a bit of lack of cohesion sometimes. Maybe it would be hurt them more on T side than it would on CT as well.
You're so generous. That was just boneheaded from ex-RUSTEC.
Well, look, I could go on a rant about. I mean, I made a tweet just before, like 2 seconds before we went live, about how many random mixes from the CIS region there are in the scene at the moment. I'll even read my tweet out loud.
Yeah, go on.
Because this is a league force buy that's going to be deleted, I think. Due to contracts and buyouts, the amount of cobbled together rosters in CIS in tier 2 and 3 at the moment is insane. Led by TDK, we have stalls, yeah, they're dying, no problem. Good job, Quirts, 4 of them for him. Led by TDK, who are good, we have ex-Ruby, who just won on a recent LAN. I'll give them a pass. Lavked, Spartacore. Just Players, Forza Core. Black Phoenix, Ursa Core. Bebop, and I just put mix and match MFs, because that's what they do. Butterfly, Oxuji Core, ex-RUSTEC. Many more too that I haven't added to that list. And unfortunately, when you watch them, a lot of them feel like they're playing just to make up the numbers, rarely using the same roster, playing from match to match, and a pretty poor level overall. But at the same time, I can't blame them for accepting the VRS core invite given to them. It's a problem with the system allowing these teams to still exist for arguably too long. But also, they want to play for money, Brandon. So, like, you can't blame them.
Yeah, of course. No, you can't.
But sometimes they suck.
And then sometimes they're really good. And I actually think this is why we get a lot of free maps all the time with these teams. Because let's be honest, they're not going to be pracking, are they?
No, I think an example of teams that just don't prac, Mai Tai in the Polish scene and Bebop. I refuse to believe Bebop are pracking when they play with a new lineup every single week.
No, I agree with that.
If they are, then I apologise. I'm not privy to that information. But still. Like, at least ex-Ruby have won a recent LAN, and genuinely, I think they try. Even though they've all been ex-Ruby for a while, and they've been playing with, like, stand-ins, right? What's the lineup right now? Hasinator, Shinejez, Relaxy, who isn't even signed, I don't think, by the way. And ex-RUSTEC just literally yesterday, and they won 2-0 in Nodwin. They're playing with Leah. Might as well bring Leah in, right? They've been benched by Namiga. good in-game leader for this level. And
Look at him run
Shine...
away. He wants to kill them half the time, so he just run away.
Yeah, this is good. This is really good.
That's so funny.
Not enough teams do this. Not enough teams do this to force them to die after time. This is really good. Okay, he didn't die after time. But
That one did.
ex-RUSTEC did. Okay, really, really good move there. Did they both? Brilliance has only got 1950.
Then yeah, he did. He did die after
Yeah, he
time.
must have done. There we go. Yeah, okay. And yeah, just to go into that point quickly from the other point, yes, Unity doing that is uncommon, and we don't see enough teams do it when they're given the opportunity to do that. That is a very good punish from them. Very, very good punish. They deserve to win the map purely off that for me. Now they're up 9-7 and have a good advantage here. But yeah, ex-RUSTEC are playing with Shine and Leah, with those other three I mentioned. And again, I think they're doing something. But all these others are just making up the numbers. And sure, look, they've been playing for prize money, they've been playing for this, playing for that. But how many of them are actually pracking? How many of them are actually putting time in? How many of them are just mixes? Yeah, it's there's a lot of those in the CCT qualifiers and main events and Thunderpicks, of course. No, on the MP9, pretty solid in that position, and Mikey is making out with Patsy. Oh, he got away.
God, that was hot.
Look, Patsy's a good-looking dude. That's all I'm saying. I don't blame Mikey.
Very fair. Can Patsy kill too high? I don't even think he's going to look at him. Oh, no. Instant out too high. Awesome round.
I've waffled so much. Time for you
good.
to take a full round.
A full round? Okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh, it's an eco. Never mind. Do it the next one.
No, I'll do this one.
No. That's not how it works.
No, apparently not. Apparently you're just deciding things now.
No, I know. It's because I just spoke so much in that previous round, and I just didn't give you a look in. I feel like it's unfair.
I don't mind. I was
Okay.
enjoying it. It was good. It was useful. And the only point I was going to add on is like it kind of makes some of these games kind of unenjoyable to watch because like there's no real like stakes for these teams, to be honest.
Yeah.
Apart from financial incentive. But what it does create, especially in this level of competition, I think, just lower overall quality of Counter-Strike.
Yeah. Agreed.
And it's frustrating because we're better than that. Tier 2, Tier 3. We're better than this. Too high. Oh. Yummy.
Demolition job.
Easy against the Tech 9s. Unity are going to be up to 11, and we're going to need a 7.
Almost certainly. All 5 alive as well. Very comfortable.
CT side's just been a shutout, really. Apart from the crazy pistol round. But that should have been theirs anyway, you'd argue. And to be honest, individual success like that can be replicated, but it's very uncommon. Snow now going for a look down top middle, and we'll find Yuka. Yuka just purchased the AWP, and now it's on the floor.
Oh dear.
Oh, and it gets worse. ex-RUSTEC will then follow suit. Jake would love to trade, but that's not going to happen. You still got these 2 players, in fact 3 players. Now on Bing. Nice nade. Brilliant flashbang. Mikey somehow can't punish. They're going to try and flash their way through the smoke anyway, and that's going to be to their detriment. Beautiful trades out of Unity. 12 on the horizon. 13 surely to follow up next.
Nice kill from Jake, but it's only a consolation. FNL will get that quick trade. And this is the difference, right? This is what we're talking about. Unity, it's only their 6th playing of Inferno this year. Their first with their new lineup. It wasn't the most consistent map for them before they changed team. And now look, they've got Too High, they've got FNL, they've got Snow, they've got pretty much not a new core as such, but they've got 2 new players, and that makes a big, big difference. They've picked into Inferno here, and it's working out for them.
they were losing by like, quite a significant margin as well. I think they've done brilliantly to reset themselves, and from there, momentum has definitely carried them over. Oh dear, well that kind of sums it all up, doesn't it, mate? Try again. Yeah, you might as well be loud. You've literally just fallen off his head. That was such an awkward way to do that boost as well, after he falls off it.
Walk. You can't just walk across a player's head for that one, right? Like, don't even have to jump.
Yeah, you can. Correct. Alright, Yix, what you got? Oh. Missed AWP shot is what he has. Quirt's on the balcony, though. 4 players right here on this A bomb site. This feels horrible for ex-RUSTEC. And time's going to be a factor too, because the only space I've really got is in towards top brackets. I'd love a little bit of banana, but they can't really have it. 40 seconds left. And those flashbangs... Ooh. I've brought 2 rotates over. You still got Quez and FNL in this crossfire. The wrap on longbow, I think that's going to secure it here. Brilliant. Should be able to get the kills, and that takes the crosshair. So actually that one flashbang forward has allowed them to get the round.
That's really annoying for Too High. He pulled out an HE as the low HP player jumping onto the site is in his field of view. They got loads of money, so they're gonna play a bit more aggressive on the exit kills here. Also 12-7 up. They're very willing to stick around. There's a kill on the ex-Rezo. Nade also didn't complete the kill on the site either. Eventually, when Too High did throw it, so bit unfortunate. There it is. Yeah. That happened nearly every single map in the Solid qualifier, I swear to God. Apart from Echo versus Nuclear Tigers, I think it happened every single map.
God, those series went on a little bit as well, didn't they?
Yeah.
A lot of free mappers. Crazy comebacks in that event as well. It was cool.
It was fun. It really was. Dot qualifier, you see the team lineup and you're like, ah yes, time to lock in. In goes Jake. You're right, they didn't.
Oh, Mikey's in a great angle.
Yeah, especially with the molly not touching him.
You're not considering this at all.
A little bit of utility support as well. That smoke actually will force Jake back away. So maybe a fight that Mikey could have had, he now won't have.
Oh. Alright, Quirts has just found 2 in apps. Up close, ex-Rezo, brilliance dealt with. After the double app setup will hold here for Unity. We're counting down the rounds. It might happen in round 21. Although, I say that, they might look to wrap into B. There are still 3 players here. With FNL on his bike pretty proactively, he's got to be looking for Yuka. Now that's the bomb dropped in spawn. I don't think you can win this whatsoever unless Jake has a round. That's the first kill. Timing is definitely going to present itself here. Too High on a brilliant angle. Mikey down. So too is Jake's friend. And there we go. Too High. We'll get the kill. And we'll lock things in for Unity. Well handled, I think, for the majority of that Inferno. They played a really good game, especially because they were down, what, 4-1, 5-1 at one stage?
Yeah, that just proves to me that the map of Inferno for Unity is maybe one they're going to be going into a bit more with this new lineup, and maybe one they're going to try and adopt a bit more as well. It's a good sign that they've got a map that maybe they can go to now. You have to just put those previous games that I mentioned out of your mind now, because this is a different era for the team. So yeah, fair play to them. And they deserve to go to map 3, 100%. There was that one round where they let, got a couple of the ex-RUSTEC players down after time when they had Glocks and all that. So yeah, just extra little bits and pieces, which proved to me that they're, really locking in pretty well here. But of course, we still have a map 3 to come, and that map 3 will be Mirage. I mentioned it as a pretty, bog standard map pool between these two teams when it comes to that, but Mirage is more of a playground for these sort of players on ex-RUSTEC. So we'll see if they're able to still get this series done or not in this winners match. No one's getting eliminated yet. We'll see who goes through to those playoffs after the break.
Oh, we're in.
We're
Straight
in.
away. Whoa, and
Straight in,
Jake.
baby.
Jake has killed everyone, basically. FNL is dead. Ex-RUSTEC with the pistol, and they're on the CT side. Wow, we got thrown into that.
Whoosh! Must have got my music on. There we go. Turn that off. That was pacey start from Unity. It seems like they ran into that A-bomb site much immediately. Without a plant, it will be a save after a very good Inferno for Unity. They don't get blown out of the water on map 3.
Oh, nice from UCAT. Yeah, I hope they don't get blown out, especially after how good Inferno looked for Unity. I'm sure they won't. Too high, you get a frag. You can't. UCAT is making all the money. Brilliant steps in to get the SMG kills. 7,000 for UCAT. He could definitely get an AWP.
Shing, 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 shing. If what that AWP can be put to use. You get boosted up on the apartments and go for a quick fight.
Ching, ching, ching.
Sorry.
Enjoyed that.
You just
Never
from left hand to right
apologise.
hand. Okay. Noted.
Something that I'm actually trying to work on a bit more in my personal life, because if anything inadvertent happens, I'm always one to go, oh, I'm sorry, when it's just not my fault.
Fair enough. Yeah. Need to be a bit more assertive and confident, huh? There you go.
Absolutely.
I think, to be fair, working on camera has, even though you get the odd idiot in chat who'll say, "Oh my god, you look disgusting" or whatever, working on camera has increased my confidence over time, and obviously buying new clothes to look good on camera and all that. Good advice there. If you can't work on camera, just buy new clothes if you've got the money. Throw your old stuff away.
Great catch.
Great catch from Jake. Mikey will go down, and that is a opening, but Quirtz is managed to find Yuka very cleanly at that as well, with the jumping from snow. This is what Quirtz does. It's happened again. Exactly the same thing I saw from Unity the other day. On that T side of Mirage, he just, sometimes out of nowhere, plucks 2 heads off the shoulders of his opponents.
And you know what that was as well from him? Pure confidence. So it's a full circle moment within a round.
There you go.
Yeah, I agree. With what you were saying as well about working on camera. Definitely has helped as well. And do you know what, viewers? The bullying helped too. So I appreciate you guys in a weird way, because you did force me to lock in. There's only so many times I could be called Chubby Axel.
God's sake.
Even when he was chubby as well. Sorry, Axel.
Terrorists win.
Did some bad ones. It's all good now. That's what you want to see out of Unity. First gun round, immediately back on it. You've completely wasted the money of RUSTEC as well when it comes to that AWP investment. Snow's got one for free. Odds are still with ex-RUSTEC, which makes sense considering it is a lot more of an aimer map. But Unity, oh, they're looking to pop very quickly. And the ex-Rezo, he's completely by himself. And that molly has not landed where he's wanted it to. Nate's not doing enough. He's dead. Quirtz again on the opening frags. That is phenomenal. And this round is over.
Yeah, and Unity were quite good at taking that B-bomb site yesterday as well against Mai Tai. But so, you know, keep an eye out for that pattern to continue. They weren't that A-focused, I felt like. Maybe I'm misremembering. Maybe I'm thinking of a completely different game, because all games blend together, to be fair.
They do.
Sometimes at this level. But still, I do remember a Quirt's double entry, and already we've seen 2 of them in back-to-back rounds.
I slight giggle because I could tell that you were ready to just flame Mai Tai again, and you stopped yourself. That's what happened, isn't it?
Well, look, I was thinking about saying the same thing I said earlier, but I realised there was no point to say it again, so... Yeah.
The answer was yes.
Yeah, I mean, there you go.
Terrorists win.
And I know the thing is, I know you agree, so...
I do.
If there was a team that I could crash out about on broadcast at this level, it would probably be them.
Yeah, they sometimes make the Counter-Strike kind of unenjoyable to watch. To be honest.
And Nambi's
tough
playing a
one.
bit better than he used to be, so I'll give him that.
Yeah, I know, but I mean... Yeah, fair.
You're going to say the floor was like pretty low or whatever, the bar was pretty low or something like
Yes.
that, weren't you?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right. ex-RUSTEC need a bit of a bounce back. Might not happen in this round, but they've still got their rifle core alive from that previous. But again, oh, this time it's too high with his aim.
Wow.
And Brilliance is not on an angle where he can even trade. That's a really nice double kill from too high, and the retreat up the corner of Catwalk to not get caught from any short presence there was real nice presence of mind.
I'm really enjoying these like fast, pacey plays. Like they're just getting caught off guard so frequently here. ex-RUSTEC. That is beautiful to watch. At too high this time, and again, it comes back into a different conversation. It's really lovely that we are getting like multiple different players stepping up. Like we don't have to always rely on a Quirt's double entry. We can look to an in-game leader. We can look potentially to. I'd argue Snow as well. Have limited out of Mikey too. In this series, I feel has had moments, but definitely expect a little bit more from him as the series goes on. Maybe Mirage could be that catalyst as he now takes all of this deep connector space. They've already found the opener. This is looking and feeling good.
Yeah, I'm quite impressed by what I've seen so far. JiJieHao is waiting for Patsy to come into spawn. Looks away at exactly the wrong time. But Patsy is not looking to continue pressing the issue, unfortunately. So, not going to be tracking and tracing them. Well, technically he is. He changed his mind, then went back again, because he's hearing the stomping top middle, probably. Two players on short.
Okay.
Yeah, we both noticed that immediately and realised that Snow could very easily be caught off guard here. With the Deagle to frag first, FNL needs 2, really, and he only gets 1. And that would be the right word, because now Patsy is tracking and tracing, and he's got a good timing on it. 25 seconds, TWC's got no idea. Easy catch of Patsy, that's a bomb in underpass. Quirts will manage to get that kill, but Mikey's flank is still a factor, and he will find Yuka. Where is ex-Rezo? Can we see more of his fast, snappy headshot in this 1v2? 10 seconds for that plant. He's trying to set up a grenade for it. They're not planting yet, and he's going to try and fight for it now. 6 seconds, pushing forward. They're going to get that plant down just about, but he doesn't know where he's going to get faced from next. And Quirts will again seal the deal. 9 kills already on Mirage.
Impact from Mikey in this round, because not only does he work out the flank, that smoke that he puts forward, and also I think he's the one that drops that flashbang. It just makes it really difficult for ex-Rezo to be able to do anything there. And yes, that's a scary round because you have walked into the stack, and now we're praising Unity for winning it when they always feel like they should have. However, the manner in which they recover that round, a lot of teams would have fallen apart in that situation. But Mikey just perseveres with the idea of the fact that if he kills the player on site after the trade has been made onto too high, that they can re-walk back in towards that B-bomb site. hoping that ex-Rezo would have immediately started accelerating towards A because that would have been the natural rotation. And he was caught off guard. So beautiful play from Unity. Able to make ends meet. And that's going to, I think, give them a lot of confidence now heading into the rest of this first half. Another gun rounder, another AWP for Yuka. And Mikey, very happy to try and fight in towards top middle here, at least with the util.
All right, ex-RUSTEC, it's going to kind of start here, hasn't it? Otherwise, Unity could start running away with this T side, like we've been saying.
God, last time Unity played Mirage outside of Thunderpick, they got 13-0'd by Ents.
Yeah. When was that, 2 months ago?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, pre-roster changes and before the player break.
The T side for ex-RUSTEC is really rocky as well. Just looked at that 40% win rate on the T side for this team. Really?
Yeah, they are much more a CT-sided team. Quetzal again in an entry. That's 10, and keep counting, because I don't think it's going to stop there. ex-Rezo will manage to get himself one back with the grenade, but they're going to force their way out A here, our Unity. Yuka on the line. Not smoked off. That is the first of 3 kill.
What?
And Quert's, his timing on that reface wasn't even that bad, but Yuka was incredibly ready for it. It wasn't even a no-scope. It was a quickest of quick scopes into front connector. Then Jake helps out on the final one. If he got all three there, Yuka, that would have been highlight of the day. Still, 2 is pretty good.
I think he got jump scared as well. I don't think he was ready for how close he was. I think he knew he was in con, but potentially not immediately, just straight in front of him. Beautiful shot out of Yuka. I thought one might have been okay from that position, but no, he goes one better. Him and Jake have been the stars of the show so far on the CT side. Brilliant, and Patsy. Patsy, a player that you expect to be good on Mirage, is faltering just a little bit. It is still the start of the game, and it feels like every game that ex-RUSTEC play on Mirage is close. I'm talking, we go all the way back 3 months. Double OT against Young NIP. 13-10s against Bebop and Just Players. 13-9 loss to Lavked. OT win against Just Players. 13-10 against Rune Eaters of all teams.
Yeah.
It shouldn't be that close against Rune Eaters. No disrespect to Rune Eaters, but it shouldn't be that close.
They've got players I know. Let me check their team again.
Like Heritage Forksies.
Demente, Forkers, and Kamal. Yeah, I know them, but yeah, I agree that they're making a little bit of progress in the scene. Rune Eaters, they're top 100 VRS. It's not that bad, but most of those wins. To be fair, they have beaten Entropy and Soul Youngsters, which aren't. And Soul Youngsters actually aren't that bad. But yeah, they kept themselves relevant in the VRS basically by getting prize money from local Kazakh tournaments. They're improving though, very clearly for me. Here we go. Again, mid-control. And again, not clean for ex-Rezo. Taking down to 47. Mikey trying to peek into his own Molotov. See if he can catch him on the retreat, but he won't be able to do that. So might have an idea that Patsy's toward Ninja. Might even be able to see him if he elevates his angle a bit further, but maybe not. If Patsy pops his head up, he'll definitely see him. Yuka's trained on Palace, but FNL's already out. Step made. Yuka finally be seen, but his kill will make surely certain that Patsy doesn't get cleared, and Patsy certainly won't get cleared. There we go. Setup works to perfection. The catch on the follow-up was really nice. Well, we'll get one headshot back, but like he's being flanked by Jake. Now 2 hides all alone. He's straight down 2, but surely there's an immediate trade from Connector, and there will be. Stairs peek comes in from Jake and ex-RUSTEC. Sure, they finally get another round back, but again, it's tight.
Money here. Keep buying. you're right, it is tighter, but what's nice here for ex-RUSTEC is this time they're actually the ones converting the opportunities. It's not like the round's completely fallen apart from them, as it did in that 5-7 round. All in for Unity. If they lose this, they've only got $2,400 per player. So this round's actually quite important for both teams. ex-RUSTEC win this, they'll be well on their way to producing a good CT half that we're used to. If Unity are able to claim this, or through nearly Mikey's entry, that also will be the money removed for the CTs, who really want to fight mid. Essentially 5 players in middle looking at everything. And Brilliance is now going on a walk. Surely dead is Mikey.
Oh, I almost reacted to it. Comes the kill.
Oh, they've missed this timing. They had to go immediately off that contact straight into A, but now instead, where Unity have slowed down just to line up all the nades properly, you've essentially got 3 players here. And you're going to be worried about the flank.
FNL's going to try and force his way in. Utility is now up. You can tell there's like hesitation on that jungle smoke being broken. The setup here for ex-RUSTEC is patient. Patsy in towards that ticket box will not go check. Again, a double kill for Patsy. Good work from his N4A4. That means 2 has to really force the issue, and they don't get anything from that. So, all 5 players have been alive for ex-RUSTEC. That is more like it.
I know you said good work from Patsy, but he was set up so well by Jake. Really enjoyed the way that Jake played that. Fully baited him in, drops that flashbang forward, starts jiggling, starts spamming, and then he takes the follow-through contact after Patsy gets the opening kill. Phenomenal from Jake, really. He facilitates ex-RUSTEC to win that. They're the ones that take the pause, which I think is interesting. They've finally done all the hard work. And Mikey, yeah, don't get a Krieg, mate. Come on. We're better than that.
It's not 2019 anymore.
Someone bought a Krieg at Star Series. I can't remember who it was.
Oh god, who could that have been actually? I'm trying to think. Would have gone for that.
If you give me a moment, I'll be able to figure it out.
Of course. Anything for you.
Can I look on HRTV like stats of like weapon kills?
You can, but not for a specific series, I don't think. I mean, did he get a kill with it?
Yes.
Oh, he did. Okay. Well, and I'll if you go to the Star Series qualifier, then maybe look at stats and then go to weapons, maybe, if that's possible.
Try.
I don't see that option, to be fair. So it might be difficult.
Can't see it.
Well, it would have been an A-stream game, so that narrows it down. I'll see if I can jog your memory. Is it Magic? Is it NIP? Is it Hotu? Is it Aurora? Is it...
Let's see. They're playing on Nuke.
Okay. That narrows it down a little bit. Pistol trying to work their way into A here, by the way.
Yeah, I'm looking.
Mikey's
They've
got
made
the
their
one
way
AK.
in, to be fair.
And they can get the bomb planted, yeah. That's going to be okay, but any more than that is going to be difficult. Patsy, again, biding his time in CT, not going until it's absolutely necessary. He's trying to flex some footsteps, trying to distract a few players here. But
Nice.
2 highs Tech 9 will find Jake. That's something to work with. Yuka finds the return kill on Mikey. And
what?
again,
Excuse
Yuka
me?
has done something crazy to a guy near connector with the AWP. Not the first time, and might not be the last if he keeps that up.
Excuse you?
Jumping no scope, apparently.
Right. Really? Come on. There was a Krieg on Anubis as well, actually. The more I think about it.
Damn, you're seeing all the Kriegs.
There was 2 Kriegs. Mikey, beautiful. Acceleration, up B. This is a perfectly called round. We know about Jake too. And Quirts. They go back to his source of power. Entry in this B bomb site. This works out brilliantly. You gotta leave. I know you've got money, but just leave.
Terrorists win.
Apologies, that's to reply to an important message.
You're fine. You take your time. All good?
Yeah, it's all good. Just a
Lovely.
schedule swapping things. Did you know I'm wearing my Thunderpick socks again today?
Are you?
Yeah. I showed them on camera yesterday. I'm going to show them again after this series. Are you ready for that?
Oh yeah. Quick reveal.
I will not do what Matt suggested and slowly take my sock off seductively, though.
Oh.
I know.
There's no point doing it then.
Yeah.
But if you
Shout
would
out-
like to see
shout
Trout
out
take off
Thunderpink.
his socks seductively, you can sell it to his OnlyFans.
Which I definitely don't have one of. Good catch from Mikey on toward Patsy. Oh, and again, Quirt has just owned someone on the entry toward B. That's his 12th kill of the half. And by the way, Brandon, you bring this up, I might have tuned out. Snow is 1-7, FNL is 1-7, and they're
Yep.
going to get a 6-6 half.
Yeah, basically. Verbatim of what I was speaking about.
Yeah. I think you did. I did hear it.
Yeah, I don't think you can retake this. I can't believe this. It's basically just a 3-man army.
Yeah, it's a 3v5 in many ways. Brilliance is the dead man walking here.
Is he?
If I doesn't get that kill. But yeah, this retake is still impossible with the
flash.
time on the clock. Snow's on a better angle now. See, not being cleared. Extra counter flashes coming through, and there are kills falling their way in, but look at the time. As they just can't get in.
Oh.
Mikey will tap Yuka out to finish. And that is a 6-6 half all over again for Unity.
And now this is where actually the kills of FNL and Snow come into the equation. Because if they can't hold onto their bomb sites, then you're going to have a really strugglesome time. That's so funny that Matt brought that up.
Yeah, he tried to force me into, you know, going for it a bit more, but stay on. I have my Thunderpick water bottle here as well. So I can talk about this on the Thunderpick broadcast. No one will care if I start waffling about all my favourite Thunderpick things, because it's Thunderpick. Going to the main event last year, which I was very grateful for. Had a great time. A little gift package in the hotel room. Too high, holding the dualies. Can he get a multi? Yes, sir, he can. And guess what? That kill feed is full of dual Berettas. 2 for Mikey, and Unity are in the lead.
Boo. Bill Berettas. I don't like them.
Is that how you feel about them at this point?
Yeah, don't like them.
Fair enough.
I just think they're too broken. They're too OP.
Yeah, I mean, the price was the thing that was lowered on them, right? So,
Yes.
Yeah. If they maybe put them up again to even putting them up $50 would make a little bit of a difference, I think, let alone 100. I would make them 400 again, because they're 300, aren't they?
I don't think that would dissuade people from doing it.
No, not at all. But it means you can't buy... No, never mind. You can still buy 2 of them, right? If you've got 800? Yeah, you can. So, Yeah, maybe make them. Hang on.
It's fine.
Come on,
Should be
guys.
fine.
Don't stop me in the middle of my
Oh,
point.
no.
ex-Rezo has double dinked Snow and got the kill. Patsy's directly below Quirk. It's a bit scary. Good headshot though, and another headshot from Yuka.
No.
Can we get a Glock round victory here for ex-RUSTEC? FNL charging his way in, and the M4 recovered means Yuka gets a 1v2. I'm
No.
trying to make a silly point, and ex-RUSTEC have just won with Glocks.
Oh no. I've seen a lot of eco rounds fall away from teams recently. I think it's quite common between like you and me because the amount of games we work, but I haven't seen full 5 Glocks actually win a round in a while. Like nothing invested, not a penny.
Yeah. I mean, look, it's not like the Glock finished off the round as well. There was an M4 recovered that won it on Yuka, but still, like, there's no other way to describe it. Dazed, eat your heart out. I hope you're doing well wherever you are, looking at your supercomputers. Shout out to 3 Small Life in Twitch chat, who said,
Yeah.
I enjoy these casters, much love.
Oh, that's bro.
Thank you, 3 Small Life, if you're still here, even though it was 22 minutes ago.
That's alright.
We don't look at chat always, only sometimes. What was I even talking about before that Glock round was won? I've completely forgotten.
Pick items you were going to go for.
Oh, yeah. So.
And we were talking about dualies.
Oh, dualies? Okay, it was a dualies thing for sure. Yeah, the thing is, to stop teams from buying 2 in a pistol round and dropping them over to teammates, you'd have to make them more than 400. Which would kind of be relevant again, because they're only really relevant in pistol rounds anyway. So, yeah, maybe that's the only way. Maybe that's the only way to maybe force it down. Good spin there from ex-Rezo. Maybe that's the only way to maybe force it down and make it so if a player wants dualies in the pistol round, it has to be 1 pair only if they want Kevlar.
This is still a little bit dicey. Oh, never mind. Great clearance out of Patsy, and Quirks is running away on 20 HP with the AK. I would just change the fire rate of them, to be honest.
The thing is, they don't have a fire rate because it's not a fully automatic gun. It's just you can just click them fast if you've got a fast trigger finger.
I'd have a delay on that. A very, very slight one. But maybe that I'm just being biased because I just don't like them. Do you know what?
I don't know.
I don't change them. Don't change them.
Okay. He's gone round in circles.
I just think I'm being maybe a little bit too subjective rather than objective.
The thing is, they are too powerful, though. The dualies in pistol rounds are like 5.7s in 4 spies. Like, it is the same sort of thing. They can one-shot headshot from close range. You've got 30 down bullets in them. Maybe make it so, like, each Beretta has 12 or something rather than a full 30. That's what I think they should be doing to the 5.7 as well, lowering that magazine. Sure. Anyway.
Give it 6 bullets like the CZ.
Well, I think the 5.7 will still be very, very relevant, even if it had 6 bullets, I think. But I think they should make it 10 rather than 20 or 12. Anyway, that's if I was in control of the game. I am not. I am a very small part of the Counter-Strike ecosystem.
Yeah,
We're jumping out B. Yes, the tiniest of cogs. I'm
still important though.
Yeah, the tiniest of cogs in real life as well. The bomb will be planted on B. And there's no chance for a retake because they're full eco. Quirts wants to try and save that AK. He's going 18 and 7. And the differential in the kill count is continuing to be even more ridiculous here for Unity. 1 and 10, 2 and 9, then 10, 10, 10, 10, 18 and 7. 19 and 7, 19 and 8. 3 and 9! Sorry, I'm being silly.
This is gonna sound horrible, and it is having a bad game. I don't want to pick on him, but I have been on the opinion for a while. Actually, to be honest, like ever since I first saw FNL, I just don't rate him as a player.
Okay.
And I've had loads of like other commentators in like this space be like, "Oh, FNL, like he's really good." I'm just I've never seen it.
I mean, look, he might be a good piece for certain teams, but the issue is he's 20. His rating right now isn't that good. Like, his average isn't that good, just saying. And he's also been a part of 1, 2, 3, 4 separate academy projects. That can't be the best sign in the world that an academy doesn't want to keep you around. For big orgs too, like Na'Vi, Monty, Heroic. Say Monty's not a big org, but you know, a team that was relevant at the time. So yeah.
Yeah.
Not exactly fully disagreeing with you. I think he's better than what he's shown today, though. Or here, anyway, in this map.
Pretty Small Life is still here.
I see that. I just looked myself. I actually reopened the Twitch stream solely to see if he was still here. So
That's why I did it.
that's how important you are, man. One nice comment makes a person's day. Remember that. Remember that to everyone in chat. This is not live round. I'm hearing ticks in chat, surely.
Oh, this isn't live and Quirt's... Oh, no way. Quirt's saw Patsy and gone not live, not live. That sucks.
That sucks. And what's also hilarious about that is that he didn't even kill Patsy. He just saw him there disconnected in front of his very eyes. Like a ghost. Remember that old bug we used to have where a player would disconnect, it would leave the ghost of their player behind? Like many moons ago.
Yeah, I remember that, yeah.
Yeah, that was funny.
You got any like favorite like Twitch channels that you watch?
I used to. These days I only watch friends, really. Like when they stream, I'll watch my friends play.
That's
whatever
fair.
game they're playing, to be fair. Like I'll watch, you know, like just example of 2 or 3 separate friends that I have that still stream now. There's not many left, to be fair. They're all busy with life or work. Occasionally watch Mia. I'll goat Mia.
What goat?
Other than tournaments and friends, I don't really watch anyone. I can't lie.
All right, I'll give 2.
Go on.
They're both for animal enjoyers. Shrimps 24/7.
I've heard about this one.
That's great. And then there's a Twitch channel called Streaming Our Zoo, and they've just got a permanent feed in their red panda enclosure.
Red pandas are goated.
They're my favourite.
Otters and red pandas are up there for favourite animal for me. Otters have always been number 1, but red pandas are... I would say red pandas could be top 5, maybe even top 3, because there's a lot of big cats which are favourites of mine as well. So, I think red pandas are up there. Great pick from Snow on the Orb. That's his second kill of the entire game. It deserves to be brought up. That's a really important one to start the defense for Unity, but Brilliance has managed to dome Quirtus, and that is their main guy down. Brilliance survives top mid for 15 HP, but then jumps for some reason and dies to too high. Bomb plant on...
Too high was flanked him, to be fair.
Oh, sorry, I didn't see that. Apologies. I thought it was the kill on top of the smoke. ex-RUSTEC is trying to hold in towards CT. Yuka has found Mikey, and now this makes this 3-man retake not easy.
Yeah, I like this from Yuka as well. He just goes into ramp, and he's now just going to wait. Double nades drops, and they actually just leave CT. They hear the flashbang come over now. This is really nice. Just good repositions. You're not strafing into the AWP angle. You give in Unity nothing to work with. So I think this is a really well played after plant coming through here from ex-RUSTEC.
Terrorists win.
Yeah, and considering we've had some concerns about their T sides, good signs here. Really good signs. And maybe this is where Unity's new team falls by the wayside.
It just comes back to the same conversation of these players aren't getting kills on the bomb sites. And that is going to continue to be a struggle. There we go, Snow. To be fair to Snow, back-to-back opening kills in rounds. Too high is then followed through. This 5-on-3 has to be converted here for Unity.
Mikey's found Patsy, and now it should be okay. Traded by Yuka, but Jake is pretty late on ramp. He's got the bomb. Teammate Yuka is, of course, in a different position.
Time in this AWPer here.
And Yuka's been very, very good this map. I thought we haven't maybe talked him up as much as he deserves. Some of these fast shots he's been hitting in unlikely positions, but he should be a dead man now. Maybe not just yet. Quertz goes looking for him. Gets punished for his misgivings. Yuka is maybe a little bit more interested now in a 1v3.
Nah, this is crazy. He can't. Like, surely. Like, Snow's on the angle. Snow should just have him every day of the week. This is such an uncommon angle for Snow to be in as well right now. In fact, I thought he was elevated on the boxes. He wasn't, but he still hit the shot. Always trains on the angle of Yuka. Unity will make good on the promise of the 5-on-3. They are able to close.
It does feel like we're no closer to knowing who's going to win this game. I mean, we still
Very
think it's going to be ex-RUSTEC, but they could easily just start to disappear a bit on T side. And if this round goes awry, it's 10-all, put simply. The delay in showing my Thunderpick socks off on camera is crazy right now.
Timing for Jake is going to be bad unless he looks back, and he does. Big kill on the too high. Mikey now known and will deal with Jake. Surely that incentivizes you to push forward and towards middle, and it will. Lots of space being offered up. That nade doesn't do as much damage onto ex-Rezo as Unity would have wanted. Now all this controlling towards mid. The next question is, what do you do with it? Great catch. FNL drops. Surely you accelerate up short now.
Oh, good kill. That was an important one. Could have been a 3v3 if that went awry for Brilliance. The Incendiary now can block off Snow's rotation. And unless Brilliance is not brilliant, he won't be overpeaking from there. And that won't even matter. Overpeak to your heart's content, mate. Patsy's found his one. No, he has to try and get away. And getting away with already a player in apartments and already a player on short would feel like an impossible task. So the scene. There's a catch from ex-Rezo. ex-RUSTEC are getting one step closer, and that a big factor, like I said. Money a little bit iffy for Unity. That was a little bit of a swing round. It could be 10-all if Unity had won it. They didn't. Now they're playing catch-up big time.
Someone in chat has said, how are Unity losing low? It's because Snow and FNL have got 7 kills between them. If you want the honest answer.
That is look, we never like to put it down purely to that, but when you've got 2 players having a KD like that, and unfortunately 2 new additions, by the way, which is a bit of an unfortunate look. Yeah, it's not great.
And this buy also doesn't feel great. FNL's just dead again. This is now becoming very precarious. Very, very precarious for Unity. I'm pretty sure this is going to hit 12. Just from the way that ex-RUSTEC are looking right now. Good news is that 3 players are on A, technically, because Mikey can move over. Bad news is that they're looking to crunch on middle. This could work. Patsy, though, actually only able to get 1. That will open the door in this 3v3 for Unity, but also allows ex-RUSTEC to get over towards this site.
Already the Incendiary coming in on default to try and stop a bomb plant. That's why maybe Jake is looking to fight while these nades are up. He can hear Quertz burning on stairs. That's very obvious that he's there. Little right-click jump nade doesn't do a whole lot of damage, but it does enough to be a bit of a nuisance.
They've got to live for the Palace player.
And that is the goal for now. Yuka, he's very exposed on default. In fact, all 3 are not really exposed in that position. I like this. I really like that. That is a pure ruse. But now it's a bit more awkward. Now you've smoked off your final retaking play. It worked to begin with, and I totally understand why they smoked Palace to try and take the attention away from Snow. But in the end, with his other 2 teammates dying on that retake, it put him in the worst possible position.
I actually I don't like that. The only way that works more effectively is if they smoke deep Palace and then he walks through it. But because he's almost like taking a kill and then jiggling back in, then he gets smoked off, it just completely isolates those players. I think Yuka plays it brilliantly, to be fair.
Yeah, agree.
But if the smoke wasn't there, or if he'd already walked through the smoke at that moment, Yuka never finds that double kill.
Yeah, Yuka has been fantastic. Absolutely. 20 and 9. So many kills that he's managed to grab today, which you wouldn't necessarily think he should get. So, fair damn play. Unity's buy to save the VO3 and avoid the decider match, which feels unlikely now, is FAMAS, A1S, A4, MP9.
Well, they've been pushing extremities quite a lot. Ex-RUSTEC ready for it. They're just holding. Really taking their time here in round 21. Quirt's heard jumping over at short as well. It feels like it's going to be this B-exec. Are they going to incorporate mid into this, or is it going to be pretty one-dimensional with Jake lurking?
They are preparing themselves to go. But the setup for Quirtus and FNL is good. Bomb's not going into apartments with them. It looks like it's going to be a mid-split. Of course, change their mind entirely, but they've only got 34 seconds left to make that decision. So, is it still very doable for Unity here? The fact they've got two around that B apartment's position, and they've got a quick rotator on, I was going to say in Marky. He has moved away a little bit now, but they'll be here pretty quickly. What has FNL got on the corner? The answer's nothing. 16 seconds. Quirts needs something. The ex-Rezo. There's the headshot king I've told you about.
Wow.
And the third to make my point even further. 25 out of his 33 kills, and the last game I watched of ex-RUSTEC were headshot kills from Mr. ex-Rezo. But a massive triple to push ex-RUSTEC over the line here in this BO3. Too High trying his best, but unfortunately, as the captain, two of his new charges, Snow and FNL, have just not shown up on map 3, and it will be a win and through to playoffs, I believe, for ex-RUSTEC.
Good news for Unity is they're not out of the tournament. Right? They've still got a chance in this group. And I think they showed like a decent showing, to be fair to them. When you consider the fact they've not played officials in 8 weeks, when you consider that they've gone through a lot of changes, they're actually making changes to their map pool as well. I think there's certainly a way forward for this team. Yeah. I'm not sat here being like really upset with them. There were certainly mistakes. There's going to be. And I feel like you've got to give them grace during this transition period. They'll play Entropy over the next couple of days, and I'm pretty sure that they'll be able to get the job done there over Entropy. So I'd fully expect Unity to still make out the group regardless. For ex-RUSTEC, we knew it was going to be the individual firepower, and we saw it on maps that rely on individual firepower, such as Dust 2 and Mirage.
Yeah, exactly. And we're not behind schedule, but we kind of want a little bit of a break before our next BO3. So Misa versus Falcons Force is to come. That's the Turkish team. Kind of like, I kind of want them once before. There's a couple of good individuals on that team. And Falcons Force, of course, at the moment, still playing with NATO Safik. So, should be an interesting one. We'll see you after the break.
Thunderpick.
Welcome back, everyone. We've got one more BO3 to come this evening. Misa versus Falcons Force. Should be an interesting one, this one, because there's some Turkish players on Misa that we know quite well, but there's also a certain number of individuals on the Falcons Academy, which we know very well as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm a lot more familiar with Falcons Force than I am with Misa. Oh, he's just showing off even more merch now. Look at him. Get that in. Could have done that in the break, but what is
You're going to make me choke, man. You're going to make me choke.
Look, this is the Falcons Force team, but they can't play with Cloxy because he's only 15. So that's why NATO Safix jumps in, and he will play instead of Cloxy. This team, it's a weird one, this Falcons Force team, because I actually think they've got an awful lot of potential. I just think that they can't really show it because they play with NATO in a lot of these tournaments, and that's no slight on NATO. It's just different having your coach on the server with you compared to being behind you. And I think once Cloxy is of age to play, in these tournaments, I think this team will actually go not to the moon. That's a little bit excessive, but I think they will rise up the rankings fairly quickly.
Yeah, and honestly, I don't even disagree with you. I think it's in a pretty good space at the moment and good place for the future. We've often talked a lot about the We Play Academy League and wanting that back, and who would win if it was the modern day. Sure, maybe Spirit Academy would have like 5 different teams in that tournament. Maybe they'd have a higher chance of winning. But joking aside, I think Falcons Force would be up there and compete pretty deep into a We Play Academy League in the modern day. Firstly, for me though, all I need to see from them is getting Tapewear a better picture, because my guy looks like he's a zombie. Please give him more color in his upcoming photos for the team. But yeah, good team, and Nido Safek's playing. The crazy thing about Nato playing, Brandon, is that genuinely every single time I've checked a match page or watched him play myself, he looks pretty solid at this level. It's a bit shaky sometimes, but he gets the numbers.
He does. He does. And it's impressive, to be fair. Stand-in's favourite stand-in, NATO Safek's. He's the GOAT. Let's have a look at Misa and look at their team over here, because I am familiar with M-Star and Hox and the rest. Not in the slightest, but it's really nice that we get another one of these teams just in the region stepping up and trying to be next up too. They got a Nike dealership as well, which is kind of cool. Look at that.
Yeah, very
Nike
cool.
in esports. I'm not seeing that.
Yeah, it's been a while, hasn't it? I think they had one with Furia, if I remember correctly, years and years ago.
I think you're right.
But it didn't last that long. I always was sad about that, because they did really cool jerseys that were, I think, now the rarest Furia jerseys, but they just barely sold them to anyone. So yeah, they're really, really cool, but they moved on from Nike quite quickly. I've seen these guys play once before. I can't lie, I don't remember which game that was. I don't know if they won. Was it this one? Let me see. If I've bookmarked the match page, then I'll be able to tell you. I think it was against Honved. Let's see. Might have been No, that was Nodwin. I don't know. Either way, I've watched them once already. I found it. It was Olibet. I've watched them once already, and they have a few players that I think can do something. As you say, I mean, M-Star has Eternal Fire experience. Hox has come from a couple of different teams where he's shown some good level. But I think Zwedster, Suv, and Kianich, Chanich, I'm not sure how people want me to say his name. But he's been good the last couple of times I've watched him, which might not necessarily be entirely representative of the actual numbers he's got on HLTV. So we'll have to see. But honestly, from pure power lately, Misa have been very, very up and down. It's literally a case of them winning one, losing one in their recent HLTV performances. But I do think what's interesting about this game, have a look at the Falcons Force, look at DeVito, is the fact that they've also played before. They played in the ESEA Advanced about a month ago, and Falcons Force won that one, even though currently the Falcons Force form is a little bit worse. But of course, that was pre-player break when they did play those advanced games 7 weeks ago. They only just recently came back and beat Bebop, like you mentioned to me the other day. So let's see what Misa have got against them today. Cash is maybe we'll start, mate.
Yeah, fun one. Oh, also, that it's worth noting, Misa were playing with Rhyme and Matowski, so different players in there. You didn't have M-Star and Hox, so I think obviously M-Star and Hox add a different dynamic to this team. Obviously, Hox being the AWPer, for those a little bit unfamiliar, he's playing on Sangao. With that being said, I've just got this funny feeling Falcons Force are going to win 2-0.
Okay.
And that's a very vibes pick. That isn't good colour, but I just have this feeling.
Well, look, you might not be too far off. As we said, we have not seen much of them since their since the pre-player break. They got a chance to play against some pretty good teams in various online tournaments, like Fnatic and Sparta, teams that are definitely above their level. They did lose, but they showed a little bit of something in a few of those games. And yeah, of course, when you're pinned to this position of having to play with NATO Safek's, it's always a bit frustrating when you know the quality that Cloxy has. So yeah, it is a weird one, but as you say, we'll have to see how he goes when he gets back into the team when he's of age, like you said. It's a bit of a shame because I feel like it would be cool if that wasn't a factor, but there are rules and regulations, and look, with all betting names and everything, it probably is the right thing to leave him to get a bit older first. Did he have to get to 16? Or
16, yeah.
It has to be 16. There you go. Okay, so it's not that long to wait then. If it was a bit of a difference, let's say it was like 18, that would be a bit rough for him. Either way,
Donk's playing, right? Or Donk was playing.
Exactly. So. That was, that has never been the factor ever. It's never been 18. It's only ever been 16. So it's very rare that we get ourselves into these situations, to be fair, as well, when it comes to players being that young on a team. Even academy teams. Academy teams don't usually sign players that are, at least if you're not Spirit Academy white and green and black.
And Inner Circle.
Inner Circle too. Don't usually sign players, do they, who are, that young. Anyway, our head-to-head is Greku and Hox. That should be an interesting one because, of course, Hox has been the most informed player for Misa lately. We're waiting for Cash. We're excited for Cash. It should be a bit of a barn burner, actually, this one. And we'll see how it gets going when everyone's in the server, hopefully in about 5 minutes' time.
Didn't have to wait too long for Cash, and we can jump straight into it. Interestingly enough, Falcons Force say, do you know what, we want the T side, even though it's your map pick. And, wow, what a shot. Great trade out of Nucleons. NATO waiting. There's 3 players here. Counter flashbang is in. And NATO lives long enough to get Nucleons to trade. Still 2 more players on this B bomb site. Still 1 more player on this B bomb site. Hox is going to be undetected though, and the timing is really good. Sharp shot onto Nucleons. Tapeware will get the necessary trade, and now Suv's in a 1v2.
Yeah, very fast-paced already between these two, as we thought it might be. Suv, he's got a 1v1. Doesn't know where Veno's coming from. Now he's got an inkling. Going back to check it. Veno is now peeking him, and now Suv knows he can isolate the fight. While Tapeware is trying to get the bomb planted, he can try and take him down, but now he's got 1 bullet in the USP. Has to go into the smoke to reload. And his only option is to dive back around toward Heaven. He doesn't know where Veno's gone. Now he realizes that he's gone at Heaven next to him. It's a very fast adjustment on that one. And Tapeware was in the open, by the way. That was very, very doable. But Tapeware, the captain, will get the frag necessary.
Great trades from Falcons Force over towards B. That was scary. I think Veno, if he just sort of steps to the right-hand side a little bit, Tapeware tucks, like that feels a lot safer. But they took the more aggressive route, and they were able to get the win. So I guess you can't criticize them too much. That's just my only little caveat, is like there's a safer way to play that to guarantee the round win. But hey, they got the job done regardless. Force by back. Boost up for Nucleons. And a break on the smoke won't really net him anything. In fact, there's going to be a boost going the other way. Are you going to be ready for this at all? Yeah, Greku, definitely considering it. Did he spot M-Star? Oh, certainly did now. That's beautiful. Not the kill, but a lot of damage. And Nucleon's over the top. That boost can now pay off. The Falcons Force begin to apply even more pressure on the middle of the map.
That's one thing that Falcons Force are going to have during this series, and what I've seen from them so far. They can easily get outplayed by teams in a slightly higher by half a tier, maybe. But in these sort of games, I just feel like they've just got a good setup, and they won't take things for granted in these sort of matches. JiJieHao could easily get a multi here with the MP9, and he's done big damage, but NATO makes sure to peak at the right time. There's still 3 CTs here, though. They're going to get past all of them. The Scout's doing some damage. MP9 in position 2. It's very hard to battle boss this many CTs. And Hox has found 2 with the Scout. USP drawn. Maybe thinking big damage has been done to Greku, but Greku's still got a good chance on 62 HP. Hox on the side. Standoff with 15 seconds to go. And eventually he'll re-peek back into it. And to be fair to Falcons Force, they made that closer than I thought they would, considering the early damage and considering they were going into pretty much all 5 of them.
Yeah, and they didn't know they were going into all 5 of them, to be fair. I mean, really good for a Misa. Timeout immediately being called by NATO. That's just a shame, because they were so low because of the MP9. That Scout then just serves as an AWP. I thought the trading was really good, and as soon as they put it into the 2v1, I thought it was all said and done. But no, Hox makes the most of it. Brilliant round from him. Not enough time for Greku to really work with either. So that's going to equalise things. Force Spy is not going to be the prettiest either, because they didn't get the bomb down. Did Falcons Force. And alright, if we're going to get like hyper-aggression out of Misa, I'm kind of all for it.
Yeah, it's been a fun start to the game, that's for sure. Cash, in the times I've seen it so far, has lent itself to those sort of games. Some people aren't enjoying it, and obviously a lot of talk about it not being picked in Premier and being banned out all the time. In the professional games I've watched, sure, it's a bit of a brag fest, as I'm sure you can understand, with the tactics not being as important maybe necessarily, but I still find it enjoyable with how retakeable A is in particular. It's giving teams a lot of fun after plants and unpredictable rounds to call.
Really, people don't like it.
I feel like I like it a lot to play. Nice shot, Nucleon. Give us a second, because he could be fragging some more here, but no. Himstar will put him down.
They're out B.
They are out B, and they're going to get a plant. I'll come back to my point later.
Bomb has been planted.
4-on-3. There is a kit in this round. NATO just playing underneath. He can do this because of the player in useless. Or should I say garage? Doesn't matter. Tateware still there. NATO waiting. Crossfire. Oh, good. On towards the vent, but Hox is just better. It's all up to Greku. If they could get that kill on the vent player, Falcons Force have got a really good opportunity, and I thought they dissected it well. But it's Hox that just keeps destroying this team.
That was dirty from Hox. That jiggle peek headshot onto NATO there. NATO barely even saw him. He obviously knew he was there after the fight he was trying to take, but that was an instant domage from Hox. And yeah, I think there's been lots of conversation about it being banned in Premier all the time, and people don't play new maps or whatever in casual play, and it's just annoying lots of people. But I think to watch, it's been just
Fun.
all right. It's been totally fine to me.
I like it a lot, but I am biased. I absolutely love this map. That molly has not gone where it's meant to.
No. By the way, it is crazy how paper thin those walls are. It is a default. It's a part of the T default now to spam those every single round at the beginning and look for kills on white box or connector. But that Glock did 12 damage from that range through the wall.
Craziness.
You do like 1, in my opinion. Falcons Force full buy. In a position now. Renault will not clear him, and I know he's there though, and it should be traded. Yes, Greku paths through that smoke in the right fashion, but Hox is there to help out again from middle. and Nucleons will go down. So we've got an AK, a Galil, and a Deagle left here for this Falcons Force buy.
The Nucleon's conversation's always just been really interesting to me. Just because I think he did really well at Bounty, playing with the main team. Hang on. It should just be cleared up by Zooster. And is. Now with 10 seconds, nice shot out of tape wet, and he's got the sight. He just doesn't really have the time to do this, so...
Build up the time, maybe?
Yeah, don't die off the time, it's not worth it.
Jumping in low.
Oh
Yeah.
no.
Unfortunately, it's the right thing to do. Tape
Absolutely.
players, like, it's not like the one we saw earlier, right? Where they ran away and just forced the Glocks to survive. That one is just not tape player's fault at all. Yeah, it just happens that it's at that point of the round where he picks up the M4 and yeah.
Yeah. All right. Okay. Eco time. Yeah. Like he did well at Bounty, and I thought, okay, well, this guy's gonna like really step up in this team and like be like a standout player in Falcons Force. He has games, but he's not like a consistent high impact player like I thought he was gonna be.
Unfortunately, I agree with you, and maybe that's just like part and parcel of the job he does on the team. He doesn't want to change from. It's what he's comfortable with. But in general, it is weird to say that I've been more underwhelmed with Nucleons playing against this sort of tier 3 opposition, if not lower, than I was when he played in tier 1.
Yeah, it's weird, isn't it?
I've been just whelmed, you know? Been whelmed by him at tier 3. I think underwhelmed is a bit harsh. I've been just, you know, normally whelmed, not over or under. Michael McIntyre, eat your heart out. I think that's a line from him. Soup is holding on.
These people won't know who Michael McIntyre is, Trev.
No, I know, but come on. He's known around the world now.
Is he?
You're right, but I'm sure there'll be some people who live in Turkey or whatever that know Michael McIntyre from seeing him on TikToks or Instagram Reels or something. I don't know. If you know Michael McIntyre, say so in chat. Rice Bob GG, what are the casters' predictions on the winner? I genuinely don't know this one.
Changed my mind. I thought it was going to be Falcons Force 2-0, to be honest. And I'll stick to that because I said it. But the more I'm watching Misa on Cash, and yes, it is Cash, but also this is a Falcons Force that beats Bebop 13-6 on this map. So
it's true.
I'm currently... I mean, that maybe just says more about Bebop than it does Falcons Force.
I'm taking Misa, who won.
Ooh, 3 mappies.
Okay. Don't say that again, please.
What, 3 mappies?
Yeah, it sounds too close to nappies.
Oh. Okay, I didn't actually think... Genuinely didn't even try to do that, but yeah, fair.
Look, it's fine.
3 Mapparinos?
Yeah, that's good.
Is that better? Okay.
In the first Mapparino, it is Misa up 4-1, and they are looking to make it 5-1 with M-Star getting his kill. Of course, M-Star probably the player with the most experience on the entire server if you remove NATO Sapphics. Capeware will get himself some damage, but I'm afraid not the completed kill. Another CT put down to sub 10 HP. Well, news makes no difference, to be fair. 11 HP. And Greku...
Nice to be in hell for as well.
It's stuck with the AWP. Block needs to try and find the kill.
Okay.
Well, okay, they found the 2 low HP players. 14 seconds for the plant. Hawks is trying to stop that, but Greku's there for the trade, and he's got time to get this bomb down. Incendiary lineup could be used by Zwedster, but he's going to keep it. This is a great chance for Falcons Force to recover the situation.
Oh, wow.
And Greku didn't even have a chance to click, unfortunately.
That's so unlucky. He had the right read, and then as soon as Zwedster's on his screen, he's dead. That's fair play to Falcons Force again, because they get a lot out of a round that I thought was over immediately. So, full credit to them. They get the bomb down as well with the loss bonus. That means that they can buy. Greku's going to go glass cannon AWP. I don't know. What's this? What are you doing here? What's this lineup for? Is this for insta mid?
The new one
Yeah,
for me.
it is.
Oh,
That's new.
nice.
Yeah, I've not seen that before. That's cool.
Yeah, I'm sure it's on one of these like websites you can use where you can test lineups and use all the nades the pros use and all that. But
Meta stack.
in pro play, yeah, exactly. In pro play, I've not seen that one yet. Nice aggression from Hox in front of the smoke. NATO not ready for that.
It looks like Hox is just going to be farming Falcons Force. That's currently just all I've learned. And Hox is the highest rated player on this Misa team. Hox, I think, was good in Sangal as well. Just, unfortunately, I think for him, where the team became like incredibly international, I don't think that was at the right point for him in his career. Which sounds weird to say because a lot of teams are international now. But when you do your best work on a national team, you then go international and struggle. Like, it makes sense. It makes even more sense, I suppose, the fact you've now gone back to a national team and you're performing well again.
Agreed, sir.
Thank you.
These Turkish players I had not seen play before the other day. Suv, Zwedster, and Ganic. Again, if there's any Turkish fans in chat, just let me know
What
you think the pronunciation for Ganic is. I've been kind of going Kianic or Chanic. It's obviously not a ch, but all you can really pronounce with that name. The Kanic, that doesn't work really either. So
20 seconds.
20 seconds before they went to B.
Oh,
That is
dear.
a failure from Kianic though. And Nucleons will take him down. MStar now needs to deliver. There's one, but can't react to Venno charging into headshot. So the bomb site will be taken.
But the HP is incredibly low. So holding on to this is going to be the tricky part. Nucleon's in a lovely little angle to try and get rid of the Heaven players. That's also a sickening nade. Every player rotating in from Heaven now is wild. Venno, the only one here. Oh, but maybe he needs to only be the one here. Traded immediately by Suv. Nucleons tucks in the corner. Bomb. Halfway gone. They've both got kits, but it's planted open. Nucleons can just wait. Flashbang's great. Oh no, they can just stick it potentially. This is going to be very tricky. Lineups there, and in fact, Greku hit the headshot. Nucleons will follow through. And Falcons Force will get the round.
Everyone will die, but getting the round is all that matters. That was very tight, but yeah, great little grab. It definitely could have gone the other way if Nucleons doesn't kill either of the two players. It was not Nucleons, it was his teammate. Doesn't kill the player already on the defuse. It was literally the same killer round pretty much. He managed to grab that headshot on the diffuser before the second player has to jump on it. It's one of those rounds which can definitely go either way. The timings are even 1% different. But well done, Falcons Force. They got it over the line. As usual, NATO Sapphics got some okay numbers in the game so far as well.
It's expensive, though. Break on the smoke. Oh, not seeing anything. I thought he was just going to take the shot. There is one player in towards checkers here. Another break, a missed opportunity for Hox. He's somehow alive throughout all this. And I feel like this is just going to bait in M-Star even more. Zootster gets another, and there's that M-Star bait, but he's only able to get one kill. Hox now comes back over the top of Heaven. Greku ready, and he will claim the frag. That's nice out of Greku. There is still a kit in play. Getting these kills is going to be tricky. Oh, they might just look to run through the smoke on a flashbang. This pop might be good enough. Greku. Oh, never mind. He's just better. Nucleon's not even needed. Greku will claim all the kills. That was messy at the end of that round there for me, sir.
For Misa.
Fair play, Falcons Force. I'll take it back as well. Because this was, what, 5-1? And now it's about to be 5-4. They've really rebuilt into this. Nice to see. Greku's having some really important moments too.
Player will be thrust over the mid boost. Going out with Nucleons. Funny, we saw a lot of tape player in that Copenhagen Wolves team at the time, and he was always, I think a decent captain for that level. They had some decent wins. It was always his individual level, which was a bit of the question mark for sure. But playing with NATO, maybe not having to do as much of the heavy lifting mentally with his brain. Making him having a couple of nice kills to start off this game. We'll find Suv here as well on against the eco. That is screwed. Good dig from Benno, but again, they're going to survive with all 5 players alive and 3 for the Mac 10 for some moolah.
I'm only silent because I'm just thinking about the tapeware individual form. So I didn't often remember him being like awful.
No, he wasn't. He was obviously it was kind of like normal in-game leader numbers, but maybe below, like 0.2 lower than average, I would say.
Okay, fine.
Wasn't that bad.
I understand. Was he on Apex Rebels?
Yes, I think so.
Yeah.
Going into Copenhagen Wolves, yeah, when that name got reared into the space, basically.
Yeah, so I quite like him.
I think he's good for this level, yeah. Good choice from Falcons, I think, honestly. With otherwise it's very, very unknown players on the team if it's not tapeware. So need some a little bit more experience playing at tier 3, tier 2.
So I'm pretty sure he wasn't always. Was he always the in-game leader for this team? Probably. Looking at their names. Unsure. Anyway, he'll grab the entry. You're right. It's straight in towards B. This is open runway. There's no resistance this time from Misa. They're just going to have to save. Falcons Force have equalised, and this choice of the T side now looking to be very good.
Huh. Don't mean to sound like a Minecraft villager, but...
Huh.
I think this is good from Falcons Force. I think I'm quite impressed with how they managed to build their way back into the half. Keeping it quite simple. I know cash is simple, but they are keeping it simple. I have been in my 2-week Minecraft phase. Yeah. I killed the dragon last night.
Ooh, check you out. What, on your own? With friends?
On my own. But I did have netherite gear because I'd already grinded for it. So it was quite a lot easier because of that. Okay, so both players trying to save got taken down there, by the way. And also, we've lost Ganich, fortunately.
Did Twitch chat reply about pronunciations?
No, because there's probably no people from Turkey watching the English broadcast, I would guess.
Oh, are you guys going to stay cast in the next game? Yes.
Really? Are we?
I'm not. Goodbye.
See ya. I mean, I could just let you complete this map while I have my dinner, because I'm really hungry, but... I'm more professional than that. I only eat when I use the prod tool. Force buy coming in, or half buy coming in for Misa. They're going to try and stack up 3 players on B already. They're going to try and take that B main position immediately. I have pushed all the way through to look for information, but we're going to fall back off of it now. It's not a full take of it and a full push through. Look at Nucleon's already storming his way up highway. On the highway to hell, though, unfortunately, because Kianich is 5-7'd in, and Suv has hit a deep shot on Tapeware 2. All of a sudden, it's a bit nervy. That shot is hard to get on the forklift, on the headshot line. Finally, one more kill will come through, but it's not clean. And Zuedster, oh, I'm sorry, getting taken out. Zuedster's now less of a threat with the 5-7 on highway. Benosa getting saved on 4 HP. Will complete this one, I think.
Yeah, you're just gonna look for exits. Going back, feeding into the point of Nucleons as well, by the way. Like, I think Greku's the best player on this team by
Yeah, fair.
actually quite a substantial margin. Apart from
Okay,
NATO. Apart from NATO Sapphics.
Well, look, man, if there's one guy that has played cash officials, it's him.
It's him.
Let's have a look, actually. It's been a while. I do this for every single, like... When it's a team that hasn't been pros for longer than 2019, I don't check. But when it's a player that is on a team at this level that has, it's always fun to look back and see when exactly they would have lost and how much they would have played cash back in the day. Complete stats. Map filter cash matches. So before the game against Bebop, he would have played it with Sprout in December 2018.
Yeah, I mean, it was taken out the pool March 2019.
There you go. Percy, NATO Sapphics, Dennis and Spiddy, the legends themselves.
Oh, they're so lovely.
And Faven.
And Faven.
Yeah. That was in the ESL Meisterschaft Winter Finals.
Good times.
The
there
actual
was a
Sprout
trade
team
there.
back then, I think, was Synced and Cyclone and everything. I'll check in a second.
This is an interesting round because you've got Shonik that has pushed into Sunroom. You've now got players resetting themselves in towards mid as well for Misa. The last round of the first half. Nucleons over the top, hoping for an opportunity. Get one on M-Star. And Soothe. That's massive. NATO is really expecting a player to be here and has now turned his back on it. Oh, Neno, look back. Is there a trade? There is. That's such an important kill out of NATO. Hox now also doing the 1v3. I don't think he's going to find anything. I was going to say because of the Nucleon swing. Hang on a second. NATO Sapphics is going on an adventure. This gets weird.
Both these two team players are on 9 kills. They need to reach double digits to make sure they confirm a 7-5 lead on the half. Hox will switch to the AK. And having that AK available is because of Nucleon's push. Does that make it possible for him? Time is still an issue, but he won't be able to get by Tapeware. Big kill from Tapeware. He will reach that 10th kill, and Falcons Force will reach 7.
Really good recovery from them. Down a large number of rounds in this first half. It was looking, to be honest, pretty bang average and kind of uninspired, but some good calls, I think, coming out of both, like NATO and Tapeware. Will give them both responsibility and credit for that.
Yeah.
And Greku bailed out, I think, Falcons Force quite a lot in that first half. Shout out Nucleons for the last round. Can't be dismissive of his efforts. And now they're on a CT side, in which Misa have got a boatload of utility for the pistol.
NATO will
Nice.
click 1.
Wow.
Veno's there with him, and Veno doesn't go down immediately after NATO does, which means they keep control of the site. There's Nucleons with Ganich, and Zwedster's got flashes, and they'll be saying to his teammates, bro, I had flashes. What the hell? I could have popped you in. Pick them up, I know, off dead bodies, but still.
Yeah, they didn't throw a single piece of their util, did they?
Yeah, there's the molly he just found as well. If I were him, I would use that molly right now. Don't let the CTs have it. There we go.
He is most certainly dead. Cool flash, but not really achieving anything. Tapeware and Nucleon swing together. Yeah, Falcons Force are in control. How many rounds in a row is this? I need to count.
Go for it.
Okay, it was 5-1. So 7 rounds in a row.
Hell yeah. Oh my god, I've just been jump scared. I was looking back through NATO Sapphics' cash games, right? Firstly, DreamHack Open Atlanta 2018 Europe Closed Qualifier. They played Vitality at the early stages of their run. Happy, Apex, MBK, Zywu, RPK. RPK carried, the GOAT. Litonk. Another one in the ESL Meisterschaft. Clearly they needed to play with stand-ins. Quite a lot of them as well. They played with Maniac.
Oh.
Good god.
Yay.
Yay. NATO will get himself 1. And that means that pretty much control of this round still, but the bomb can come through for Misa. A bit of extra money for them, and they might even be able to find a round because Tech9's and a Mac 10. It won't be a pushover in this hold, and yeah, no kit available. Hox might feel like he needs to make a play. The flashy will go through, but there's still 2 players there. TWC gets saved. Now. Yeah, I would tend to agree with you. That spray has not found the kill somehow, but there is a lot of damage done. The thing is, Suva's been taken, and now even though they're 2 and 10 HP, they can just hold that defuse while Greku will make sure MSAR doesn't come through the smoke. So, add to the number, Brandon. Continuing on.
Okay, I'll add to the number. 16 for Greku. Like, again, he has just saved this team. Nice try from Misa. But Greku is just
now? 8?
phenomenal. 8 in a row.
Yeah. Oh, Cyclone was on that team as well, helping out the boys. Good old Cyclone.
Oh, bless him. We like Cyclone. Nucleon's deaded through the smoke. That's when you've been killed in a sad BS way through the smoke. You've been deaded. Nice angle from TWC here. Just doesn't get mollied ever. No one really goes through Squeaky. So he's guaranteed at least a kill, unless ex-RUSTEC hits a banger. There you go. There's your guarantee. Follow through, not quite as easy. Oh, there's still a player on the boost.
Yeah, NATO wasn't ready for that. Don't blame him. Greku will find Suv in the meantime, though. It's another kill to add to his tally. There is a kit available in middle for Greku to pick up if needed. I think he is coming in to pick that up now. He's got a full belt of util. It is hard, but I think they've got a shot. Glue will swing though, and that makes it impossible now for Venno. I think he's aware of Kennex peeking from above, but he's not ready for the timing of it. Kill will come through, and Misa have broken their duck. Don't break ducks though, because ducks are cool.
True. Another top tier animal.
You ever seen the Mandarin duck, Brandon?
No.
Google Mandarin duck right now. You won't be disappointed.
Duck. I have seen these. These are cool.
Okay, good.
Oh, look at it.
NATO will start the round with the FAMAS on M-Star, but Greku... That's what I'm talking about. Another kill with the AWP, another one with a headshot as well, and what is a full force from Falcons Force, and they've got a 4v3, turn 3v3, and then TWC is peeking. No. He's low. This 3v3 is now a lot more unfavoured for them.
Wait, look back at the ducks.
What? Sorry? Say that again?
I'm just going to look back at the ducks, just for some emotional support for Falcons Force.
Yeah.
Be good in a pancake.
What the hell?
Greku kills Suv. The B-bomb site is very undefended. TWC, has he got a time in? He does, because Hox is full blinded by his teammate's flashbang. What a disaster. Now, Zudster. It is winnable, especially because these players are low. You really need him to sort of peek and strafe into Greku, but how about that? That flipped beautiful. Flashbang not doing anything. TWC trying to make noise. Zudster. Oh no. Can he do it? He's just running around. Got the block out now. He's got less HP than TWC, but TWC's out of bullets. This is such a messy 1v1. Jesus Christ.
I thought you might pull it out. I thought you might pull it out. My God. That was wild. TWC, out of bullets on the 5.7. Out of bullets on the Glock as well. Good God. Huge round for Falcons Force. The right time to call a tactical as well. I think they need a deep breath out after that one, that's for sure.
I need a deep breath. Holy.
Yeah, true. We all do. I need my lunch, mate. Or my dinner, technically. It's my lunch
Ooh.
meal, but I'm having it at dinner time.
What you got?
Just like classic lunch, sandwich, crisps, fruit, yogurt, that sort of thing. But like, I have my dinner meal at lunchtime because it's easier to eat when I'm not working. So I have
Okay,
my
what
day
the-
round. I have my day the opposite way round usually.
What did you have for dinner?
My dinner at
It was supposed to
lunchtime.
be at lunch, yeah.
My dinner at lunchtime was baby new potatoes, vegetables, tofu, and mushrooms.
Oh god, I just realised. Completely
What?
forgot that you were vegan, and then I made that stupid pancake comment. I'm sorry, that was
Well,
not
no,
even
no,
like
I don't care.
intentional.
You know me, bro. I don't care.
I know,
at
but
all.
I feel bad regardless.
I could not care less. You can eat meat. You can eat meat in front of me. You can talk about how good duck tastes. It's fine by me. It's just my diet choice.
I won't do that, but no worries.
You can.
It felt
don't-
awkward to start with.
Just don't eat mandarin ducks. You can eat all the other ones.
Okay, that's fine. They're cute as hell.
All right. Can Falcons Force now get themselves to the finish line because of that crazy 1v1?
I'd say so. I think if you lose a round like that, if you lose a 1v3 in that manner, after how robotic you were for the first 2 kills, I'd just be writing this map off. I'd be tilted beyond belief. If I'd Zoodster. And probably Misa are thinking, how on earth have we not won that round now? My 2-0 looking great, never in doubt about that. Never said I wanted to change it.
Yeah, fair enough.
I did.
I know you did. I know you did. I can tell.
This
Greku
timing's good.
Greku is looking fantastic with the AWP on cash. He's having a whale of a time right now. And Nucleons will also push forward, find his. Falcons Force are 2 kills away from 11. And unfortunately, Misa already committed to saving.
Oh, your mic's gone weird.
Has it really? That's
Oh.
awkward.
That sounds a bit better now. It was like it went like I'll try and do the noise. It went "Ah," and then you went really quiet.
That happens on TeamSpeak for some
There you go.
reason.
You're good now.
Yeah, that happens on TeamSpeak for some reason. I think it's maybe just the voice gate or whatever. Maybe because of my laugh in that previous 1v1 that went high pitched. I don't know. Matt does that as well sometimes. I don't know what it is.
I don't know.
Apologies if the viewer heard the.
Oh, they're going all in. I mean, kind of have to, I suppose, with the 2 saved guns.
Yeah, fair enough. Makes total sense, I think.
Oh, NATO. Cheeky. Oh, you cheeky boy. They've got no idea. Easy
Lovely.
kill. Is he ready for the vent player? I don't think Veno is ready for how quick they're scaling here. Start spamming, and he gets overwhelmed, and
Oh dear.
Zoodster will find Nucleons. Oh dear indeed. Greco, can he be the hero once more for this team? Nearly. He's what a player at least cross over towards site. Where's Naito? He's walking all the way around the world rather than in the vent. Molly, she'll force this player out. Not
Aw.
quite.
Indians
Wow,
are so
that's
bad.
savage. It's true. All right, Naito, it is up to you. Oh, big kill out of Hawks. Naito should be able to get one more right here. Star's dead. Greku trying his best. Spray, good for one more. And now you just look for damage if you missed a suffix. And you will find it on Hawks. He also needs to get out of there. Zeus still will, but NATO's fine. They all died. That's not a bad result, really, for Falcons Force, despite losing the round.
Yeah, I mean, they don't have much money built up either, do Falcons Force, but overall that's a fine outcome for them. They can still buy back up again and have a acceptable purchase.
I like how aggro they're being out middle. Oh, and he just can't win the fight. But that was the correct play, in my opinion. Zeus has also been brought down low. M-Star wanted to get involved, and he's actually killed the high HP Tapeware, and Nucleons has got the trade frag. Good flash to get NATO out of the corner as well.
Intersaphic's playing right next to Venno. Oh, the timing's awful, but the MP9's there in time. No problem. And that will get Falcons Force up to 12. Feeling like there is a job well done on map 1 here, which is Misa's pick, don't forget.
And Mirage went really well for Falcons Force last time out. Yes, a couple of players have changed here, but the players that I thought would be more influential have been at least 50%. Hox has been brilliant. M-Star has been a little bit limiting. And Zoodster and Kianich, they've not impressed me all that much, to be honest. Especially after that 1v3 Zoodster. Or was a Wedster.
Yeah.
Resident Sleeper. Greku. Yeah, that's ambitious, Greku. It's probably the best way to frame that. Big fight in towards B main. Spray good out of Venno. Nucleon's up over the top, and I love the disengage from him. Just takes his time and then gets given ample opportunity. That's it. All said and done. Falcons Force dominate cash.
They do, and considering the word dominate has been used by you there, that is an unexpected word to have to use after that map, right? Because they were behind. They got 8 rounds in a row out of nowhere, it felt like. And a lot of them were grinds, a lot of them weren't easy. Yeah, fair play to Falcons Force. It's another very good cash from them on record. The NATO Sapphics stand-in effect is working again very well. They already beat Bebop the other day, coming back after their 7-week break. Even without Cloxy, they're doing well.
Yeah, they are. Now you head to a Mirage in which Misa have just not been doing very good on. Just recently, and Falcons Force again have got that track record. We'll see if Falcons Force can win 2-0 in the winners match after this. Back into the action on Mirage here. Falcon Force, it's their choice. They start T side. We'll sort the HUD out for you in a moment. Veno has got Smoke Molly. And after a very impressive cash, I'm expecting Falcons Force to potentially do a lot here. Double push at ramp might catch off the bomb. Oh, that's messy from Veno. And that is the bomb gone. Oh, that should have been
Bit
a frag
awkward.
as well.
Yeah, most likely.
There you go.
Nucleons will make up for it, though. Find Hox in the end, and that recovers it into the 4v4. The lack of the bomb, which is their big pressing matter at the moment.
Yeah, double push to have a look in Palace. What's the timing like for Tateware? Oh, it was nearly brilliant, but Suv able to get the frag. And now you got the wraparound from NATO and Greco. Tateware peeking there, one by one. Up-down setup feels pretty okay, and I quite like that, Misa, just to disengage. Nucleons now hoping for an opportunity, spotted and cleared over at stairs. The bomb has been recollected now. With 40 seconds, it's going to be, I was going to say a race to B, but instead, they're going to go Palace. M-Star's now got all the info that it isn't B, and that means this triple setup is probably going to find success.
Getting past Suv is pretty difficult when you've got sort of teammate directly below you. And there you go. Oh, lovely. Finishes off with 4 in the end. Lovely double click. Let's start off the CT side on Mirage for Misa. They have put a little bit of Mirage before, but you know, even though it's their second, yeah, it is second most played map, it's one that they in general really do struggle on. That is one of the main reasons why I think Falcons Force have gone for this as a pick too. Even though it's a good map they like to go into. I mean, they've won 5 out of 15, have Misa, and a lot of them are kind of demolition jobs as well. Like, there's a couple of 13-5s in there. There's a 13-3 to G2's Academy only about 10 days ago or so. I did manage to beat Little Mix and Honbed lately, but yeah, it's only not very impressive results, unfortunately. Lovely shot from Nucleons. That is certainly an impressive shot.
Wow.
He gets the MP9. He runs down M-Star with ease, and just like that, with only a deagle, again, possibility of a full eco round win here.
Oh, if he can do it. NATO at the bench. They're trying to buy time for Veno. Veno's want to get moving. NATO on site, overwhelmed. So Veno can still do this. It's going to be tricky for him. Now with that gun scooped up, the spam. Oh, nearly connects, but not quite. He thinks they're off the bomb, but it's a 10-second stick. Oh,
Almost
I'll tell you what,
managed to save the AWP.
the AWP. He denied the AWP.
Yeah, he almost managed to get it for himself as well. Crazy.
So
Real nice
quite
try.
expensive. Yeah.
And honestly, the trigger discipline he used to find the M4 silently, obviously, then realize that's got no bullets in it, so has to go for the other gun that's right below him and make noise. That M4A4 could have certainly won the round. It's a real NT, but unfortunately, not enough on this occasion.
That means that the money is in a really bad spot for Misa, so if they lose this, Falcons Force should be able to equalise pretty efficiently. Let me take a look at the last outing between these two. So again, different rosters, but I'm still curious into how it played out. 13-5. 10 rounds on the T side for Falcons Force. So Misa could already be doing better than that within 3.
Yeah, and it was excuse me, sorry, it was map 1 as well, right? So in that series, and also talking about it being different rosters, but Falcons Force, that was the only map they used NATO Sapphics for the entire series. They used him instead of Greco as a stand-in. So the fact that that was so comfortable. In the end, NATO Sapphics did top frag or top rate the entire BO3, 104 ADR. Does give some promise maybe that he can show a bit of that again, and there we go. There's a kill from him
Quick
to,
flank.
to assist taking the B bomb site. But as you say, they do need to be wary of Zuidstad.
Look at Tateware though. Oh, yeah. Fair enough. Flank on flank. Tatewares wins. Zuidstad out of their herd as well, leaving the apartments. So no, they've got him fairly locked in. Nucleons, is he able to get rid of Zuidstad? I like the way he's playing this. Is there a player underpass that could potentially catch Zuidstad? No, it'll be Nucleons instead. Nothing saved at all. And as we say, that money, it's a mess. So I lied to you, actually. It isn't just Falcons Force equalising. It is beat out a bunch of pistols and take the lead.
But we've seen these 5-7s be dangerous in this entire series so far, so Falcons Force need to avoid them. They want to get properly started on T side. Some decent util available for Misa too, actually.
Just don't go into the stack.
Exactly. I mean, look, the thing is, even if they do, I've seen enough from Falcons Force in this series to trust them to go through the motions properly. So they might still lose this round, but their protocols have always been good in this academy team.
I mean, NATO gets the opener. That just alleviates a lot of pressure. Benno might jump over to stairs, but you surely clear under Balk. So if we'll find Tapeware, good trade. And then Benno then follows through. You still don't know about Hawks, but as you say, protocols are really nice in place here. Benno will come back around to clear him. Expertly done. Like a really good round out of Falcons Force.
And sure, like, you can do some adjustments to maybe put yourself in positions that aren't as close range, for example, against a round where you know it's 5-7s. But the one thing that you kind of just need to do very often is treat it like a gun round. Like, treat everyone on the opposing team with respect. Don't think it's a done deal. Don't just try and spray them down. Still try and hit the headshots. It sounds simple, but you know what I mean.
Boom. Okay, so it'll be an armored deagle and that's it. Yeah, I just throughout this entire series, I've just been very impressed with what you're saying about the discipline from Falcons Force. The fundamentals are very good on this team, which you sort of somewhat expect, especially from like an in-game leader like Tapeware, but also for like NATO Sapix as a coach. This is his second, I think, stint at coaching. Obviously was on NIP Impact for a little bit. That's how largely we became buddies. Got a lot of time for NATO Sapix. Had many a good conversation with him. He's lovely.
Here's a fun one. I've never had a proper conversation with him other than occasional tweets on Twitter, even though he doesn't follow me. Cough, cough. But
sorry to hear that.
You know what's quite funny? In Cologne this year, I went to a cafe, a very nice cafe, a highly rated one. I've been to before, which is some great stuff for like a breakfast. Hang on a second. I'll have to get back to story time later because
they're going to be. Don't worry about it.
Okay. I'll tell the story then. I was in an Uber. I got out of the Uber. Okay, it was on one of two things. Either I got out of the Uber and NATO got in to leave, but I think it might have been the other way around, where the Uber was picking me up, but before it was picking me up, it was dropping off NATO at the cafe. So I think he was with his partner or something. I'm not sure. I can't remember. All I do know is that I saw it out the corner of my eye, and I was surprised.
Oh, hang on.
It's gone wrong. It's gone wrong.
Oh, no.
Come on, guys. Why is Veno still here as well? Hey, Chi?
Snake could be good. Oh no, they just got ecoed.
Trying to talk up NATO, and they lose the afterplant against an eco.
Why is Veno still there though?
Yeah, he took a very long time, didn't he?
Extraordinarily long time. That's yeah. That ain't great, chaps. Let's be real. That was not good. It was no bueno.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is kind of a funny coincidence, even though, like, look, we get it for the taxi thing, right? Like,
Yeah.
you know, we're both at Cologne. It's the major. It's a popular cafe spot, but for it to be the same Uber is.
It's pretty ridiculous, actually.
All right, time to lock back in. Great chance for Misa here to get a bit of control of the half. There is some residual cash on Falcons Force, but they've already taken quite a lot of damage early on in this round. 65 on Greku, 63 on Veno. The Nucleons has started the round, has taken a bit of damage of his own to get that opening kill. He'll be forced into the open, but it'll win another duel. Incredibly clean sprays from Nucleons, and he's helped out in middle. Kills will file through. It's going to be a very comfortable 3-3.
That's exactly the sort of response and round that you want out of a team that has just lost a really painful round. Like, that is exactly what you need in that moment. So fair play to Nucleons, beautiful spray. Having 5 alive as well is only going to help the cash flow. The money will still be okay here for Misa. And you just don't want to lose too many players hunting. Janik, you won't, because Tateware's already out on the balcony. Phenomenal round. Phenomenal round. No notes. Oh, brilliant from Nucleons. That is incredibly coincidental that, yes, it is the major, but it's still the same Uber.
Yeah, I know. It's a very highly rated cafe spot. It's very, very nice. There's some good options for me. And of course, it's just... I think one of those ones that went slightly viral, I think. And their dishes are very, very popular. I'll have to take you there, Brandon, when you come to Cologne again.
God, missed it. I really have missed it.
Honestly, Cologne next year hasn't even been announced yet. I wonder if that major was like the last of Cologne. Hope not.
Don't say that.
I know. You know how things are changing, huh?
I
Never know. I decided to go to Kato this year because I've never been to Kato before. Never been to the Spodek Arena. EPL's there this year. My friends are going. And I don't think there's a Kato event next year because EPL's in Saudi. So. Near Krakow, I believe. But you're going tomorrow.
Yeah. That'd be fun. Looking forward to it.
Here we go for Misa. There's something that they could work out with here, but the thing is, Super completely ignores Connector. When he gets to the position that Kianich is in,
Wow.
he thinks that he can, cover him, but it's not really a good setup in that sense. And yeah, a good trade onto Kianich too.
This has been very comprehensive. I'm enjoying these rounds. Time is a little bit of an issue, especially with Zudster and towards default. If he just denies, that could be the way forward. M-Star needs to get around the corner. Bomb will get scooped and planted just in time. And now MStar has got to be coming to terms with the fact that the round is not won due to him running away. He now just needs to save the AWP because of him running away. Feel great.
Star is gonna die. Yeah. I mean, did he didn't really have a way out, to be fair, but a bit awkward. Now I feel like Falcons Force just need to make sure they don't lose to full USPs. Look, the last one they lost to was similar-ish. A little bit more for Misa.
Don't lose to USPs, guys.
And now they'll have a lead to work with. They're going to keep it more simple this time. We're just going to rush out A ramp immediately. Here's look. Oh my word! That is a very easy maths to do on that nade. 80 plus 20 plus 60, all even numbers.
160.
Not a number I've ever achieved on a dartboard, unfortunately.
Me neither.
I got a 140 once.
Oh. That's impressive.
If I really practice over like a day or two, I can hit it in 20s pretty consistently. But it's a treble 20 that matters, so.
Hey, it's still impressive though. You should sign up to that Netflix show, try and take down Luke Littler.
Well, I mean 501,000 or whatever it is that they're offering.
Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe. Don't worry, another 7 years of esports and I'll make that money anyway. All good.
Oh yeah. Tell him, King. That's a big, accurate number. All right. 5-3. Not a whole lot to speak about in this one, apart from the fact that Falcons Force didn't lose an eco round. They'd be looking a whole lot pretty, but the reality of the situation is they still look pretty good anyway.
Shout out Hot Spawn. Had a nice little interview with those guys at the pick last year. They were very, very polite, very, very kind, very nice people involved with that site. And so far for Falcons Force, they are not being nice at all to Misa. They're looking way, way too good for their opponents. They're just running them over on the A site again with just pure aggression. I think they've kind of realised that maybe if we keep this one a little bit more simple and just use our individual ability, we are just better tonight, and they're showing that in this round. Like. That'll be a dunk. What?
Oh, no. What? How? How about that one? Is that one a dunk? No.
It's not even touched him. How is NATO alive? That's what I want to know.
Can't answer that, not sure. To be honest with you, not entirely sure.
This is not like the old nades in Global Offensive that would explode near like a pixel of wall and do 0 damage.
Just die. You really should have died there. But hey, you take it. You absolutely take it. And now you look at this buy as well. It's just not good. I'm actually already at the point in the game, as horrible as it is, where I'm just not expecting anything out of Misa, like in these rounds. I know that they won that eco, right? But like, come on now.
Well, let's see if they can win another one. Might be the only way really back into this one. That's a lovely headshot on Nucleons. Mid-range as well with the 5.7. He's been able to tap him out of the round. And now we have a conversation again. Veno gets onto the plant and get himself the chance to put a timer above the heads of Misa. But Greku is set up, and Greku is doing a lot of good work right now. There's NATO helping out. They know where Suv is coming from. Greku is having another fantastic series here, I think.
Very good.
We haven't even gone to CT side yet. Their stronger side.
By quite a margin as well, I think.
All I know is that both sides are in the green. That's what I checked earlier.
Terrorists win.
I will check. Just let me double check. Near large. 53 on T, 61 on CT. So yeah, but it's fairly large margin.
Okay, fair enough.
And it was 10 rounds against Misa last outing. So far it's 7. Misa, I think, have looked dangerous in a few rounds, but aside from that, everyone's been consistent for Falcons Force, which I've been really enjoying. Takeware's having a good game as well. Spoke a little bit about his individual, so it's nice to see him doing this as well. Very good, very nice.
Very good, very nice.
And this is also a Falcons Force that got destroyed map 1 in their opening game and then came back to reverse sweep the series pretty decisively against Bebop, which I think is impressive as well.
Yeah, look, Bebop confused me, as I was talking to you
same.
about earlier. Just like, you never know which roster that team's going to be playing with from one day to the next. But look, you still need good players and good sort of stable level to beat the name value of those Bebop players. But yeah, good signs for Falcons Force, it really is. This is a really important round for Misa. If they want any chance in this entire BO3, they needed it at 7-5
Feels
for
good.
me. And already the kill is good. And the second team register is even better. He makes it 3 for the team. 2 for himself. NATO Suffix will trade eventually, but Suv has got himself back into a triple. The time is not good for Falcons Force, and this is going to be a round over. NATO will try and keep what he's got. He's got 12k. If we looked at his money here and thought, okay, I'm going to fight next to one more kill, because it would make a difference, to be fair. 2 players surviving versus 3 players surviving. That's why he went back in for it. Final round of the half coming in. He had 12 grand, for God's sake. So he won't get anything done, though, so no problem. Falcons Force have built up loads of dollar. I'll have a full buy to try and get 8 on the half, while Misa will try and stop them.
Yeah, having 5 rounds here, to be fair, it actually comes back into a similar conversation we were having in our last series, where you get 5 rounds with Hox and M-Star, both on 7 kills between each other. That's a good collection. Nucleon just walks through the smoke, gets rid of M-Star, though. And M-Star gets aggressive. Ramp players get aggressive. No. Oh, timing's bad for him. He's dead. I don't like the fact that Zwedster took his time there for that kill. Just please kill him.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
You gotta go B now, if you're Falcons Force. Nucleons will oblige. Janich, dead, dealt with, spam, not quite connecting. Onto Mr. Nucleons. Takeware on the lurk. Don't mind this. Oh, but not if he gets owned. What a sharp shot.
He is open,
Rotates.
though.
Yeah, rotates for a little bit further away. Greku can now walk his way over, plant the bomb, 3v3. Good luck.
Let's see. You've got kits, you've got smokes. It's not beyond the realms of possibility if some mistakes are made here by Falcons Force. What have Misa got on this retake? All 3 are going to come through market. There is still an HE on Greku and 4 flashes total.
Oh,
We'll hold
no.
that line and see 2 cross already, but now he's going to go back to the second checkpoint. Make that second checkpoint work for him. He'll tick it off his list.
Nice repos.
Stoob will go down. Nice repos as well, an aggressive repos, and Nucleons will help out once they try and force their way out of Market Door. Hox is all alone. He's a dead man walking. Greku will find that one. 3 for Nucleons, 2 for Greku. It's those 2 which have been superb in the entire series. 8-4 for Falcons Force on T side.
Yeah, you gotta be honest here. Like I spoke a little bit about Nucleons on Cash, and I feel like it's more because he set himself an expectation bar when he played at Bounty. But this map, he's been fantastic. I think that this map, he's been very good. Really enjoyed what we got out of Nucleons so far on Mirage, and it's important to take a step back and be complimentary when players do well. Because, look, we're not biased people at the end of the day. Aside from being Arsenal fans. But in Counter-Strike, I don't have a team. And I think that should be the case, actually, for every commentator.
Low-key, I mean, yeah, I agree. And I don't have a team really either. I have favourites. I have players that I love. For example, I just love the Foot Project. I think they're doing great things. I love some of the UK players that are still competing, obviously. But, yeah, I've never had an org. It used to be G2 when I was younger, and I had Kenny and Nox and Scream during those eras, right? Not the same time, obviously, but those eras were special for G2 fans. For me, it was G2, but unfortunately, not really got anything like that anymore. Greku will get the first kill back for Falcons Force on the CT pistol, and Suv is screwed. That's going to be a free headshot. In fact, it was 2 from NATO there, I think, one being through the wall. Velo needs to spot onto Hox. He's got the dualies close up, and you can't face those. Easy dome. Now the retake through short is coming in straight away. No short player is close. That could be a bit of a surprise on Misa. Them being already up toward Pillar, but now connecting these headshots is not going to be easy. Greku will get swarmed, and NATO, same thing is going to be happening to him. So, non-negotiable pistol goes the way of Misa.
Yeah, very solid pistol out of Misa. I mean, Falcons are able to get rid of the players off the bomb site. Look at those odds. Holy. It doesn't paint the prettiest of pictures now for Misa, but they got the pistol, which is important. And following on from that, they can win out the force fight. Scoreline's going to be even, basically.
Yep, could certainly happen. And they're going fast B as well. There could be a bit of an issue because there are still 3 players here. But it's a great rundown from the first 2. Greku does dome one with the scout. A very bold reface from Mai Tai against that scout. But it's all going to be good. And Misa's got himself 3, make that 4. And pace wins the day for Misa.
There you have it. No money now. Respect them for running the same round back as well. Or mostly. They're going to take their time just in case there's the stack in play.
By the way, I appreciate you finally changed your Discord profile picture. Looking great, King.
Thank you. About time, innit?
That was this morning, right? You did that?
Yesterday.
Okay.
But same difference.
Nearest makes no difference, as they say. The pictures we got together at the HLTV Awards that last year were very good.
True.
The ones that we treasure. You said, "Oh, Travis, we need to get a photo together, man. We haven't really got a proper photo together," and then we got some bangers. Venos with his deagle will get himself 1, but again, B bomb site is lost. So Misa will complete and hold up their end of the bargain to get their 3-0 start on the half.
Only losing 1 player is good too, because currently Falcons Force can't get that rifle. Where did he even die? I'm trying to see on the map where the faded number is. I can see the blue dots. I can't see M-Star. So I'm going to assume he's far away to the point of no return in recovering a rifle here for Falcons Force. Oh, no, his body's right there. Okay,
Yeah.
so he was right in front of me whilst Greku was on the screen. But where's the gun then? Did he not have one?
Mac
No, he
10.
didn't have one. Look, he's got 4950. Oh, he had a Mac 10. Yeah,
Yeah.
you're right.
And I just found it.
Yay, a Mac 10. Woo, that's really good.
Yeah, I'm gonna say like there are some players who play a certain role on certain teams where using that in the gun round would be acceptable for future money purposes. Not really here for Venno, not on a map like Mirage.
This is quick and pacey. Immediately out middle. Greku, though, will pass the first test. Suv dealt with. NATO surely steps in and hits the shot. All will fall as a consequence, but still there's player advantage here for the CTs. And Misa can't get out B. Tapeware's done brilliant, though.
Tapeware has done brilliantly. And right now, the only things wearing tape are Misa. Going to be taped up and sent back from whence they came. 9-7 very quickly for Falcons, and of course, they can win this one. 10-7 could turn into 11-7 pretty briefly. There's a little more residual cash on Zuid still than I thought, but still.
Don't fumble this Falcons Force, and you've basically got the map locked up like that. That's how you should be looking at this round. I think they know it too. Greku posted. Got the opening kill in the last round. Really searching for an opportunity on the AWP. Won't find it. This is a much slower, tamer round now out of Misa. Bomb's going to move its way over. I also realised that I sort of got absorbed in the Counter-Strike and didn't reply to you about the HLTV photos. And I agree. I'm really glad we got them.
You kind of did. You said I agree. That's what you said though.
Yeah, but that wasn't really helpful though, was it? No, we got some nice ones, and I'm glad. And this is something I want to do with like friends moving forward. Is every time I see them, like I just want to get an updated photo.
Yeah, fair enough. Okay, are you ready for another B play? He sees the first player jumping across. He's going to be really wary of short. That is the biggest issue, and that is why he played that specific angle.
Wow.
Avoid getting caught from short, and that is why it was the biggest issue. Look at the damage done, though.
Yeah, I know.
They're also low. I mean, Greku's down to 20
this is
HP as
cheeky.
well. Oh, the smoke. Who's going to win it? Greku's looking for it, but Zued still on 7 HP makes that play. Now, NATO, last time I covered him, standing in for Falcons Force, he got 2 1v2 clutches on Ancient. And this one is so very winnable. Unfortunately, that HE will not reach Suv, and the AWP is on the line. So this one's not happening. And that's a frustrating one to get caught on for Falcons Force, because they had all the information, I think.
And the damage. Yeah, that's tough. I mean, great trades from Misa. Splitting towards short. The short player getting that kill there is the most important thing on Tapeware, because that just opens up all the space. They take a pause, quite rightly. Falcons Force, this is a step backwards rather than forwards. Let's see if they can respond. I mean, to be fair, it's not the worst buy in the world. You've got the AWP out of Greku. You've still got the M4s out of everyone bar Veno. Pretty decent buy. Veno can just get up close with this MP9 I'm definitely not ruling Falcons Force out of this round whatsoever. Misa, I think this is going to be the first time we've seen them go for a direct hit all half.
Yeah. Papeware on default with the M4. And NHS has already started around with his M4A4, and that's catching the mid lurk. And now, Papeware gets one, which he does. That might be enough to get better into one of his own. Only just gets that one. So I think he would have seen / heard it, but thankfully for Falcons Force, NATO is on the scene.
Wow.
And there you go. A very aggressive peek on stairs from Nucleons. Another very important bit of damage from NATO during that round. It's the first kill to remove that mid prong. It's the penultimate kill just to relax things.
Tapeware secondary orphan.
Oh yeah.
I don't know about that one.
Pop off, King.
Oh, this round is dire, but it also presents maybe a little bit of a tripwire for Falcons Force. NATO steps in. This is making or breaking this round. It looks like they might try and burst through. I like this angle. This angle's good because you can get kills and get out. He just holds the spray. That's beautiful out of NATO Sapphics. Fourth kill belongs to Tapeware on that secondary AWP. And Zwedster's last alive again, and he's got no armor and only a Glock. He's getting wall banged, and he hasn't even made a noise.
Yeah. And they know. They know for sure. Nucleons will take the kill. Only a Glock and a Dream. And I think sooner or later, he's going to be cleaned out. And his team might be cleaned out too. Ox had a pretty good map 1, even though they lost. He's kind of been absent on map 2, unfortunately. He's their highest rated player, by the way.
Very, very absent. Holy. M-Star's recovered a bit. Yeah, it's 1.1 something rating for Hawks. 1.16 maybe?
Yeah.
Memory serves.
Yeah, I agree. I remember seeing that on the graphic in the pre-game.
A nice angle to take out Greku, but the shot baited. He still goes for more anyway. Mac 10 does a bunch of damage, but wow, love this step in. That's beautiful. That is so beautiful out of every single player there on Falcons Force.
That's one of those things that, like, a casual team of friends just playing Face It or whatever very rarely would do, right? The synergy and cohesion to have every single player who could be near mid, peak mid together, window, connector, short. It's perfect. And the timing when to do it as well off the back of utility.
This is done, surely.
I wish my friends did that more often when I played with them. I'll say that.
Normally it's ready to swing. Yeah. And then you swing and die. Then they go after. So alright, cheers. Yeah, thanks.
Yeah. Happens.
Why didn't you swing? I did, bro. Okay. Of course you did.
Looks like Falcons Force are right on the edge of victory here. A reminder as well for people maybe either just joining or haven't heard this yet. This is a Group D winners match, by the way.
Yeah.
So they'll be playing playoffs for this one. Our invited teams are 1 win INOX Division, GenOne, Walczaki, CYBERSHOKE, who need as many wins as they can get to avoid getting overtaken by their academy team, Basement
Oh.
Boys, and Lavked, and JiJieHao.
Easy for Walczaki.
You'd think, but form is always very up and down.
Tell you what, everyone's had a good game as well on Falcons Force individually. Tateware, NATO especially.
Yeah.
Good to see. Really good to see. Misa waiting for the underpass players to make moves before now stepping out into top middle. Zwedster looks like he's just the util guy. He just deploys all the util for his team. Then we'll group. Nucleons doesn't like being in jungle. And there is that boost up. So this is a nice little angle to hold. Because it should get him a kill when it does. However, Veno then pushes. Don't need to be that aggressive. Reku's got to be careful about the Palace player. This is falling apart slightly. 3-on-3. Nade goes deep. Flashbang over. Molly's really good too. Nucleons is cooking. He's somehow still able to live. That invites NATO on the angle, but a sharp shot. And another flashbang. I don't know if it's Tateware and all of this. It's just in jungle.
Yeah, set behind the smoke.
Oh, wow.
Oh, getting one impressive considering. Yeah.
Absolutely. But they're out of there.
Round is over, I'm afraid. Misa have somehow been able to brawl back into that one. Just a little bit ahead of what Falcons were ready for in every single fight, it felt like. Even though the information was there for Falcons, it's just the nade from Nucleons didn't really do anything, and then when he peaked, he was mollied out. After he peaked, he was mollied out. So Misa will stay alive for a little while longer. If they win this round, you never know, we could be talking about a bit of a comeback.
Maybe, just maybe. But I mean, the buy's still good again here. I like the timeout call from Misa.
May as well use it if you've got it, right? If you're on the edge of losing.
Yeah, you have to. But many teams don't.
True.
Been enjoying the really fast plays that we've got out of them, like the short to B. I think works quite well. Something you could definitely provide here. I mean, Hox has got the spawn to peek middle, so it could be one of those where Hox peeks middle if you delay the window smoke, and then if he gets a frag, you can then just go. That could be a fun way to do it. Of course, you're relying a lot on Europa, who's obviously struggled. Don't know, smoke does get thrown immediately. But Hox going for the B spawn instead. Alright, let's see if he hits it. Oh, never mind. I thought he was going to go around the corner and jump on the truck.
Reku, are you ready? Be a wide swing coming your way. The player is in the window right next to him to pick off the contact, maybe. Maybe catch this, but he's going forward on it, and Hox Orp is there. That's exactly cue to leave for Tateware. They don't know Greku's here, and that is what the bait is for. So Tateware's slightly lucky to get away with his life, but the idea works, and then Tateware's the fact he's alive means that he can do that damage to his Zwedster.
Oh, wow. And then the nade follow-throughs as well. This is basically... I know there's 4 players alive for Misa, but it's 3 points worth of damage. They're just going to go. Tateware, fully blinded, fully mollied. Nucleon steps in, and that allows Tateware to find a follow-up kill. 5v2. And sure, Janik gets a kill on NATO, but the bomb is on B, which is the most important thing here. Veno can just go and lock up the catwalk, which he can't quite do. There's still a player in apps that now gets smoked off by Nucleons. Be careful about this short player, but Nucleons We'll deal with him. Now it's just up to Hox. He jumps out the window and falls straight into Nucleons. I think, to be honest with you, a very comprehensive performance out of Falcons Force. I think there were some moments in there for Misa, but I've been very impressed what we got out of this academy team.
Yeah, and I'll give you the credit you deserve, Brandon. You called a 2-0, and it's a 2-0. I said Misa could have a chance of winning this one 2-1. I thought they had much better form than that. Map 1 was, like, acceptable, even though it was their pick. Map 2, not as much. And Hox is usually their main guy, and he was nowhere on Map 2, unfortunately. So, yeah, fair play to Falcons Force, and congratulations to them. They go through to playoffs, which is a great thing for them to have, considering they're playing with their coach. But I don't think we can really even use that as a caveat anymore, because NATO still does very, very well at this level, and he's more than holds his own, and is a very imperative part of why they're where they are.
Yeah, absolutely. And fair play to NATO. Got to give him all of that credit, as you say, and he was brilliant. Tomorrow, we've got all the deciding games as well. We get to find out what's going on over in the world of Thunderpick when it comes to the deciding games. Winner of those will get out of groups. So it's going to be Fortress taking on State, X-Mana taking on Los Kogutos, Entropy versus Unity, and now we've got Misa versus Bebop. So interesting games. They'll all take shape tomorrow, and that will complete the group stage. But for now, that's us done and dusted for tonight. Hope you have a good evening. Take care. We'll see you soon.